and it was only his bank manager who, to his chagrin, insisted on greeting him with cheerful exuberance as Mr. Higgins. He and his bank manager were on excellent terms, and for the best of reasons. Mr. Higgins was doing very well. In the summer, it was necessary to book a table for luncheon or dinner at least 3 days in advance. In autumn and winter, the place was less busy, and the luncheon menu offered only 3 main dishes. But the standard of cooking and service never varied. The Black Swan was close enough to London to attract a number of city regulars willing to drive 20-odd miles for the Black Swan's peculiar advantages: an attractive ambience, tables spaced at a reasonable distance, a low noise level, no piped music, unostentatious service, discretion, and excellent food. Monsieur Jean-Paul was small and dark, with melancholy eyes and a thin moustache, which made him look like a stage Frenchman, an impression strengthened when he spoke. He himself greeted Dalgliesh and Kate at the door with unflurried courtesy, as if there were nothing he had been looking forward to more than a visit from the police. But Dalgliesh noticed that despite the early hour and the quietness of the house, they were shown into his private office at the rear of the building with a minimum of delay. Higgins was of the school which believes, not without reason, that even when the police come visiting in plain clothes and don't actually kick down the door, they are always unmistakably the police. Dalgliesh didn't miss his quick glance of appraisal at Kate Miskin, the quickly suppressed look of surprise changing to modified approval. She was wearing slacks in fawn gabardine, with a well-cut, unobtrusive check jacket over a roll-neck cashmere jumper, and with her hair bound back in a short, thick plait. Dalgliesh wondered what Higgins expected a plainclothes policewoman to look like, an over-made-up harpy in black satin and a trench coat. He offered refreshment, at first carefully ambiguous about the kind, and then more specific. Dalgliesh and Kate accepted coffee. It came quickly, served by a young waiter in a short white jacket, and it was excellent. When Dalgliesh had swallowed his first sip, Higgins gave a small sigh of relief, as if his guest, now irrevocably compromised, had lost some of his power. Dalgliesh said, "As I expect you know, we are investigating the death of Sir Paul Berowne. You may have information which can help fill in some of the background." Jean-Paul spread his palms and launched into his voluble Frenchman act, but the melancholy eyes were wary. "The death of Sir Paul, so terrible, so tragic. I ask myself what the world is coming to when such violence is possible. But how can I help the commander? He was murdered in London, not here, thank God, if it was murder. There's a rumour that maybe Sir Paul himself, but that too would be terrible, more terrible for his wife than murder, perhaps. He came here regularly, from time to time, not regularly. He was a busy man, of course. But Lady Berowne was here more often, usually with her cousin, I understand. A delightful lady. She adorned my dining room. But of course, one does not always notice who is dining with whom. We concentrate on the food and the service. We are not gossip writers, you understand. But presumably you can remember whether she was dining with her cousin, Mr. Stephen Lampart, on the Tuesday of this week, just 3 days ago. On the 17th, that was so. They were seated at 20 minutes to 9. It is a little foible of mine to note the time the customer is actually seated. The booking was for 8:45, but they were a little early. Monsieur may wish to inspect the book." He opened his desk drawer and produced it. Obviously, thought Dalgliesh, he had been expecting a visit from the police and had placed the evidence to hand. The time against the name Lampert was written clearly, and there was no sign that the figures had been altered. He asked, "When was the table booked?" "That morning, at 10:30, I believe. I cannot, I regret, be more precise." "Then he was fortunate to get it." "We can always find a table for an old and valued customer, but it is, of course, easier if a booking is made. The notice was sufficient." "How did Mr. Lampert and Lady Berowne seem when they arrived?" The dark eyes lifted reproachfully to his, as if in silent protest at so tactless a question. "How should they seem, Commander? Hungry." Then he added, as if fearing the answer had been imprudent, "They were as usual. The lady is always gracious, most friendly. They were content that I was able to give them their usual table, in the corner by the window." "What time did they leave?" At 11 or a little after. One does not hurry a good dinner. And during dinner, they talked, presumably. They talked, monsieur. It is a pleasure of dining to share good food, good wine, and good talk with a friend. But as for what they said, we are not eavesdroppers, Commander. We are not the police. These are good customers, you understand. Unlike some of the customers you had here on the night Diana Travers drowned. You had time to notice them, I suppose. Higgins showed no surprise at the sudden change in questioning. He spread his hands in a Gallic gesture of resignation. Alas, who could overlook them? They were not the kind of client we usually attract. At dinner they were quiet enough, but afterwards, well, it was not agreeable. I was relieved when they left the dining room. Sir Paul Berowne wasn't with his wife's party, I understand. That is so. When they arrived, Mr. Lampard said that Sir Paul hoped to join them later, in time for coffee. But as you may know, he telephoned at 10 o'clock, or a little later maybe, and said that it would not, after all, be possible. Who took the call? My doorman, Henry. Sir Paul asked to speak to me, and I was called to the telephone. Did you recognize his voice? As I have said, he was not here so very often, but I knew his voice. It was a voice, how you say, a distinctive voice, surprisingly like your own, Commander, if I may be permitted to say so. I cannot swear to these things, but I had no doubt at the time who was speaking. Have you any doubt now? No, Commander. I cannot say that I have. The two parties for dinner, Mr. Lampert's and the young people, did they mix, greet each other? They may have done on arrival, but the tables were not close. He would have seen to that, thought Dalgliesh. If there had been the slightest sign of embarrassment on Barbara Berowne's part, or of insolence on her brother's, Higgins would have noticed it. And the members of Diana Travers' party, had you ever seen them here before? Not that I remember, except for Mr. Dominic Swain. He has dined here once or twice with his sister, but the last time was some months ago. But for the others, I cannot be sure. It was strange, surely, that Mr. Swain wasn't included in Lady Berowne's birthday party. Monsieur, it is not for me to dictate which guests my customer should invite. No doubt there were reasons. There were 4 only in the birthday group, an intimate party. The table was balanced, and would have become unbalanced if Sir Paul had arrived. That is so. But then he was expected only for coffee, and he was, after all, the lady's husband. Dalgliesh went on to ask Higgins about the events leading up to the drowning. As I have said, I was glad when the young people left the dining room and went out through the conservatory to the garden. They took 2 bottles of wine with them. It was not the best claret, but for them it was good enough. I do not like to see my wine swung about as if it were beer. There was much laughter, and I was wondering whether to send Henry or Barry to deal with them, but they moved along the bank out of earshot. It was there that they found the punt. It was tied up, wedged, you might say, in a small inlet about 80 yards upstream. Now, of course, it has been removed. Perhaps it should not have been there, but how can I blame myself? They were not children, although they behaved like children. I cannot control what my patrons do when they are off the premises, nor indeed when they are here. He used the word blame, but the regret was perfunctory. No voice could have held less concern. Dalgliesh suspected that the only thing Higgins ever blamed himself for was a spoilt dinner or poor service. He went on, "The next thing I know is the chef beckoning me from the door of the dining room. That was unusual, you understand. Immediately, I could see something is wrong. I go quickly out. In the kitchen is one of the girls crying and saying that this other girl, Diana, is dead, drowned. We go out to the river bank. The night is dark, you understand. The stars high and the moon not full. But there is some light from the car park, which is always brightly lit, and some from the kitchen wing of the house. But I take with me a torch. Monsieur may imagine the distress. The girls crying, one of the young men working on the body, Mr. Swain standing there with his clothes dripping. Marcel takes over the respiration. He has many talents, that one, but it is of no use. I could see she was dead. The dead are not like the living, monsieur. Never, never, never. And the girl was naked, as you no doubt have been told. She had taken off all her clothes and dived in for a swim. It was a great folly. There was a silence while he contemplated the folly. Then Dalgliesh put down his coffee cup. He said, "It was convenient that Mr. Lampert should have been dining that night. It was natural, of course, to call on him for help." The dark eyes, carefully expressionless, looked straight into his. "That was my first thought, Commander, but it was too late. When I reached the dining room, I was told that Mr. Lampert's party had only that moment left. I myself saw the Porsche as it turned out of the drive. So Mr. Lampert could have been fetching his car from the park shortly before you learned of the tragedy. Well, that is possible, certainly. I understand that the rest of his party waited at the door. Surely an early and somewhat hurried end to the evening. As to hurried, that I cannot say, but the party had been seated early, shortly after 7. If Sir Paul had been able to join them, no doubt they would have stayed later." Dalgliesh said, "There has been some suggestion that Sir Paul may have arrived here that night after all." "I have heard that, Commander. There was a woman who came to question my staff. It was not agreeable. I was not here at the time, but I would have dealt with her. No one saw Sir Paul on that night, I assure you, and his car was not seen in the parking lot. It may have been there, but it was not seen. And how can this concern his death, I ask myself?" Dalgliesh could usually tell when he wasn't getting the truth or was getting only part of it. It was less a matter of instinct than of experience. And Higgins was lying. Now he decided to take a chance. He said, "But someone did see Sir Paul Berowne that night. Who was it?" "Monsieur, I assure you—" "I need to know, and I'm quite prepared to hang around until I do. If you want to get rid of us, a perfectly reasonable wish on your part, you'll succeed most quickly by answering my questions. The verdict at the inquest was accidental death. No one, to my knowledge, has suggested that it was anything else. She had eaten too much, drunk too much. She got caught in the reeds and panicked. It is of academic interest whether she died of shock or was drowned. So what are you hiding, and why?" "We are hiding nothing, Commander, nothing. But as you have just said, the death was an accident. Why then make trouble? Why add to distress? And one cannot be sure. A figure quickly walking, glimpsed in the darkness, in the shadow of the hedge, who can tell who it was?" "So who was it who saw him? Henry?" It was less a lucky guess than a reasonable assumption. Berowne almost certainly hadn't shown himself on the premises, and the doorman was the member of staff most likely to have been outside. It was Henry. Yes. Higgins admitted the fact with a sad defeatism. The mournful eyes gazed reproachfully at Dalgliesh, as if to say, "I have been helpful. I have given you information and coffee, and look where it has led me. Then perhaps you'll send for him, and I'll speak to him alone." Higgins lifted the telephone receiver and dialed a single digit. It connected him to the front entrance. Henry answered it and was summoned. When he appeared, Higgins said, "This is Commander Dalgliesh. Please tell him what you thought you saw the night that girl was drowned." Then he gave him a half-rueful glance, shrugged his shoulders, and left. Henry, unruffled, stood at attention. Dalgliesh saw that he was older than his confident, upright figure would suggest, certainly nearer 70 than 60. He said, "You're ex-army, aren't you?" "That's right, sir. The Gloucesters." "How long have you been working here for Mr. Higgins, for Monsieur John Paul?" "5 years, sir." "You live here?" "No, sir. The wife and I, we live at Cookham. This place is handy as places go." He added, as if hoping that a personal touch would demonstrate his willingness to cooperate frankly, "I've got my army pension, but a little extra never hurts." And it wouldn't be so little, thought Dalgliesh. The tips would be good, and most of them, given human frailty about the depredations of the inland revenue, would be tax-free. Henry would want to keep his job. He said, We're investigating the death of Sir Paul Berowne. We're interested in anything that happened to him during the last weeks of his life, however unimportant and irrelevant it might seem. Apparently, he was here on the night of the 7th of August, and you saw him. Yes, sir. Crossing the car park. One of our guests that night was leaving, and I was fetching his rolls. We haven't valet parking, sir. It would take me off the door too often. But occasionally guests like to have their cars parked, and they hand me their keys on arrival. Antonio, he's one of the waiters, gave me the word that my party was ready to leave, and I went for the car. I was standing there putting the key in the lock when I saw Sir Paul cross the car park, walking along the line of the hedge and out through the gate leading to the river. How certain are you that it was Sir Paul Berowne? Pretty certain, sir. He isn't here often, but I've good eye for faces. Do you know what car he drives? A black Rover, I think, an A registration. I can't remember the number. Couldn't or wouldn't, thought Dalgliesh. A black Rover would be difficult to identify. A registration number was irrefutable evidence. He asked, "And there was no black Rover parked that night?" "Not that I noticed, sir, and I think I would have noticed." "And you said he was walking briskly?" "Very briskly, sir. Purposefully, you might say." "When did you tell Monsieur Jean-Paul about this?" "The next morning, sir. He said that there was no need to tell the police. Sir Paul had a right to walk by the river if he chose. He said we had better wait until the inquest. If there had been marks on the body, any suggestion of foul play, that would be different. The police would want to know the names of anyone who had been here that night. But it was accidental death. The coroner was satisfied that the young lady had herself dived into the river. After that, Monsieur Jean-Paul decided we should say nothing. Even after Sir Paul's death. I don't think Monsieur thought the information would be helpful, sir. Sir Paul Berowne was dead. How could it matter if he'd taken a walk by the river 6 weeks earlier? Have you told this story to anyone else? Anyone at all? Your wife? A member of the staff here?" "To no one, sir. There was a lady came inquiring. I was off sick that day, but even if I'd been here, I would have said nothing, not unless Monsieur had told me it was all right." "And about 10 minutes after you saw him walking across the car park, Sir Paul rang to say he wouldn't be arriving after all?" "Yes, sir." "Did he say where he was ringing from?" "No, sir. It couldn't have been from here. The only public telephone we have is in the hall. There's a telephone kiosk in Mapleton, that's the nearest village, but I happen to know that it was out of order that night. My sister lives there and wanted to ring me. There's no box near her, not that I know of. That call was a proper mystery, sir. When you mentioned the matter next day, what did you and Monsieur think Sir Paul might have been doing here? I take it you discussed it." Henry paused, then he said, "Monsieur thought Sir Paul might have been keeping an eye on his wife. Spying on her. I suppose it was possible, sir." "By walking along the riverbank?" "Well, it doesn't seem very likely, not put like that." "And why should he have wished to spy on his wife?" "I can't say, I'm sure, sir. I don't think Monsieur was serious. He just said, 'It is none of your business, Henry. Maybe he is keeping an eye on her ladyship.'" "And that's all you can tell me?" Henry hesitated. Dalgliesh waited. Then he said, "Well, there is something else, sir, but it seems daft when I come to think about it. The car park is well lit, sir, but he was walking quickly and in the shadow of the hedge at the far side. But there was something about the way his jacket was clinging, his trousers too. I think, sir, he'd been in the river, and that's why I say it was daft. He wasn't walking away from the river, sir. He was walking towards it." He looked from Dalgliesh to Kate, his eyes puzzled, as if the full peculiarity of it had only now struck him. "I'll swear he was wet, sir, soaking wet, but like I said, he was walking towards the river, not away from it." Dalgliesh and Kate had driven separately to the Black Swan. She was returning directly to the yard, and he driving northeast to Wrentham Green to lunch with the chairman and vice-chairman of Berowne's constituency party. They would meet at the Yard in the mid-afternoon to attend the brief formalities of the preliminary inquest before going on to what promised to be a more interesting appointment, to interview Paul Berowne's mistress. As Kate unlocked the door of her metro, he said, "We'd better have a word with a couple who were dining here with Mr. Lampert and Lady Berowne on August the 7th. They might be able to say when exactly Lampert left the table to fetch the car, how long he was away. Get their names and addresses, will you, Kate? I suggest from the lady rather than Lampert. And it would be useful to know more about the mysterious Diana Travers. According to the police report on the drowning, she emigrated with her parents to Australia in 1963. They stayed, she came back. Neither of them came over for the inquest or the funeral. Thames Valley had some difficulty in finding someone to identify her. They dug up an aunt, and she made the funeral arrangements. She hadn't seen her niece for over a year, but she had absolutely no doubt about the identification. And while you're at number 62, see if you can get anything more out of Miss Matlock about the girl." Kate said, "Mrs. Minns might be able to tell us something, sir. We're seeing her first thing tomorrow." She added, "There was one thing Higgins said about the Travers drowning which struck me as odd. It doesn't tie up." So she had noticed the anomaly. Dalgliesh said, "It seems to have been an evening for river sports. It was almost as odd as Henry's story. Paul Berowne with his wet clothes clinging to him, but walking towards the river, not away from it." Kate still lingered, her hand on the car door. Dalgliesh gazed out over the high beech hedge which separated the car park from the river. The day was changing. The early morning air had held a brittle and transitory brightness, but now the storm clouds forecast for the afternoon were rolling in from the west. But it was still warm for early autumn, and there came to him as he stood in the almost deserted car park, cleansed of the smell of hot metal and petrol, the scent of river water and sun-warmed grasses. He stood for a moment savouring it like a truant, feeling the pull of the water, wishing that there were time to follow the wraith of that dripping figure through the gateway to the peace of the river bank. Kate, coming out of her momentary trance, opened the car door and slid in. But she seemed to have shared his mood. She said, "It all seems so far away from that dingy Paddington vestry." He wondered if she was implying, not daring to say, "It's Berowne's murder we're supposed to be investigating, not the coincidental drowning of a girl he may hardly have seen." But now more than ever, he was convinced that the three deaths were linked: Travers, Nolan, Berowne. And the main purpose of their visit to the Black Swan had been achieved. Lampert's alibi held. Even driving a Porsche, it was hard to see how he could have killed Berowne and still been seated by 8:40. Chapter 2. With the electrification of the north-east suburban line, Wrentham Green had increasingly become a commuter town, despite the protestations of its older inhabitants that it was a county town of character, not a dormitory suburb of London. The town had woken up sooner than some of its less vigilant neighbours to the post-war despoliation of England's heritage by developers and local authorities, and had checked the worst excesses of that unholy alliance just in time. The broad 18th-century High Street, although desecrated by two modern multiple stores, was essentially intact, and the small close of Georgian houses facing the river was still regularly photographed for Christmas calendars, even if it required some contortions on the part of the photographer to exclude the end of the car park and the municipal lavatories. It was in one of the smaller houses of the close that the constituency Conservative Party had its headquarters. Passing through the portico door with its gleaming brass plate, Dalgliesh was met by the chairman, Frank Musgrave, and the vice-chairman, General Mark Knowlinge. As always, he had prepared himself for the visit. He knew more about both of them than he suspected either would have thought necessary. Together, in amicable harness, they had for the last 20 years run the local party. Frank Musgrave was an estate agent who ran a family business, still independent of the large conglomerates, which he had originally inherited from his father. From the number of houseboards Dalgliesh had noticed on his drive through the town and the neighbouring villages, the business was flourishing. The single word Musgrave, bold black lettering on white, had met him at every turn. Its reiteration had become an irritating, almost premonitory reminder of his destination. He and the General were an incongruous pair. It was Musgrave who at first sight looked like a soldier. Indeed, his resemblance to the late Field Marshal Montgomery was so marked that Dalgliesh wasn't surprised to hear him speak in a parody of that formidable warrior's staccato bark. The General barely came up to his shoulder. He held his slight body so rigidly that it seemed as if his vertebrae were fused, and his tonsured head, the crown ringed with fine white hair, was speckled as a thrush's egg. As Musgrave made the introductions, he looked up at Dalgliesh with eyes as innocently candid as a child's, but strained and puzzled, as if he had looked too long on unattainable horizons. In contrast to Musgrave's formal business suit and black tie, the General was wearing an ancient tweed jacket, cut according to some personal whim, with 2 oblong patches of suede on each elbow. His shirt and regimental tie were immaculate. With his shining face, he had the polished vulnerability of a well-tended child. Even in the first minutes of casual conversation, the mutual respect of the two men was immediately apparent. Whenever the General spoke, Musgrave would gaze from him to Dalgliesh with the slightly anxious frown of a parent, worried lest his offspring's brilliance should be underrated. Musgrave led the way through the wide hall, down a short passage to the room at the back of the house, which Berowne had used as his office. He said, "Kept it locked since Berowne's death. Your people rang, or we'd have locked it anyway. The General and I thought it the right thing to do. Not that there's anything here to shed light. Shouldn't think so anyway. Welcome to look, of course." The air smelt stale and dusty, almost sour, as if the room had been locked for months rather than days. Musgrave switched on the light, then strode over to the window and vigorously tugged back the curtains with a rattle of rings. A thin northern light filtered through the plain nylon curtains, beyond which Dalgliesh could see a small walled car park. He had seldom, he thought, been in a more depressing room, and yet it was difficult to explain why he should feel this sudden weight of dejection. The room was no worse than any of its kind, functional, uncluttered, impersonal, and yet he felt that the very air he breathed was infected by melancholy. He said, "Did he stay in this house when he was in the constituency?" "No, just used this room here as an office. He always stayed at the Courtenay Arms. Mrs. Powell kept a bed for him. It was cheaper and less trouble than having a flat in the constituency. Talked occasionally about asking me to find one, but it never came to anything. I don't think his wife was keen." Dalgliesh asked casually, "Did you see very much of Lady Berowne?" "Not a lot. Did her bit, of course. Annual fete, appearances at the local elections, that sort of thing. Decorative and gracious all round. Not much interested in politics, would you say, General?" "Lady Berowne? No, not greatly. The first Lady Berowne was different, of course, but then the Manstons have been a political family for 4 generations. I used to wonder sometimes whether Berowne hadn't entered politics to please his wife. I don't think he felt the same commitment after she was killed." Musgrave gave him a sharp glance, as if this were a heresy, previously unacknowledged, which even now was better left unspoken. He said quickly, "Yes, well, water under the bridge. Sad business. He was driving at the time. I expect you've heard." Dalgliesh said, "Yes, I had heard." There was a short, uncomfortable pause, during which it seemed to him that the golden image of Barbara Berowne glimmered, unacknowledged and disturbing, in the still air. He began his examination of the room, aware of the General's anxious, hopeful gaze, of Musgrave's sharp eyes on him as if watching a trainee clerk taking his first inventory. Set in the middle of the floor and facing the window was a solid Victorian desk and a button-backed swivel chair. In front of it were 2 smaller leather armchairs. There was a modern desk with a heavy old-fashioned typewriter to one side and 2 more chairs, and a low coffee table in front of the fireplace. The only memorable piece of furniture was a bureau bookcase with brass-bound panes, which occupied the recess to the right of the fireplace. Dalgliesh wondered if his companions knew its value. Then he guessed that respect for tradition would forbid its sale. Like the desk, it was part of the room, inviolate, not to be disposed of for a quick profit. Strolling over to it, he saw that it held an oddly assorted collection of reference books, local guides, biographies of notable Tory politicians, who's who, parliamentary reports, stationery office publications, even a few classical novels, apparently gummed together by immutable time. On the wall behind the desk was a copy of a well-known oil portrait of Winston Churchill, with a large colour photograph of Mrs. Thatcher hung to its right. But it was the picture above the fireplace which immediately caught the eye. Moving to it from the bookcase, Dalgliesh saw that it was an 18th-century oil painting by Arthur Devis of the Harrison family. The young Harrison, legs elegantly crossed in their satin breeches, stood with proprietorial arrogance beside a garden seat on which sat his thin-faced wife, her arm round a young child. A small girl sat demurely beside her, holding a basket of flowers, while to the left her brother's arm was raised to the string of a kite, luminous in the summer sky. Behind the group stretched a gentle English landscape in high summer, smooth lawns, a lake, a distant manor house. Dalgliesh recalled from his interview with Anthony Farrell that Musgrave had been left at Devis. This presumably was it. The general said, "Berowne brought it here from Camden Hill Square. He moved the Churchill portrait and hung it here instead. There was some feeling about it at the time. The Churchill had always hung over the mantelpiece." Musgrave had moved up beside Dalgliesh. He said, "I'll miss that picture. Never tired of looking at it. It was painted in Hertfordshire, only 6 miles from here. You can still see that landscape. Same oak tree, same lake, and the house. It's a school now. My grandfather was agent when it was sold. It couldn't be anywhere else but England. I never knew that painter's work till Berowne brought it here. Rather like a Gainsborough, isn't it? But I'm not sure I don't like it better than that one in the National Gallery, Mr. and Mrs. Robert Andrews. The women are a bit alike, though, aren't they? Thin-faced, arrogant. Wouldn't care to be married to either of them. But it's lovely, lovely." The general said quietly, "I'll be relieved when the family send for it. It's a responsibility." So neither of them knew about the legacy, unless they were better actors than he thought likely. Dalgliesh kept a prudent silence, but he would have given much to have seen Musgrave's face when he learned of his good luck. He wondered what spurt of quixotic generosity had prompted the gift. It was surely an exceptionally generous way of rewarding political loyalty. And it was an irritating complication. Common sense and imagination protested at the thought of Musgrave slitting a friend's throat to possess a picture, however obsessively desired, which there was no evidence he even knew had been willed to him. But in the normal course of human life, he would have been lucky to have outlived Berowne. He had been at the Camden Hill Square house on the afternoon of Berowne's death. He could have taken the diary. He almost certainly knew that Berowne used a cut-throat razor. Like everyone else who benefited from the death, he would have to be tactfully investigated. It was almost certainly a waste of effort. It would take time. It complicated the main thrust of the inquiry, but it still had to be done. They were, he knew, waiting for him to talk about the murder. Instead, he walked over to the desk and seated himself in Berowne's chair. That, at least, was comfortable, fitting his long limbs as if made for him. There was a thin film of dust on the desk surface. He pulled open the right-hand drawer and found nothing but a box of writing paper and envelopes, and a diary similar to the one found by the body. Opening it, he saw that it contained only engagements and an aide memoir for the days he spent in his constituency. Here, too, his life had been ordered, compartmentalized. Outside, a thin drizzle was beginning to fall, misting the window, so that he could see the brick wall of the car park and the bright, curved roofs of the cars, as if in a pointillist oil painting. What burden, he wondered, had Berowne brought with him into this sunless and depressing office? Disenchantment with the second job to which he had committed himself, guilt over his dead wife, his failed marriage, guilt over the mistress whose bed he had so recently left, guilt over his neglect of his only child, over the baronetcy which had been rightly his brother's, guilt because that better-loved elder son was dead and he was still alive. Most of the things I expected to value in life have come to me through death. And had there been perhaps a more recent guilt, Theresa Nolan, who had killed herself because she had aborted a child, his child? And what was there for him here amid these files and papers, mocking in their meticulous order his disordered life, but the catch-22 of the well-intentioned, the miserable batten on their victims? If you provide them what they crave, open your heart and mind to them, listen with sympathy, they come in ever-increasing numbers, draining you emotionally and physically until you have nothing left to give. If you repel them, they don't come back, and you're left despising yourself for your inhumanity. He said, I suppose this room is the place of last resort. It was Musgrave who understood him the quicker. 9 times out of 10, that's what it is. They've exhausted the patience of their families, DHSS staff, local authorities, friends. Then it's here. I voted for you. Do something. Some members like it, of course. Find it the most fascinating part of the job. They're the social worker's manqué. I suspect he didn't. What he tried to do, seemed almost obsessed with at times, was explaining to people the limits of government power, any government. Remember the last debate on the inner cities? I was in the public gallery. There was a lot of suppressed anger in his irony. If I understand the honourable member's somewhat confused argument, the government are asked to ensure equality of intelligence, talent, health, energy and wealth, while at the same time abolishing original sin as from the beginning of the next financial year. What divine providence has singularly failed to do, Her Majesty's government are to achieve by statutory order. The House didn't much like it. Not their kind of humour. He added, it was a lost battle anyway, educating the electorate in the limits of executive power. No one wants to believe it. And anyway, in a democracy, there's always an opposition to tell them that anything is possible. The General said, he was a conscientious constituency MP, but it took a lot out of him, more than we realised. I think he was sometimes torn between compassion and irritation. Musgrave jerked open the drawer of a filing cabinet and pulled out a file at random. Take this one. Spinster, age 52. In the middle of the change and feeling like hell. Dad dead, mum at home and virtually bedridden, demanding, incontinent, getting senile. No hospital bed, and mum wouldn't go voluntarily, even if there were. Or this one. 2 kids, both of them 19. She gets pregnant, they marry. Neither set of parents like it. Now they're living with the in-laws in a small, terraced house. No privacy. Can't make love. Mum will hear through the walls. Babies squalling. Family saying, I told you so. No hope of a council house for another 3 years, maybe longer. And that's typical of what we got every Saturday. Find me a hospital bed, a house, work. Give me money. Give me hope. Give me love. It's partly what the job is all about. But I think he found it frustrating. No, I'm not saying he wasn't sympathetic to the genuine cases. The General said quietly, all the cases are genuine. Misery always is. He gazed out of the window to where the drizzle had now strengthened to steady rain, and then said, perhaps we should have found him a more cheerful room. Musgrave expostulated, but the member has always used this room for his surgery, General, and it's only once a week. The General said quietly, nevertheless, when we get the new member, he should have something better. Musgrave capitulated without rancour. We could oust George, or use that front room on the top floor for the surgery, but then the elderly would have to manage the stairs. I don't see how we could rehouse the bar. Dalgliesh half expected him to call at once for plans and begin the reallocation, his own concerns half forgotten. He said, did his resignation come as a surprise? It was Musgrave who answered, absolutely. Complete shock. A shock and a betrayal. It's no good beating about the bush, General. It was a bad time for a by-election. He must have known. The General said, hardly a betrayal. We've never seen ourselves as a marginal seat. Anything under 15,000 is marginal these days. He should have soldiered on until the election. Dalgliesh asked, did he explain his reasons? I take it that he did see you both. He didn't merely write. Again it was Musgrave who answered, oh, he saw us all right. Actually deferred writing to the Chancellor until he told us. I was on holiday, my usual short autumn break, and he had the decency to wait until I was back. Came up here late last Friday. Friday the 13th, appropriately enough. He said that it wouldn't be right for him to continue as our member. It was time that his life took a different turn. Naturally, I asked what he meant by a different turn. You're a member of Parliament, I said. You're not driving a bloody bus. He said that he didn't know yet. He hadn't been shown. Hadn't been shown by whom, I asked. He said, God. Well, there's not much a man can say to that. Nothing like an answer like that for putting a stopper on rational discussion. How did he seem? Oh, perfectly calm. Perfectly normal. Too calm. That's what was so odd about it. A bit eerie, really, wouldn't you say, General? The General said very quietly, he looked to me like a man released from pain. Physical pain. Pale, drawn, but very peaceful. You can't mistake the look. Oh, he was peaceful enough. Obstinate, too. You couldn't argue. His decision had nothing to do with politics, though. We did at least establish that. I asked him outright, are you disillusioned with policy, with the party, with the PM, with us? He said it was nothing like that. He said, it's nothing to do with the party. It's myself I have to change. He seemed surprised by the question, almost amused, as if it were irrelevant. Well, it wasn't irrelevant to me. The General and I have given a lifetime of service to the party. It matters to us. It's not some kind of game, a trivial pursuit that you can pick up and put down when you're bored. We deserved a better explanation, and a bloody sight more consideration than we got. He seemed almost to resent having to talk about it. We could have been discussing arrangements for the summer fete. He began pacing the narrow room, his outrage a palpable force. The General said mildly, I'm afraid we were no help to him. No help at all. He wasn't asking for help, was he? Or for advice. He'd gone to a higher power for that. It's a pity he ever set foot in that church. Why did he, anyway? Do you know? He shot the question at Dalgliesh like an accusation. Dalgliesh said mildly, out of an interest in Victorian church architecture, apparently. Pity he didn't take up fishing or stamp collecting. Oh, well, he's dead, poor devil. No point in feeling bitter now. Dalgliesh said, you saw that article in the Paternoster Review, of course. Musgrave had got himself under control. He said, I don't read that kind of journal. If I want book reviews, I get them from the Sunday papers. His tone suggested that he was occasionally given to such odd indulgences. But someone read it and cut it out. It was round the constituency pretty sharply. The General's view was that it was actionable. General Nolan said, I thought that it might be. I advised him to consult his lawyer. He said he'd think about it. Dalgliesh said, he did more than that. He showed it to me. Asked you to investigate, did he? Musgrave's tone was sharp. Not really. He wasn't specific. Exactly. He wasn't specific about anything in those last few weeks. He added, of course, when he first told us that he'd written to the PM and was applying for the Chiltern Hundreds, we remembered that review article and braced ourselves for the scandal. Quite wrong, of course. Nothing as human or understandable. There's one odd thing, though, which we thought we'd better mention. Now that he's dead, it can't do any harm. It happened on the night that girl was drowned. Diana something or other. Dalgliesh said, Diana Travers. That's right. He turned up here that night. Well, early morning, really. He didn't arrive until well after midnight. But I was still here working on some papers. Something, or someone, had scratched his face. It was superficial, but deep enough to have bled. The scab had just formed. Could have been a cat, I suppose. Or he may have fallen into a rosebush. Equally, the claws could have been a woman's. Did he give any explanation? No, he didn't mention it, and neither did I, either then or later. Berowne had a habit of making it impossible for you to ask unwelcome questions. It couldn't have had anything to do with the girl, of course. Apparently, he wasn't dining at the Black Swan that night. But afterwards, when we read that article, it struck me as an odd coincidence. It was indeed, thought Dalgliesh. He asked, because the question was necessary, not because he expected any useful information, whether anyone in the constituency could have known that Berowne would be in St. Matthew's Church on the night of his death. Catching Musgrave's sharp, suspicious glance and the General's pained frown, he added, we have to consider the possibility that this was a planned murder, that the killer knew he would be there. If Sir Paul told someone in the constituency, telephoned perhaps, there has to be the chance that the conversation was overheard or passed on unwittingly. Musgrave said, You're not suggesting that he was killed by an aggrieved constituent? Bit far-fetched, surely. But not impossible. Aggrieved constituents write to the local press, cancel their subs and threaten to vote SDP next time. Can't see this as political in any sense. Damn it, man, he resigned his seat. He was out, finished, spent. No danger to anyone. After that nonsense in the church, no one was going to take him seriously anymore. The General's soft voice broke in. Not even the family knew where he was that night. It would be strange if he told someone here when he hadn't told them. How do you know, General? Mrs. Hurrell rang Camden Hill Square shortly after 8:30 and spoke to the housekeeper, Miss Matlock. Oh, at least, I understand that it was a young man who answered the telephone, but he handed it over to Miss Matlock. Wilfred Hurrell was the agent here. He died at 3 o'clock the next morning in St. Mary's Hospital, Paddington. Cancer, poor devil. He was devoted to Berowne, and Mrs. Hurrell rang Camden Hill Square because he was asking for him. Berowne had told her to ring at any time. He'd see that he could always be reached. That's what I find so odd. He knew that Wilfred hadn't long to go, yet he didn't leave a number or an address. That wasn't like him. Musgrave said, "Betty Hurrell rang me afterwards to see if he were in the constituency. I wasn't at home. I hadn't got back from London by then, but she spoke to my wife. She couldn't help her, of course. Bad business." Dalgliesh gave no sign that the call wasn't news to him. He asked, "Did Miss Matlock say that she'd ask any of the family whether they knew how to contact Sir Paul?" "She just told Mrs. Hurrell that he wasn't at home, and that no one in the house knew where he was. Mrs. Hurrell could hardly press the matter. Apparently, he left home shortly after 10:30 and never returned. I called at the house just before lunch, hoping to catch him, but he never came back. I expect they told you I was there." The General said, "I tried to reach him later, just before 6 o'clock, to make an appointment for the next day. I thought it might be helpful if we could have a quiet talk. He wasn't at home then." Lady Ursula answered the telephone. She said she'd look at his diary and ring back. "Are you sure, General?" "That I spoke to Lady Ursula? Oh, yes. Usually Miss Matlock answers, but sometimes one gets Lady Ursula." "Are you sure that she said she'd consult the diary?" "She may have said that she'd see if he were free and ring back, something like that. Naturally, I assumed that meant she would consult his diary. I said not to worry if it was any trouble. She's crippled with arthritis, you know." "Did she ring back?" "Yes, about 10 minutes later. She said that Wednesday morning seemed all right, but she'd asked Berowne to ring me and confirm next morning." Next morning. That suggested that she knew that her son wouldn't be back that night. More importantly, if she had indeed gone down to the study and had consulted the diary, then it had been there in the study drawer shortly after 6 on the day of Berowne's death, and at 6 o'clock, according to Father Barnes, he had arrived at the vicarage. Here at last could be the vital clue linking the murder with Camden Hill Square. This had been a carefully planned killing. The murderer had known where to find the diary, had taken it with him to the church, had partly burned it in an attempt to add verisimilitude to the suicide theory, and that placed the heart of the murder firmly in Berowne's household. But wasn't that where he had always known that it lay? He recalled that moment in Lady Ursula's sitting room when he had revealed the diary, the clawed hands, shriveled with age, tightening on the plastic, the frail body frozen into immobility. So she had known. Shocked as she was, her mind had still been working. But would any mother shield her son's murderer? Under one circumstance, he thought it possible that this mother might. But the truth was probably less complicated and less sinister. She couldn't believe that anyone she personally knew had been capable of this particular crime. She could accept only two possibilities. Either her son had killed himself, or, more likely and more acceptably, his murder had been the work of casual, unpremeditated violence. If Lady Ursula could bring herself to believe this, then she would see any connection with Camden Hill Square as irrelevant, a potential source of scandal, and worse, a damaging diversion of police energies from their job of finding the real killer. But he would have to question her about that telephone call. He had never in his professional life been afraid of a witness or a suspect, but this was one interview to which he wasn't looking forward. But if the diary had been in the desk at 6 o'clock, then at least Frank Musgrave was in the clear. He had left Camden Hill Square before, too. But his suspicion of Musgrave had immediately struck him as an irrelevance. And then another thought, possibly equally irrelevant, fell into his mind. What was it that Wilfred Hurrell, lying on his deathbed, had been so anxious to say to Paul Berowne? And was it possible that someone had been determined that he shouldn't have the opportunity to say it? Afterwards, the three of them lunched together in the elegant first-floor dining room overlooking the river, now running thick and turbulent under the driving rain. As they were seated, Musgrave said, "My great-grandfather once dined with Disraeli at this table. They looked out over much the same view." The words confirmed what Dalgliesh had suspected, that it was Musgrave whose family had always voted Tory, and who would find any other allegiance unthinkable, the general who had come to his political philosophy by a process of thought and intellectual commitment. It was an agreeable meal: stuffed shoulder of lamb, fresh vegetables beautifully cooked, a gooseberry tart with cream. He guessed that both his companions had tacitly agreed not to pester him with inquiries about the progress of the police investigation. They had earlier asked the obvious questions, and had met his reticence with tactful silence. He was inclined to put this restraint down to a wish that he should enjoy a meal over which they had obviously taken trouble, rather than to any reluctance to discuss a painful subject, or any fear that they might let slip things best left unspoken. They were served by an elderly black-coated waiter, with the face of an anxiously amiable toad, who poured an excellent Niersteiner with shaky hands, but without spilling a drop. The dining room was almost empty. There were only 2 couples, and they were at distant tables. Dalgliesh suspected that his hosts had tactfully ensured that he should enjoy his luncheon in peace. But both men found an opportunity to give him their opinion. When, after coffee, the general remembered the need to make a telephone call, Musgrave leaned confidingly across the table. "The general can't believe it's suicide. It isn't something he'd do himself, so he can't imagine it in his friends. I'd have said the same myself once. About Berowne, I mean. Not so sure now. There's a madness in the air. Nothing's certain any more, least of all people. You think you know them, know how they behave, but you don't. You can't. We're all strangers. That girl now, the nurse, the one who killed herself. If it was Berowne's child she aborted, that couldn't have been easy for him to live with. Not trying to interfere, you understand. Your job, of course, not mine. But the case seems pretty straightforward to me." And it was in the car park, when Musgrave had left them to go to his car, that the general said, "I know that Frank thinks that Berowne killed himself, but he's wrong. Not malicious or disloyal or unkind, just wrong. Berowne wasn't the kind of man to kill himself." Dalgliesh said, "I don't know whether he was or wasn't. What I am reasonably sure of is that he didn't." They watched in silence while Musgrave, with a final wave, negotiated the gate and accelerated out of sight. It seemed to Dalgliesh an additional perversity of fate that he should be driving a black Rover with an A registration. Half an hour later, Frank Musgrave turned into the drive of his house. It was a small but elegant red-bricked country house designed by Lutyens and bought by his father 40 years earlier. Musgrave had inherited it with the family business, and regarded it with as much obsessional pride as if it had been a 200-year-old family seat. He maintained it with jealous care, as he looked after everything that was his wife, his son, his business, his car. Usually he drove up to it with no more than a customary satisfaction of the old man's good eye for a house. But every 6 months, as if in obedience to some unstated law, he would halt the car and make a deliberate revaluation of its market price. He did that now. He had hardly entered the hall when his wife, anxious-faced, came out to meet him. Taking the coat from his shoulders, she said, "How did it go, dear?" "All right. He's an odd man. Not altogether friendly, but perfectly civil. Seemed to enjoy his lunch." He paused and added, "He knows that it was murder." "Oh, no, Frank, not that. What are you going to do?" "What everyone else concerned with Berowne will do. Try to limit the damage." "Has Betty Hurrell rung?" "About 20 minutes ago. I told her that you'd be coming to see her." "Yes," he said heavily. "I must do that." He laid his hand momentarily on his wife's shoulder. Her family hadn't wanted her to marry him, hadn't thought him good enough for the only child of a previous Lord Lieutenant of the county. But he had married her, and they had been happy, was still happy. He thought with sudden anger, "He's done enough damage. This is where it stops. I'm not going to risk everything I've worked for, everything I've achieved and my father before me, just because Paul Berowne goes off his head in a church vestry." Chapter 3. Scarsdale Lodge was a large L-shaped modern block of flats, brick-built, its front disfigured rather than enhanced by a series of irregular jutting balconies. A path of stone blocks led between twin lawns to the canopied entrance porch. In the middle of each lawn, a small circular flower bed closely packed with dwarf dahlias, ranging in circles through white to yellow, and finally red, glared upwards like a bloodshot eye. To the left, a driveway brought them to the rear garage block, and to a marked parking lot with a notice, warning that it was strictly for the use of visitors to Scarsdale Lodge. It was overlooked by the smaller windows at the back of the building, and Dalgliesh, knowing how paranoid flat residents become over unlicensed parking, guessed that a watch would be kept on it for alien cars. Almost certainly Berowne would have judged it safer to leave his car in the public park at Stanmore Station, and would have walked the last quarter of a mile uphill, an anonymous commuter with the ubiquitous briefcase, the carrier bag of wine, the offering of flowers bought from a stall near Baker Street or Westminster Underground. And Stanmore wasn't so very far out of his way. It was, in fact, conveniently on the route to his Hertfordshire constituency. He would be able to snatch the odd hour on a Friday night, that hiatus between his London life and his Saturday morning constituency surgery. He and Kate walked in silence to the front door. It was fitted with an intercom, hardly the most effective security, but better than none, and with the advantage that there was no porter to watch comings and goings. Kate's ring and her careful announcement of their names through the grille was answered only by the burr of the released door, and they passed through a hall that was typical of 1,000 in similar apartment blocks in suburban London. The floor was of checkered vinyl, polished to mirror brightness. On the left wall was a cork board, with notices from the managing agents about the date of lift maintenance and the cleaning contract. To the right, an immense cheese plant in a green plastic pot, inadequately supported, drooped its bifurcated leaves. Ahead of them were the twin lifts. The silence was absolute. Somewhere up there, people must be living their cabined lives, but the air, sharp with the tang of floor polish, was as silent as if this were an apartment house of the dead. The tenants would be Londoners, transients most of them, young professionals on their way up, secretaries sharing with each other, retired couples living their self-contained lives. And a visitor could be coming to any one of the 40-odd flats. If Berowne were sensible, he would have taken the lift to a different floor each time and walked up, but the risk would be small. Stanmore, for all its high leafiness, was no longer a village. There would be no peeping eyes behind the curtains to watch when he came or went. If Berowne had bought it for his mistress, as a convenient anonymous meeting place, he had chosen well. Number 46 was the corner flat on the top floor. They trod silently along a carpeted corridor to the white unnamed door. When Kate rang, he wondered whether an eye was regarding them through the peephole, but the door was opened at once, as if she had been standing there waiting for them. She stood aside and motioned them in. Then she turned to Dalgliesh and said, "I've been expecting you. I knew you'd come sooner or later, and at least I'll know now what happened. I can hear someone speak his name, even if it's only a policeman." She was ready for them. She had done her crying. Not all the crying she would do for her lover, but that dreadful howling anguish that tears the body apart was over now, at least for a time. He had had to witness its effects too often to miss the signs, the puffy eyelids, the skin dulled by grief's despoiling power, the lips swollen and unnaturally red, as if the lightest blow would burst them open. It was difficult to know how she normally looked. He thought that she had a pleasant, intelligent face, long-nosed, but with high cheekbones and a firm jaw and a good skin. Her hair, mid-brown, strong and straight, was drawn back from her face, and tied with a tag of crumpled ribbon. A few hairs lay damply across her forehead. Her voice was cracked and strained with recent crying, but she had it well under control. He felt a respect for her. If grief was the criterion, she was the widow. As they followed her into the sitting room, he said, "I'm very sorry to have to trouble you, and so soon. You know why we're here, of course. Do you feel able to talk about him? I need to know him better than I do, if I'm to get anywhere." She seemed to understand what he meant, that the victim was central to his death. He died because of what he was, what he knew, what he did, what he planned to do. He died because he was uniquely himself. Murder destroyed privacy, laid bare with brutal thoroughness all the petty contrivances of the dead life. Dalgliesh would rummage through Berowne's past as thoroughly as he rummaged through a victim's cupboards and files. The victim's privacy was the first to go, but no one intimately concerned with murder was left unscathed. The victim had at least escaped beyond earthbound considerations of dignity, embarrassment, reputation. But for the living, to be part of a murder investigation was to be contaminated by a process which would leave few of their lives unchanged. But at least, he thought, it had the merit of democracy. Murder remained the unique crime. Peer and pauper stood equal before it. The rich were, of course, advantaged in this as in everything. They could afford the best lawyers. But in a free society there was little else they could buy. She asked, "Would you like some coffee?" "Very much, please, if it's not too much trouble." Kate asked, "Can I help?" "Oh, it won't take long." Kate apparently took the words as an acceptance and followed the girl into the kitchen, leaving the door ajar. It was typical of her, thought Dalgliesh, this unsentimental, practical response to people and their immediate concerns. Without hectoring or presumption, she could reduce the most embarrassing situation to something approaching normality. It was one of her strengths. Now, above the tinkle of kettle-lid and crockery, he could hear their voices, conversational, almost ordinary. From the few phrases he could catch, they seemed to be discussing the merits of a make of electric kettle which both possessed. Suddenly he felt that he shouldn't be there, that he was redundant as a detective and a man. They would both get on better without his male, destructive presence. Even the room seemed inimical to him, and he could almost persuade himself that the low, broken sibilants of female voices were in conspiracy. There was the grinding roar of a coffee mill. So, she used fresh ground beans. But of course, she would take trouble over the coffee. It was the drink she and her lover must most often have shared. He looked around the sitting room with its long window giving a distant view of the London skyline. The furniture represented a rather orthodox good taste. The sofa, covered with fawn linen, uncrumpled, still pristine, looked expensive, and was probably Scandinavian in the austerity of the design. On each side of the fireplace were matching armchairs, the covers more worn than that on the sofa. The fireplace itself was modern, a simple shelf of white wood above a plain surround. And the fire, he saw, was one of the newest gas models, which gave an illusion of burning coals and a living flame. She would have been able to turn it on as soon as she heard his ring. Instant comfort, instant warmth. And if he didn't come, if there was business at the house or at home, or in the constituency which kept him from her, there would be no cold ash the next morning to mock her with his easy symbolism. Above the sofa was a line of watercolours, gentle English landscapes, their quality unmistakable. He thought he recognised a Lear and a Cotman. He wondered if these had been Berowne's gifts, a way perhaps of transferring to her something of value which both could enjoy and which her pride could accept. The wall opposite the fireplace was covered with wooden adjustable units reaching from floor to ceiling. These held a simple stereo system, racks for records, a television set, and her books. Walking over to inspect them and flicking them open, he saw she had read history at Reading University. Take away the books and substitute popular prints for the watercolours, and the room could have been a showroom in a newly built block of flats, seducing the prospective buyer with a depressingly orthodox good taste. He thought, there are rooms designed to be got away from, bleak ante-rooms where the armour is buckled on to confront the real world outside. There are rooms to come back to, claustrophobic refuges from the arduous business of work and striving. This room was a world in itself, a still centre, provisioned with economy and care, but containing everything necessary to its owner's life. The flat itself an investment in more than property. All her capital had been tied up here, monetary and emotional. He looked at the row of plants, varied, well-tended, glossily healthy, which were ranged on the windowsill. But then, why shouldn't they be healthy? She was always there to tend them. The two women came back into the room, Miss Washburn carrying a tray with a percolator, 3 large white cups, a jug of hot milk, and sugar crystals. She set it down on the coffee table. Dalgliesh and Kate seated themselves on the sofa. Miss Washburn poured the coffee, including a cup for herself, then carried it over to her seat by the fire. As Dalgliesh had expected, the coffee was excellent, but she didn't drink. She gazed across at them and said, "The television newsreader said knife wounds." "What wounds?" "Is that how you heard, on the television news?" She said with great bitterness, "Of course. How else would I hear?" Dalgliesh was shaken by a pity so unexpected and so acute that for a moment he dared not speak. And with the pity came a resentment against Berowne which frightened him with its intensity. Surely the man had faced the possibility of sudden death. He was a public figure. He must have known there was always a risk. Hadn't there been someone that he could trust with his secret? Someone who could have broken the news to her, visited her, brought her at least the comfort that he had thought about saving her pain? Couldn't he have found time in his over-busy life to write a letter, which could have been privately taken to her if he had died unexpectedly? Or had he been arrogant enough to think himself immune from the risks of lesser mortals, a coronary, a car accident, an IRA bomb? The tide of anger ebbed, leaving a slough of self-disgust. It had been directed against himself. He thought, "Isn't that how I might have behaved? We're alike, even in this. If he had a splinter of ice in the heart, then so have I." She repeated stubbornly, "What knife wounds?" There was no way of telling it gently. His throat was cut. His and the tramp's who was with him, Harry Mack. He didn't know why telling her Harry's name should be important, as it had been important to speak it to Lady Ursula. It was as if he were determined that none of them should forget Harry. She asked, "With Paul's razor?" "It's probable." And the razor was still there, by the body? She had said body, not bodies. There was only one which concerned her. He said, "Yes, by his outstretched hand." "And the outside door? Was it unlocked?" "Yes." She said, "So he let in his murderer, just as he let in the tramp? Or did the tramp kill him?" "No, the tramp didn't kill him. Harry was a victim, not a killer." "Then it was an outsider. Paul couldn't have killed anyone, and I don't believe he killed himself." Dalgliesh said, "We don't believe it either. We're treating it as murder. That's why we need your help. We need you to talk about him. You probably knew him better than any other person." She said, so low that he could only just catch the whisper, "I thought I did. I thought I did." She took up her cup and tried to lift it to her lips, but couldn't control it. Dalgliesh felt Kate stiffen at his side, and wondered whether she was controlling an impulse to put her arms round the girl's shoulder and raise the cup to her lips. But she didn't move, and at the second attempt, Miss Washburn managed to get her mouth to the brim. She gulped in the coffee noisily, like a thirsty child. Watching her, Dalgliesh knew what he was doing, and the more fastidious part of his mind was repelled by it. She was alone, unacknowledged, denied the simple human need to share her grief, to talk about her lover, and it was that need which he was about to exploit. He sometimes thought bitterly that exploitation was at the heart of successful detection, particularly with murder. You exploited the suspect's fear, his vanity, his need to confide, the insecurity that tempted him to say that one vital sentence too many. Exploiting grief and loneliness was only another version of the same technique. She looked at him and said, "Can I see where it happened? I mean, without making a fuss about it or being noticed. I should like to sit there alone when they have the funeral. It would be better than sitting at the back of the congregation, trying not to make a fool of myself." He said, "At the moment, the back of the church is being kept locked, but I'm sure it could be arranged once we've finally finished with the place. Father Barnes, he's the parish priest, would let you in. It's a very ordinary room. Just a vestry, dusty, rather cluttered, smelling of hymn books and incense, but a very peaceful place." He added, "I think it happened very quickly. I don't think he felt any pain. But he must have felt fear. Perhaps not even that." She said, It's such an unlikely thing to have happened, that conversion. Divine revelation, whatever it was. Well, that sounds foolish. Of course it's unlikely. I mean that it's an unlikely thing to have happened to Paul. He was, well, worldly. Oh, I don't mean in the sense that he only cared about success, money, prestige. He was so in the world, of the world. He wasn't a mystic. He wasn't even particularly religious. He usually went to church on Sundays and on the major feast days because he enjoyed the liturgy. He wouldn't attend if they used the new Bible or prayer book. And he said he liked an hour when he could think without interruptions, without the telephone ringing. He once said that formal religious observance confirmed identity, reminded one of the limits of behaviour, something like that. Belief wasn't meant to be a burden, nor was disbelief. Does any of this make sense? Yes. He liked food, wine, architecture, women. I don't mean that he was promiscuous, but he loved the beauty of women. I couldn't give him that, but I could give him something no one else could. Peace, honesty, total trust. It was odd, he thought. It was the religious experience, not the murder, that she needed most to talk about. Her lover was dead, and even the enormity of that final, irrevocable loss couldn't blot out the pain of that earlier betrayal. But they would get round to the murder in time. There was no hurry. He wouldn't get what he wanted by rushing her now. He asked, "Did he explain it to you, that experience in the vestry?" "He came round the following night. He had a meeting in the house and it was late. He couldn't stay long. He told me that he had had an experience of God. That's all. An experience of God." He made it sound perfectly matter-of-fact. But it wasn't, of course. Then he left. I knew then I'd lost him. Not as a friend, perhaps, but then I didn't want him as a friend. I'd lost him as a lover. I'd lost him forever. He didn't need to tell me that. There were, he knew, women to whom secrecy, risk, treachery, conspiracy gave a love affair that extra erotic charge. They were women as uncommitted as their men, as fond of personal privacy, who wanted an intense relationship, but not at the price of their careers. Women to whom sexual passion and domesticity were irreconcilable. But she, he thought, had not been one of them. He recalled word for word his conversation with Higginson of Special Branch. Higginson, in his carefully tailored tweeds, straight-backed, clear-eyed, firm-jawed under the cropped moustache, so like the conventional image of an army officer that for Dalgliesh he walked in an aura of bogus respectability. A con man, deferential at suburban doorways, a second-hand car salesman loitering at Warren Street Underground. Even his cynicism seemed as carefully calculated as his accent. Yet the accent was perfectly genuine, and so was the cynicism. The worst you could say of Higginson was that he liked his job too well. "It's the usual thing, my dear Adam. A decorative wife for show, the devoted little woman on the side for use. Only in this case I'm not sure what use precisely. The choice is a little surprising, you'll see. But there's no security problem. Never has been. They've both been remarkably discreet. Berowne has always made it plain that he accepted any necessary security precautions, but that he was entitled to take some risks where his private life was concerned. She has never made trouble. I'd be surprised if she makes it now. There'll be no embarrassing little bundle in 8 months' time." Could she, he wondered, have really shut her eyes to the reality? That the affair was documented, every step of its progress noted with almost clinical detachment by those cynical watchers who had decided, no doubt after the normal bureaucratic process, that she should be classified as a harmless diversion, that Berowne could enjoy his weekly entertainment without official harassment. Surely she couldn't have deceived herself, and neither could he. She was, after all, herself a bureaucrat, a principal. She must know how the system worked. She was still comparatively junior, but it was her world. One sign that she was a security risk, and he would have been warned off. And he would have taken the warning. You didn't become a minister of state if you hadn't enough ambition, egotism, and ruthlessness to know where your priorities had to lie. He asked, "How did you meet?" "How do you expect? At work. I was a principal in his private office. So it had been as he had expected. And then, when you became lovers, you asked for a transfer. No, I was due for a transfer. You don't stay long in private office. Did you ever meet his family? He didn't take me home, if that's what you mean. He didn't introduce me to his wife or Lady Ursula and say, "Meet Carol Washburn, meet my mistress." How often did you see him? As often as he could get away. Sometimes we had a half day, sometimes a couple of hours. He tried to drop in on his way to his constituency if he were alone. Sometimes we couldn't meet for weeks. And he never suggested marriage. Forgive me, this question could be important. If you mean that someone could have slit his throat to prevent him from asking for a divorce to marry me, you're wasting your time. The answer to your question, Commander, is no, he never suggested marriage, and neither did I. Would you describe him as happy? She didn't seem surprised by the apparent irrelevance of the question, nor did she need to give it much thought. She had known the answer for a long time. No, not really. What happened to him? I don't mean the murder. What happened to him in that church, whatever it was, I don't think it would have happened if he'd been satisfied with his life, if our love had been enough for him. It was enough for me, all I wanted, all I needed. It wasn't enough for him. I've always known that. Nothing was enough for Paul. Nothing. Did he tell you that he'd had a poisoned pen letter about Theresa Nolan and Diana Travers? Yes, he told me. He didn't take it seriously. He took it seriously enough to show it to me. She said, "Theresa Nolan's child, the one she aborted, it wasn't his, if that's what you're thinking. It couldn't have been. He would have told me. Look, it was just a poisoned pen letter. Politicians get them all the time. They're used to them. Why worry about it now? Because anything that happened during the last weeks of his life could be important. You must see that. What does it matter? The scandal or the lies? They can't touch him now. They can't hurt him. Nothing can. Not anymore." He asked gently, "Were there things that hurt him?" He was human, wasn't he? Of course there were things that hurt him. What things? His wife's infidelity? She didn't reply. He said, "Miss Washburn, my priority is catching his murderer, not preserving his reputation. They needn't be incompatible. I'll try to see that they aren't. But I'm clear which has to come first. Shouldn't you be?" She spoke with sudden fierceness. "No, I preserved his privacy. Not reputation. Privacy. For 3 years. It's cost me a lot. I haven't complained to him. I'm not complaining now. I knew the rules. But I'm going to go on preserving his privacy. It was important to him. If I don't, all those years of discretion, never being seen together, never being able to say, 'This is my man, we're lovers,' always taking second place to his job, his wife, his constituents, his mother, what has been the point of it? You can't bring him back." That was always the cry when the going got rough. You can't bring them back. He remembered his second child murderer, the hidden cache of pornographic photographs the police had uncovered in the killer's flat, indecent poses of his victims, pathetic childish bodies violated and exposed. It had been his job as a newly promoted detective inspector to ask a mother to identify her daughter. The woman's eyes had glanced at the photograph once only, and then stared ahead, denying knowledge, denying truth. There were some realities which the mind refused to accept, even in the cause of retribution, of justice. You can't bring them back. It was the cry of the whole defeated, anguished, grieving world. But she was speaking. "There were a lot of things I couldn't give him. But I could give him secrecy, discretion. I've heard about you. There was that business down in the Fens, the forensic scientist who was murdered. Paul told me about it. It was quite a triumph for you, wasn't it? You say, 'What about the victim?' But what about your victims? I expect you'll catch Paul's murderer. You usually do, don't you? Does it ever occur to you to count the cost?" Dalgliesh felt Kate stiffen at the clear note of dislike and contempt. The girl went on, "But you'll have to do it without me. You don't really need my help. I'm not going to break Paul's confidences just so that you can notch up another success. He said, "There's the matter of the dead tramp, Harry Mack. I'm sorry, but I've nothing left over to spare for Harry Mack, not even sympathy. I'm leaving Harry Mack out of my calculations." "I can't leave him out of mine." "Of course not. That's your job. Look, I know nothing that can help solve this murder for you. If Paul had enemies, I don't know about them. I've told you about him and me. You knew anyway. But I'm not getting involved any deeper. And I'm not ending up in the witness box, photographed on my way into court, pictured on the front page, Paul Berowne's little bit on the side." She got to her feet. It was the sign for them to go. When they reached the door, she said, "I want to get away, just for a couple of weeks. I've plenty of leave in hand. If the papers find out about me, then I don't want to be here when it happens. I couldn't bear that. I want to get out of London, out of England. You can't stop me." Dalgliesh said, "No, but we'll still be here when you come back." "And if I don't come back?" She spoke with the weary acceptance of defeat. How could she live abroad, dependent as she was on her job, her salary? This flat might have lost its meaning for her, but London was still her home, and the job would be important to her for more reasons than money. A young woman didn't become a principal without intelligence, hard work, ambition. But he answered her question as if it had reality. "Then I should have to come to you." Outside in the car, buckling on his seat-belt, he said, "I wonder if we would have got more out of her if you'd seen her alone. She might have spoken more freely if I hadn't been there." Kate said, "Possibly, sir, but only if I'd promised to keep it confidential, and I don't see how I could have done that." Massingham, he suspected, would have promised secrecy, and then had no compunction in telling. That was one of the differences between them. "No," he said, "you couldn't have done that." Chapter 4. Back in New Scotland Yard, Kate burst into Massingham's office. She found him alone, surrounded by paper, and had pleasure in interrupting his conscientious but unenthusiastic perusal of the door-to-door inquiry reports with a vehement account of the interview. She had controlled her sense of outrage with difficulty on the drive back to the yard, and was in the mood for a confrontation, preferably with a male. The man was a shit. "Oh, I don't know. Aren't you being a bit hard?" "It's the same old story. He basks in his success. She's tucked away in the equivalent of a Victorian love nest to serve his purpose when he has an odd moment to spare for her. We could be back in the 19th century. But we aren't. It's her choice. Come off it, Kate. She has a good job, her own flat, a good salary, a career with a pension. She could have chucked him any day she chose. He wasn't coercing her. Not physically, perhaps. Don't start singing a variation of the old song, "It's the man what gets the pleasure, it's the girl what gets the blame." Recent history is against you anyway. There was nothing to stop her having it out with him. She could have given him an ultimatum. "You've got to choose. It's her or me." Knowing what his choice would be. Well, that's the risk, isn't it? She might have struck lucky. This isn't the 19th century, and he's not Parnell. Divorce wouldn't have harmed his career. Not for long, not much. It wouldn't have helped it. OK, take your chap, whoever he is, or any chap you might fancy. If you had to choose between him and your job, would that be so easy? When you're feeling censorious, better ask yourself which you'd choose. The question disconcerted her. He probably either knew or had guessed about Alan. You didn't keep many secrets in the CID, and her very reticence about her private life would have stimulated curiosity. But she hadn't expected such perception from him, or such frankness, and she wasn't sure she liked it. She said, "Well, it hasn't made me respect him." "You don't have to respect him. We're not asked to respect him or like him or admire his politics, his ties or his taste in women. Our job is to catch his murderer." She sat down opposite him, suddenly weary, and let her shoulder bag slip to the floor, then watched him as he began putting his papers together. She liked his office, intrigued by the difference between its sparse masculinity and the murder squad room down the corridor. There the atmosphere was heavily masculine, reminiscent, she thought, of an officer's mess. But as she had once overheard Massingham say to Dalgliesh, with the sly malice which his subordinates found offensive, and which reminded them of his old nickname of the On John. Not altogether a first-class regiment, would you say, sir? The squad were called in to investigate crime at sea, and were usually rewarded with a framed photograph of the ship concerned. These were mounted in regular lines along the walls, together with signed portraits of chiefs of police from Commonwealth countries, emblems and badges, signed testimonials, even the occasional photograph of a celebratory dinner. Massingham's walls were decorated only with colour prints of early cricket matches, borrowed, she guessed, from his home. These gentle evocations of long-dead summers, the oddly shaped bats, the top hats of the players, the familiar cathedral spires piercing an English sky, the shadowed grass, and the crinolined ladies with their parasols, had at first been a source of mild interest to his colleagues, but were now hardly noticed. Kate thought his choice showed a nice compromise between masculine conformity and personal taste, and he could hardly have mounted his school photographs. Eton wasn't exactly unacceptable to the Met, but it wasn't a school to boast about. She asked, "How is the house-to-house going?" "As you'd expect. No one saw or heard anything. They were all sitting glued to the box, down at the Dog and Duck or at bingo. No big fish, but we netted the usual minnows. Pity we can't throw them back. Still, it'll keep division busy." "And the cab drivers?" "No luck. One chap remembered driving a middle-aged gent to within 40 yards of the church at the relevant time. We traced the fare. He was visiting his lady friend." "What, in a love nest off the Harrow Road?" "He had somewhat specific requirements. Remember Fatima?" "Good God, is she still on the job?" "Very much so. She's also taken to doing a little snouting for Chalky White. The lady's none too pleased with us at present. Neither is Chalky." "And the fare?" "Well, he's putting in an official complaint. Harassment, interference with personal liberty, the usual. And we've had 6 confessions to the murder." "6? So soon?" "3 of them we've met before. All certifiable. One did it to protest against Tory policy on immigration, one because Berowne had seduced his granddaughter, and one because the Archangel Gabriel told him to. They've all got the time wrong. They all used a knife, not a razor, and you won't be surprised to hear that none of them can produce it. With a singular lack of originality, they all claim to have chucked it in the canal." She said, "Do you ever wonder how much of our job is really cost-effective?" "From time to time." "What do you expect us to do about it?" "Waste less time on the minnows to begin with." "Oh, come off it, Kate. We can't pick and choose. Only within strict limits, anyway. And it's no different with the doctor. He can't make the whole society healthy. He can't heal the world. He'd go crazy if he tried. He just treats what comes his way. Sometimes he wins, sometimes he loses." She said, "But he doesn't spend all his time cauterizing warts while the cancers go untreated." He said, "Hell, if bloody murder isn't a cancer, what is it? Actually, it's probably a murder investigation, not common crime, which isn't cost-effective. Think what it costs to put the Yorkshire Ripper behind bars. Think what this killer will cost the taxpayer before we get him. If we get him." And for the first time she was tempted to add, "and if he exists." Massingham got up from the desk. "You need a drink. I'll buy you one." Suddenly she almost liked him. "Okay," she said. "Thanks." She picked up her shoulder bag, and they went out together to the senior officers' mess. Chapter 5. Mrs. Iris Minns lived in a council flat on the 2nd floor of a block off the Portobello Road. To park anywhere close on a Saturday, the day of the street market, was impossible, so Massingham and Kate left the car at the Notting Hill police station and walked. The Saturday market was, as always, a carnival, a cosmopolitan, peaceable if noisy celebration of human gregariousness, curiosity, gullibility, and greed. It brought back to Kate memories of her early days in the division. She always walked through the cluttered street with pleasure, although she seldom bought. She had never shared the popular obsession with the trivia of the past. And for all its air of cheerful camaraderie, the market was, she knew, less innocent than it looked. Not all the bundles of notes in various currencies changing hands would find their way into tax returns. Not all the trading was in the harmless artifacts of the past. The usual number of unwary visitors would be relieved of their wallets or purses before they reached the bottom of the road. But few London markets were as gentle, as entertaining, or as good-humoured. This morning, as always, she entered the narrow, raucous thoroughfare with a lifting of the spirits. Iris Minns lived in flat 26 of Block 2, a building separated from the main block and from the road by a wide courtway. As they crossed it, watched by several pairs of carefully incurious but wary eyes, Massingham said, "I'll do the talking." She felt the familiar spurt of resentment, but said nothing. The appointment had been made by telephone for 9:30, and from the speed with which the front door was opened to their ring, Mrs. Minns must have been among those watching their arrival from behind their curtains. They found themselves facing a small, compact figure with a square face, a round, determined chin, a long mouth which twitched into a brief smile, which seemed less one of welcome than of satisfaction that they were there on time, and a pair of dark, almost black eyes, which gave them a quick, appraising glance, as if inspecting them for dust. She took the trouble to examine Massingham's warrant card with some care, then stood aside and motioned them in, saying, "Well, you're on time. I'll say that for you. There's tea or coffee if you fancy it." Massingham quickly refused it for both of them. Kate's first instinct was to say quickly that she would like coffee, but she resisted the temptation. This could be an important interview. There was no point in jeopardizing its success out of personal pique. And Mrs. Minns wouldn't miss any overt antagonism between them. She couldn't have been mistaken in the flash of intelligence in those dark eyes. The sitting-room into which they were shown was so remarkable that she hoped that her surprise didn't show too clearly on her face. Provided by local bureaucracy with an oblong box 15 feet by 10, a single window and a door opening to a balcony too small for any purpose but giving air to a few pot plants, Mrs. Minns had created a small, Victorian sitting-room, dark, cluttered, claustrophobic. The wallpaper was a dark olive green, patterned with ivy and lilies, the carpet a faded but serviceable Wilton, while occupying almost the whole of the middle of the room was an oblong table of polished mahogany with curved legs, its surface mirror-bright, and 4 high-backed carved chairs. A smaller octagonal table was set against one wall holding an aspidistra in a brass pot, while the walls were hung with sentimental prints in maple frames, The Sailor's Farewell and Sailor's Return, a child reaching for a flower above a brook, its heedless steps protected by a winged angel, wearing an expression of pious imbecility. In front of the window stood a long plant holder of wrought iron painted white, filled with pots of geraniums, and outside on the balcony they could glimpse terracotta pots holding ivy and climbing plants, whose variegated leaves were entwined with the railings. The focus of the room was a 17-inch television set, but this was less of an anachronism than might first appear, since it was placed against a background of green ferns, whose fronds curled against the screen like an ornate but living frame. The window ledge was covered with small tubs of African violets, deep purple and a freckled paler mauve. Kate thought that they were planted in yoghurt tubs, but it was difficult to be sure since each was decorated with a plaited paper doily. A sideboard with an elaborately carved back was covered with china animals, dogs discordant in size and breed, a spotted fawn, and half a dozen china cats in unconvincing feline attitudes, each one on a starched linen mat, presumably to protect the polished mahogany. The whole room was spotlessly clean, the pungent smell of polish overwhelming. When in winter the heavy red velvet curtains were drawn, it would be possible to believe oneself in another setting, another age, and Mrs. Minns could have been part of it. She was wearing a black skirt and a white blouse buttoned to the neck and fastened with a cameo brooch, and with her greying hair dressed high at the front and coiled in a small bun at the nape of the neck, she looked, thought Kate, like an ageing actress, dressed for the part of a Victorian housekeeper. The only criticism one could make was that the rouge and eyeshadow had been over-lavishly applied. She seated herself in the right-hand armchair and motioned Kate to the other, leaving Massingham to seat himself by turning round one of the dining chairs. In it he looked uncomfortably high and, thought Kate, somewhat at a disadvantage, a male intruder into comfortable female domesticity. In the autumn light, filtered through lace curtains and the green of the balcony plants, his face under the thatch of red hair looked almost sickly, the freckles over the forehead standing out like a splutter of pale blood. He said, "Can't we have the door closed? I can't hear myself speak." The door onto the balcony was ajar. Kate got up and went over to close it. To the right she could glimpse the huge blue and white teapot hanging outside the Portobello pottery, and the painted wall panel of the porcelain market. The noise of the street came up to her like the clatter of shingle on a seashore. Then she closed the door, and the sound was deadened. Mrs. Minns said, "It's only on a Saturday. Mr. Smith and I don't much mind. You get used to it. I always say it's a bit of life." She turned to Kate. "You live in these parts, don't you? I'm sure I've seen you shopping up at the gate." "Very possibly, Mrs. Minns. I'm not far away." "Oh, well, it's a village, isn't it? You see everyone up at the gate sooner or later." Massingham said impatiently, "You mentioned a Mr. Smith." "He lives here, but you can't see him. Not that he'd be able to tell you anything. But he's off roaming." "Roaming? Where?" "How do I know? On his bicycle. His folk used to live in Highgate Village in the old days. Proper little slum it was when his granddad was alive. 160,000 they're asking for the houses now. I reckon he's got gypsy blood, has Mr. Smith. There was a lot of gypsies settled round here after they pulled down the Hippodrome racecourse. He's always roaming. It's easier for him now that British Rail let his bike go free. Lucky for you he isn't here. He's not too keen on the police. Too many of your chaps pick him up for nothing, only sleeping under a hedge. That's what's wrong with this country. Too much picking on decent people. And other things I could mention what we're not allowed to say." Kate could sense Massingham's anxiety to get on with the matter in hand, and as if she too had sensed it, Mrs. Minns said, "It was a proper shock for me, I don't mind telling you. Lady Ursula rang me up just before 9 o'clock that night. She told me you'd be sure to be along sooner or later." "So that was the first you'd heard of Sir Paul's death, when his mother rang to warn you?" "Warn me? No call to warn me. I didn't slit his throat for him, poor gentleman, nor I don't know who did. You'd have thought Miss Matlock might have taken the trouble to phone earlier. That would have been better for me than hearing it on the 6 o'clock news. I wondered whether to ring the house, find out if there was anything I could do, but I reckoned they'd be bothered with enough calls without me on the line. Better wait, I thought, until someone rings." Massingham said, "And that was Lady Ursula, just before 9. "That's right. Nice of her to trouble. But then we've always got on well, me and Lady Ursula. You call her Lady Ursula Berowne because she's the daughter of an earl. Lady Berowne is only the wife of a baronet." Massingham said impatiently, "Yes, we do know that." "Oh, you do you? Millions don't, nor don't care neither. Still, it's as well to get it right if you're thinking of hanging about Camden Hill Square." Massingham asked, "How did she sound when she rang you?" "Lady Ursula? How do you expect? She wasn't laughing, was she? Wasn't crying neither. That's not her way. She was calm, like she always is. Couldn't tell me much, though. What happened? Suicide, was it?" "We can't be sure, Mrs. Minns, until we know more, get the results of some tests. We have to treat this as a suspicious death. When did you last see Sir Paul?" "Just before he went out on Tuesday. About 10:30, that would be. We was in the library. I'd gone in to polish the desk, and there he was, sitting there. So I said I'd come back later, and he said, 'No, come in, Mrs. Minns. I won't be long.'" "What was he doing?" "Like I said, he was sitting at the desk. He had his diary open." Massingham said sharply, "Are you sure?" "Of course I'm sure. He had it open in front of him, and he was looking through it." "How can you be certain that it was his diary?" "Look, it was open in front of him, and I could see it was a diary. It had different days on the page. It had dates on it, and he'd written in it. Think I don't know a diary when I see one? Afterwards he closed it up and put it in the top right-hand drawer where it's usually kept." Massingham asked, "How do you know where it's usually kept?" "Look, I've worked in that house 9 years. I was taken on by her ladyship when Sir Hugo was baronet. You get to know things." "What else happened between you?" "Nothing much. I asked him if I could borrow one of his books." "Borrow one of his books?" Massingham frowned his surprise. "That's right. I'd seen it on the bottom shelf when I'd been dusting, and I fancied reading it. It's there under the television set if you're interested. A Rose by Twilight by Millicent Gentle. I haven't seen a book by her for years. She reached for it and handed it to Massingham. It was a slim book, still in its dust cover. A picture of an egregiously handsome, dark-haired hero holding a blonde girl, half swooning in his arms against a background riot of roses. Massingham flicked through it and said with a note of amused contempt, "Hardly his kind of reading, I should have thought. Sent to him, I imagine, by one of his constituents. It's signed by the author. I wonder why he bothered to keep it." Mrs. Minns said sharply, "Why shouldn't he keep it? She's a good writer, is Millicent Gentle. Not that she's been doing much lately. I'm very partial to a good romantic novel. Better than all those horrible murders. Can't be doing with them. So I asked if I could borrow it, and he said I could." Kate took the book and opened it. On the flyleaf was written, "To Paul Berowne, with every good wish from the author." Underneath was a signature, Millicent Gentle, and the date, the 7th of August. It was the date of Diana Travers' drowning, but apparently Massingham hadn't noticed. She closed the book and said, "We'll take this book back to Camden Hill Square if you've finished with it, Mrs. Minns." "Please yourself. I wasn't thinking of pinching it, if that's what you're thinking." Massingham asked, "What else happened after he'd said you could borrow the book?" "He asked me how long I'd been working at Camden Hill Square. I said 9 years. Then he said, 'Have they been good years for you?' I said, 'As good for me as they have for most.'" Massingham smiled. He said, "I don't think that's what he meant." "I know what he meant, all right. What did he expect me to say? I do the work, they pay me. £4 an hour, which is above the going rate, and a taxi home if I'm there after dark. I wouldn't stay if the job didn't suit. But what do they expect for their money? Love? If he'd wanted me to say that I'd spent the best years of my life at Camden Hill Square, then he was disappointed. Mind you, it was different when the First Lady Berowne was alive." "How do you mean, different?" "Just different. The house seemed more alive then. I liked the First Lady Berowne. She was a very pleasant lady. Not that she lasted long, poor soul." Kate asked, "Why did you continue to work at number 62, Mrs. Minns?" Mrs. Minns turned her bright little eyes on Kate and said simply, "I like polishing furniture." Kate guessed that Massingham was tempted to ask what she thought of the second Lady Berowne, but he decided to keep to his main line of questioning. "And what then?" he asked. "He went out, didn't he?" "Out of the house?" "That's right." "Can you be sure?" "Look, he had his jacket on, he picked up that hold-all he had, he went through the hall, and I heard the front door open and shut. If it wasn't him going out, then who was it?" "But you didn't actually see him go?" "I never followed him to the door to kiss him good-bye, if that's what you mean. I had my work to do. But that's the last time I saw him in this world, and I've no expectations of seeing him in the next, that's for sure." Perhaps prudently, Massingham did not pursue this thought. He said, "And you're certain that he put the diary back in the drawer?" "He didn't take it with him." "Look, what is it about the diary? Are you saying I stole it or something?" Kate broke in. "It isn't in the drawer now, Mrs. Minns. Of course we don't suspect anyone of taking it. It hasn't any value. But it does seem to be missing, and it could be important. You see, if he did make any appointment for the next day, then it wouldn't be very likely that he set out from home meaning to kill himself." Mrs. Minns, mollified, said, "Well, he didn't take it with him. I saw him put it back with my own eyes. And if he did come back for it later, it wasn't while I was in the house." Massingham asked, "That's possible, of course. When did you leave?" 5 o'clock, my usual time. I wash up the lunch things, and I have my special afternoon job. Some days it might be the silver, some days the linen cupboard. On Tuesday it was dusting the books in the library. I was there from 2:30 until 4. Then I went to help Miss Matlock with the tea. He certainly didn't come back then. I'd have heard anyone if they'd come through the hall." Suddenly Kate asked, "Would you say it was a happy marriage, Mrs. Minns?" "Hardly ever saw them together, to tell. When I did, they seemed all right. They never shared a bedroom, though." Massingham said, "That's not so very unusual. Maybe, but there's not sharing and not sharing, if you get my meaning. I make the beds, you see. That may be your idea of a marriage, but it's not mine. Massingham said, "Hardly the way to produce the next baronet." "Well, I did wonder about that a few weeks ago. Off her breakfast she was, and that isn't like her. But not much chance, I reckon. Too worried about her figure. Mind you, she's not bad when she's in a good mood. Too gushing, though. Oh, Mrs. Minns, be a darling and fetch my dressing-gown. Mrs. Minns, be an angel and run a bath for me. Be a dear and make a cup of tea. Sweet as sugar as long as she gets her own way. Well, she more or less has to be. Same with Lady Ursula. She doesn't much care for Miss Matlock helping her to bath and dress. I can see that even if Matlock can't. But there it is. If you get used to having your bath run and your breakfast in bed and your clothes hung up, you have to put up with some inconvenience in return. Different when Lady Ursula was a girl, of course. Servants were seen and not heard then. Pressed back against the wall when the gentry go by in case they have to look at you. Hand the post with a glove so as not to contaminate it. Think yourself lucky to have a good place. My gran was in service, I know. Massingham said, "There were no quarrels then, as far as you know." "It would have been better, maybe, if there had been. He was too polite, formal, you could say. Now, that's not natural in a marriage. No, there were no quarrels. Not till Tuesday morning, anyway. And then you could hardly call it a quarrel. Takes two to quarrel. She was screeching fit to reach the whole house, but I didn't hear much from him." "When was this, Mrs. Minns?" "When I took up her breakfast tray at 8:30. I do that every morning. Sir Paul used to take up Lady Ursula's. She only has orange juice, 2 slices of wholemeal bread, toasted, marmalade and coffee. But Lady Berowne has the whole hog. Orange juice, cereal, scrambled egg, toast, the lot. Never puts on an ounce, though." "Tell me about the quarrel, Mrs. Minns. What did you hear?" "Well, I go to the bedroom door when I heard her screeching, 'You're going to that whore. You can't, not now. We need you, we both need you. I won't let you go,' or something like that. And then I heard his voice, very low. I couldn't hear what he was saying. I stood outside the door and wondered what to do. I put the tray down on the table by the door. I usually do that while I knock. But it didn't seem right to go barging in. On the other hand, I couldn't stand there like a daft thing. Then the door opened and he came out. White as paper he was. He saw me and said, 'I'll take the tray, Mrs. Minns.' So I gave it to him. The way he looked, it was a wonder he didn't drop it there and then." Massingham said, "But he took it into the bedroom." "That's right, and shut the door, and I went back to the kitchen." Massingham changed the direction of his questions. He asked, "Did anyone else enter the library that Tuesday, as far as you know?" "That Mr. Musgrave from the constituency did. He waited from about 12:30 to nearly 2:00, hoping Sir Paul would be back for lunch. Then he gave up and went away. Miss Sarah was there about 4:00. She'd come to see her grandmother. I told her Lady Ursula wasn't expected back to tea, but she said she'd wait. Then she got fed up too, seemingly. She must have let herself out. I didn't see the going of her." Massingham went on to ask her about Diana Travers. Kate sensed that he had less faith than she had in A.D.'s belief that the deaths of both girls were somehow connected with Paul Berowne's murder, but he dutifully did what was expected of him. The result proved a great deal more interesting than either of them had thought possible. Mrs. Minns said, "I was there when Diana arrived. We'd just lost Maria. She was Spanish. Her husband worked as a cook in Soho. Then she got pregnant with her third, and the doctor said to cut down on her outside jobs. She was a good worker, was Maria. Those Spanish girls know how to house clean, I'll say that for them. Anyway, Miss Matlock put a card in the newsagent's window at the end of Ladbroke Grove, and Diana turned up. The card couldn't have been there more than an hour. A bit of luck, really. I never thought she'd get any answers. Good cleaning ladies don't have to look in newsagents for jobs these days." "And was she a good cleaner?" "Never done it in her life before, you could see that. But she was willing enough. Of course, Miss Matlock never let her touch the best china or polish in the drawing-room. She took over the bathrooms, bedrooms, prepared vegetables, did a bit of shopping. She was all right. A strange job for her to choose, though, a girl like that. Mrs. Minns understood what he meant. Oh, she was educated all right, you could see that. Well, it wasn't badly paid, £4 an hour, a good midday meal if you're there for it, and no tax unless you're daft enough to pay it. She said she was an actress looking for work, and wanted a job she could chuck at once if something turned up. What's so interesting about Diana Travers, anyway? Massingham ignored the question. He said, "Did you and she get on well together?" "No reason why we shouldn't. I told you she was all right. A bit nosy. Found her one day looking in the drawer of Sir Paul's desk. Didn't hear me till I was on top of her. Bold as brass about it. Just laughed. Asked a lot about the family, too. She didn't get much out of me, nor from Miss Matlock either. No harm in her, though. Just a bit too keen on chat. I liked her all right. If I hadn't, I wouldn't have let her come here." "You mean she lived here? We weren't told that at Camden Hill Square." "Well, they didn't know, did they? No reason why they should. She was buying herself a flat in Ridgemount Gardens, and there was a hold-up. The owners weren't ready to move into their new place. You know how it is. Anyway, she had to leave her old place and find somewhere for a month. Well, I've got the 2 bedrooms, so I told her she could move in here. £25 a week, including a good breakfast. Not bad. I don't know that Mr. Smith was all that keen, but he was due to be off roaming anyway." And there were the 2 bedrooms, thought Kate. Mrs. Minns' black eyes stared at Massingham, defying him to inquire about the usual sleeping arrangements. And then she said, "My gran said every woman should marry once. She owes it to herself. But no point in making a habit of it." Kate said, "A flat in Ridgemount Gardens. Isn't that a bit upmarket for an out-of-work actress?" "That's what I thought. But she said Daddy was helping. Maybe he was, maybe he wasn't. Maybe it was Daddy. Maybe someone else. Anyway, he was in Australia, or so she told me. No business of mine." Massingham said, "So she moved in here. When did she leave?" "Just 10 days before she was drowned, poor kid. And you're not telling me there was anything suspicious about that death? I was at the inquest. Natural interest, you might say. Never a mention of where she worked, though, was there? You'd have thought they might have sent a wreath to the funeral. Didn't want to know, did they?" Massingham asked, "What did she do with herself while she was living here with you?" "I hardly saw her. No business of mine, was it? 2 mornings a week she worked at Camden Hill Square. The rest of the time she said she was off to auditions. She went out a good bit at night, but she never brought anyone here. She was no trouble. Neat and tidy always. Well, I wouldn't have had her here if I hadn't known that. Then, the evening after she drowned, before the inquest even, she hadn't been dead 24 hours, these 2 chaps turn up." "Here?" "That's right. Just when I got back from Camden Hill Square. Sitting in their car, watching out for me, if you ask me. Said they were from her solicitors, come to collect any of her things she might have left here." "Did they show you any identity, any authority?" "A letter from the firm, posh writing paper, and they had a card, so I let them in. I stayed by the door and watched them, mind you. They didn't like it, but I wanted to see what they were up to. 'There's nothing here,' I told them. 'Look for yourselves. She left nearly a fortnight ago.' They properly turned the place over, even turned the mattress up. Found nothing, of course. Funny business, I thought. But nothing came of it, so I let it go. No point in making trouble." "Who do you think they were?" Mrs. Minns gave a sudden shout of laughter. "You tell me! Come off it! They were 2 of your lot. Fuzz! Think I don't know a policeman when I see one?" Even in the room's dim arboreal light, Kate saw the faint flush of excitement on Massingham's face, but he was too experienced to press further. Instead, he asked a few harmless questions about the domestic arrangements at Camden Hill Square, and prepared to bring the interview to a close. But Mrs. Minns had her own ideas. Kate sensed that she had something private to communicate. Getting up, she said, Do you mind if I use your lavatory, Mrs. Minns?" She doubted whether Massingham was deceived, but he could hardly follow them. Waiting for her outside the door of the bathroom, Mrs. Minns almost hissed, "You saw the date in that book?" "Yes, Mrs. Minns, the day Diana Travers was drowned." The sharp little eyes gleamed with satisfaction. "I thought as how you'd noticed. He didn't, though, did he?" "I expect so. He just didn't mention it." "He never noticed. I know his sort. Too sharp for their own good, and then miss what's under their noses." "When did you first see the book, Mrs. Minns?" "The next day, August the 8th. In the afternoon it was, after he came home from the constituency. Must have brought it with him." "So she may have given it to him then." "Maybe. Maybe not. Interesting, though, isn't it? I thought as how you'd noticed. Keep it to yourself, that's my advice. He thinks too much of himself, that Massingham fellow." They had turned out of Portobello Road and were walking down Ladbroke Grove before Massingham spoke. Then he laughed. "My God, that room! I pity the mysterious Mr. Smith. If I had to live there and with her, I'd go roaming." Kate flared. "What's wrong with it, or with her? At least it's got character. Not like the bloody building, designed by some bureaucrat with a brief to fit in so many living units with the least possible public expenditure. Just because you've never had to live in one doesn't mean that the people who do like it." She added with fierce defensiveness, "Sir." He laughed again. She was always punctilious about acknowledging his rank when she was angry. All right, all right. I admit the character. They've both got character, she and her room. And what's so wrong with the block? I thought it was rather decent. If the council offered me a flat there, I'd take it quickly enough." And he would, she thought. He was probably less concerned about the details of his life, where he ate, where he lived, even what he wore, than she was herself. And it was irritating to discover once more how easily, in his company, she was trapped into insincerity. She had never believed that buildings were all that important. It was people, not architects, who made slums. Even Ellis and Fairweather buildings would have been all right if it had been put up in a different place and filled with different people. He went on. "And she was useful, wasn't she? If she's right and he did put the diary back in the drawer, and if we can prove that he didn't return—" She broke in. "That won't be easy, though. It'll mean accounting for every minute of his time. And so far we haven't a clue where he went after he left the estate agents. He had a key. He could have let himself in and been out again in a minute." "Yes, but the probability is that he didn't. After all, he went out with his bag. He obviously intended to stay out all day and go straight to the church. And if Lady Ursula did consult the diary before 6 o'clock when General Knowledge rang, then we know who has to be our chief suspect, don't we? Dominic Swain." None of it needed saying. She had seen the importance of the diary as soon as he had. She said, "Who do you think those men were, the ones who did the search? Special branch?" "That's my guess. Either she worked for them and they planted her in Camden Hill Square, or she worked for someone or something a great deal more sinister and they rumbled her. Of course they could have been who they said they were. Men from a solicitor's firm looking perhaps for papers, a will. Under the mattress? It was a pretty professional search. If it were Special Branch, she thought, there was going to be trouble. She said, "They did tell us about Berowne's mistress." Knowing that we discovered that for ourselves quickly enough. That's typical of Special Branch. Their idea of cooperation is like a minister answering a PQ in the House. Keep it short, keep it accurate. Make sure you don't tell them anything they don't know already. God, if she was tied up with Special Branch, there's going to be trouble. She said, "Between Miles Gilmartin and A.D.?" "Between everyone." They walked in silence for a moment. Then he said, "Why did you bring away that novel?" She was for a moment tempted to prevaricate. She knew that when the significance of the date had first struck her, she had planned to keep quiet about it, to do a little private detection, trace the writer, see if there was anything in it. Then prudence had prevailed. If it proved important, A.D. would have to know, and she could imagine what his response would be to that particular kind of personal initiative. It was hypocritical to complain about the lack of interdepartmental cooperation while trying to run her own show within the squad. She said, "The signature is dated the 7th of August. the day Diana Travers died. So what? She signed and posted it on the 7th. Mrs. Minns saw it the following afternoon. Since when has the London post arrived that promptly? It's perfectly possible if she sent it first class. She persisted. It's far more likely that he met Millicent Gentle that day, and she gave it to him personally. I thought it would be interesting to know when and why. He looked at her and said, "Could be. It's just as likely that she signed it on the 7th, then left it for him at his constituency office." Then he smiled. "That's what you and Mrs. Minns were having your girlish gossip about." He gave a slow, secret smile, and she knew, with a spurt of irritation, that he had guessed about her temptation to conceal the evidence, and was amused by it. Chapter 6. Once back in the Rover and on their way to the yard, she suddenly said, "I don't understand it. Religious experience. You mean you don't know how to categorize it? You were brought up in it, I suppose. They indoctrinated you from the cradle. Nursery prayers, school chapel, that sort of thing." She had seen the school chapel once on an outing to Windsor. It had impressed her. That, after all, was its purpose. She had felt interest, admiration, even awe, walking under that soaring fan vaulting. But it had still remained a building in which she had felt herself an alien, speaking to her of history, privilege, tradition, an affirmation that the rich, having inherited the earth, could hope to ensure similar privileges in heaven. Someone had been playing the organ, and she had sat listening with pleasure to what she thought must have been a Bach cantata, but for her there had been no secret harmonies. He said, his eyes on the road, "I'm reasonably familiar with the external forms, not as much as my father. Compulsory chapel every day for him, or so he claims. I don't even feel the need of it. Religion, praying. That's perfectly natural. A lot of people don't. You're probably in the respectable majority. It's a matter of temperament. What's worrying you?" "Nothing's worrying me. It's odd about praying. Most people do pray, apparently. Someone did a survey about it. They pray even if they're not sure who to. What about A.D.? I don't know what he feels the need of except his poetry, his job and his privacy. And probably in that order. But you've worked with him before. I haven't. Don't you think there's something about this case that's got under his skin?" He looked at her as if he were sharing the car with a stranger, wondering just how much he could prudently confide. Then he said, "Yes. Yes, I do." Something, Kate felt, had been achieved, a confidence, a trust established. She pressed further. "What's bugging him, then?" "What happened to Berowne in that church, I suppose. A.D. likes life to be rational. Odd for a poet, but there it is. This case isn't, not altogether. Have you talked to him about it? What happened in the church, I mean?" "No. I did try once, but all I could get out of him was, 'The real world is difficult enough, John. Let's try to stay in it.' So I shut my mouth, not being a fool." The light changed. She slipped out the clutch. The Rover moved quickly and smoothly away. They were meticulous in taking turns to drive. He yielded up the seat readily enough, but like all good drivers, he disliked being a passenger, and it was a matter of pride for her to match his fast competence. She knew that she was tolerated by him, respected even, but they didn't really like each other. He accepted that the team needed a woman, but without being overtly chauvinistic, he would have preferred a man as partner. Her feeling towards him was more positive, compounded of resentment and antipathy. Some of it she knew was class resentment, but at heart there was a dislike more instinctive and fundamental. She found red-haired men physically unattractive. Whatever there was between them, it certainly wasn't the antagonism of an unacknowledged sexuality. Dalgliesh, of course, knew that perfectly well. He made use of it as he made use of so much. For a moment she felt a spurt of active dislike of all men. "I'm an oddity," she thought. "How much would I care, really care, if Alan chucked me? Suppose I had the choice, promotion or Alan, my flat or Alan?" She was given to these awkward self-examinations, imaginary choices, ethical dilemmas, none the less intriguing because she knew she would never have to confront them in real life. She said, "Do you believe that something really did happen to Berowne in that vestry? It must have, mustn't it? A man doesn't chuck his job and change the direction of his whole life for nothing. But was it real? Okay, don't ask me what I mean by real. Real in the sense this car is real, you're real, I'm real. Was he deluded, drunk, drugged? Or did he really have, well, some kind of supernatural experience, I suppose? It seems unlikely for a practicing member of the good old C of E, which is what he's supposed to have been. That's the sort of thing you expect of characters in a Graham Greene novel. She said, "You make it sound as if it were in poor taste, eccentric, a bit presumptuous." She was silent for a moment, and then asked, "If you have a kid, will you have him christened?" "Yes." "Why do you ask?" "So you believe in it? God, the church, religion?" "I didn't say so." "Then why?" "My family have been christened for 400 years. Or longer, I suppose. Yours too, I imagine. It doesn't seem to have done us any harm. I don't see why I should be the first to break the tradition, not without some positive feelings against it, which I don't happen to have." And wasn't that, she thought, one of the things which Sarah Berowne had resented in her father? The ironic detachment, which is too arrogant even to care. She said, "So it's a matter of class." He laughed. "Everything with you is a matter of class. No, it's a matter of family piety, if you like." She said, carefully not looking at him, "I'm hardly the person to talk about family piety. I'm illegitimate, if you didn't know." "No, I didn't know." "Well, thank you for not telling me it isn't important." He said, "It only concerns one person. You. If you think it's important, then okay. It has to be important." Suddenly she almost liked him. She glanced at the freckled face under a shock of red hair, and tried to see him against the background of that college chapel. Then she thought of her own school. Ancroft Comprehensive had certainly had a religion all right, fashionable and, in a school with 20 different nationalities, expedient. It was anti-racism. You soon learned that you could get away with any amount of insubordination, indolence or stupidity if you were sound on this essential doctrine. It struck her that it was like any other religion. It meant what you wanted it to mean. It was easy to learn. A few platitudes, myths and slogans. It was intolerant. It gave you the excuse for occasional selective aggression. And you could make a moral virtue out of despising the people you disliked. Best of all, it cost nothing. She liked to pretend that this early indoctrination had absolutely nothing to do with the cold fury which seized her when she met its opposite, the obscene graffiti, the shouted insults, the terror of Asian families afraid to leave their barricaded homes. If you had to have a school ethos to give the illusion of togetherness, then for her money, anti-racism was as good as any. And whatever she might think about its more absurd manifestations, it wasn't likely to lead you to see visions in a dusty church. Chapter 7. Dalgliesh had decided to drive alone on the Saturday afternoon to see the Nolans in their Surrey cottage. It was the kind of chore he would normally have entrusted to Massingham and Kate, or even to a detective sergeant and DC, and he could see the surprise in Massingham's eyes when he told him that he had no need of a witness nor of anyone to take notes. The journey itself wasn't unnecessary. If Berowne's murder were linked to Theresa Nolan's suicide, anything he could discover about the girl, who was at present no more than a photograph in a police file, a pale, childish face under a nurse's cap, could be important. He needed to clothe that shadowy ghost with the living girl. But in intruding on her grandparents' grief, he could at least make it as easy as possible for them. One police officer must surely be more tolerable than two. But there was, he knew, another reason for going himself, and alone. He needed an hour or two of solitude and quietness, an excuse to get away from London, from his office, from the insistent telephone, from Massingham and the squad. He needed to escape from the AC's carefully unspoken criticism that he was making a mystery out of a tragic but unremarkable suicide and murder, that they were all wasting time on a manhunt without a quarry. He needed to escape, however briefly, from the clutter of his desk and the pressure of personalities, to see the case with clearer, unprejudiced eyes. It was a warm, blustery day. Torn shreds of clouds dragged across a sky of clear, azure blue, and cast their frail shadows over the shorn autumnal fields. He was travelling via Cobham and Effingham. and once off the A3 he drove the Jaguar XJS into a lay-by and thrust open the car roof. After Cobham, with the wind tearing at his hair, he thought he could smell in its fitful gusts the rich pine-scented wood smoke of autumn. The narrow country roads, bleached white between the grass verges, wound through the Surrey woodlands, which would suddenly clear to give him a wide view to the South Downs and Sussex. He found himself wishing that the road would straighten before his wheels and run empty, unsignposted forever, that he could press down the accelerator and lose all his frustrations in the surge of power, that this rush of autumn-scented air screaming in his ears could cleanse his mind, as well as his eyes, of the colour of blood forever. He half dreaded his journey's end, and it came unexpectedly quickly. He passed through Sheer and found himself climbing a short hill, and there, on the left-hand side of the road, bounded by oaks and silver birch, and separated from the road by a short garden, was an unremarkable Victorian cottage, with its name, Weaver's Cottage, painted on the white gate. About 20 yards beyond it, the road straightened, and he drove the Jaguar gently onto the sandy verge. When he turned off the engine, the silence was absolute, birdless, and he sat for a moment, motionless and exhausted, as if he had come through some self-imposed ordeal. He had telephoned, so he knew that they must be expecting him. But all the windows were fastened. There was no wood smoke from the stack, and the cottage had the secretive, oppressive air of a place not deserted, but deliberately closed against the world. The front garden was untended, with none of the haphazard exuberance of the normal cottage garden. All the plants were in rows: chrysanthemums, Michaelmas daisies, dahlias, with between them half-denuded rows of vegetables. But the ground was unweeded, and the small patch of lawn on each side of the door unmown and shaggy. There was an iron knocker in the form of a horseshoe, but no bell. He let it fall gently, guessing that they must have heard the car, must surely be expecting the knock. But it was a full minute before the door opened. He said, "Mrs. Nolan," and took out his card, feeling as he always did like an importunate door-to-door salesman. She barely looked at it, but stood aside to let him in. She must, he thought, be nearer 70 than 60, a small-boned woman with a sharp, anxious face. The exophthalmic eyes, so like her granddaughter's, gazed into his with a look with which he was only too familiar, a mixture of apprehension, curiosity, and then relief that at least he looked human. She was wearing a suit in blue and grey crimpline, ill-fitting at the shoulders, and puckered where she had shortened it at the hem. In her lapel was a round brooch of coloured stones in silver. It dragged at the thin crimpline. He guessed that this wasn't her usual wear for a Saturday afternoon, that she had dressed up for his visit. Perhaps she was a woman who dressed up to meet all life's ordeals and tragedies, a small gesture of pride and defiance in the face of the unknown. The square sitting-room with its single window looked to him more typical of a London suburb rather than these deep country woods. It was neat, very clean, but characterless and rather dark. The original fireplace had been replaced by one of mock marble, with a wooden overmantel, and was furnished with an electric fire, one bar of which was burning. 2 walls had been papered in a lurid mixture of roses and violets, and 2 with a plain paper in blue stripes. The thin, unlined curtains were hung with the pattern side towards the road, so that the afternoon sunshine was filtered through a pattern of bulbous pink roses and ivy-clad latticework. There were 2 modern armchairs, one each side of the fireplace, and a square central table with 4 chairs. Against the far wall was a large television set, high on a trolley. Except for a copy of both the Radio Times and TV Times, there were no magazines and no books. The only picture was a garish print of the Sacred Heart over the fireplace. Mrs. Nolan introduced her husband. He was sitting in the right-hand armchair, facing the window, a huge, gaunt man, who responded to Dalglish's greeting with a stiff nod, but didn't get up. His face was rigid. In the shaft of sunlight between the curtains, its planes and angles looked as if they had been carved in oak. His left hand, crossed in his lap, was beating a ceaseless, involuntary tattoo. Mrs. Nolan said, "You'd like some tea, I dare say." He said, "Very much, thank you, if it isn't too much trouble," and thought, "I seem to have heard that question and spoken those words all my life." She smiled and nodded as if satisfied, and bustled out. Dalgliesh thought, "I say the conventional insincerities, and she responds as if I were the one doing the favour." What is it about this job that makes people grateful that I can act like a human being? The two men waited in silence, but the tea came very quickly. So that, he thought, accounted for the delay in opening the door. She had hurried at his knock to put on the kettle. They sat at the table in stiff formality, waiting while Albert Nolan raised himself stiffly from his chair and edged his way painfully into his seat. The effort set up a new spasm of shaking. Without speaking, his wife poured his tea and set the cup before him. He didn't grasp it, but bent his head and slurped his tea noisily from the side. His wife didn't even look at him. There was a half-cut cake, which she said was walnut and marmalade, and she smiled again when Dalgliesh accepted a slice. It was dry and rather tasteless, rolling into a soft dough in his mouth. Small pellets of walnut lodged in his teeth, and the occasional sliver of orange peel was sour to the tongue. He washed it down with a mouthful of strong, over-milked tea. Somewhere in the room a fly was making a loud, intermittent buzz. He said, "I'm sorry that I have to trouble you, and I'm afraid it may be painful for you. As I explained on the telephone, I'm investigating the death of Sir Paul Berowne. A short time before he died, he had an anonymous letter. It suggested that he might have had something to do with your granddaughter's death. That's why I'm here." Mrs. Nolan's cup rattled in her saucer. She put both hands under the table like a well-behaved child at a party. Then she glanced at her husband. She said, "Theresa took her own life. I thought you'd know that, sir." "We did know it. But anything which happened to Sir Paul in the last weeks of his life could be important. And one thing that happened was the arrival of that anonymous letter. We should like to know who sent it. You see, we think it probable that he was murdered." Mrs. Nolan said, "Murdered? That letter wasn't sent from this cottage, sir. God help us, we've no call to do such a thing." "I know that. We never for a moment thought it was. But I wondered whether your granddaughter ever talked to you about anyone else, a close friend, perhaps. Someone who might have blamed Sir Paul for her death." Mrs. Nolan shook her head. She said, "You mean someone who might have killed him?" "It's a possibility we have to consider." "Who could there be? It doesn't make sense. She hadn't anyone else, only us. And we never laid hands on him, though God knows we were bitter enough." Bitter against him? Suddenly her husband spoke. "She got pregnant while she was in his house, and he knew where to find her body. How did he know? You tell me that." His voice was harsh, almost expressionless, but the words came out with such force that his body shook. Dalgliesh said, "Sir Paul said at the inquest that your granddaughter spoke to him one night about her love of the woods. He thought that if she had decided to end her life, she might choose the only piece of wild woodland in central London." Mrs. Nolan said, "We never sent that letter to him, sir. I did see him at the inquest. Dad didn't go, but I thought one of us ought to be there. He just spoke to me, Sir Paul. He was kind, really, said he was sorry. Well, what else can people say?" Mr. Nolan said, "Sorry. Aye, I dare say." She turned to him. "Dad, there's no proof. He was a married man. Theresa wouldn't... Not with a married man. There's no knowing what she might have done. Or him. What does it matter? She killed herself, didn't she? First getting the baby, then the abortion, then suicide. What's one more sin when you've got that on your conscience?" Dalgliesh said gently, "Can you tell me something about her? You brought her up, didn't you?" "That's right. She hadn't anyone else. We only had the one child, her dad. Her mum died 10 days after Theresa was born. She had appendicitis, and the operation went wrong. A chance in a million, the doctor said." Dalgliesh thought, "I don't want to hear this. I don't want to listen to their pain." That was what the consultant obstetrician had said to him when he had gone to take a last look at his dead wife, with her newborn son in the crook of her arm, both of them composed in the secret nothingness of death. A chance in a million. as if there could be comfort, almost pride, in the knowledge that chance had singled out your family to demonstrate the arbitrary statistics of human fallibility. Suddenly the buzzing of the fly was intolerable. He said, "Excuse me," and seized the copy of the Radio Times. He swiped at it violently, but missed. It took another 2 vehement slaps against the glass before the buzzing finally stopped, and it dropped out of sight, leaving only a faint smear. He said, "And your son?" "Well, he couldn't look after the baby. It wasn't to be expected. He was only 21. And I think he wanted to get away from the house, from us, even from the baby. In a funny way, I think he blamed us. You see, we didn't really want the marriage. Shirley, his wife, she wasn't the girl we would have chosen. We told him no good would come of it." And when no good had come of it, it was them he had blamed, as if their disapproval, their resentment had hovered over his wife like a curse. He asked, "Where is he now?" "We don't know. We think he went to Canada, but he never writes. He had a good trade, mechanic. He understood cars, and he was always clever with his hands. He said he'd have no trouble finding a job." "So he doesn't know that his daughter is dead?" Albert Nolan said, "He hardly knew she was alive. Why should he care now she's dead?" His wife bent her head, as if to let his bitterness wash over her. Then she said, "I think she always felt guilty, poor Theresa. She thought she'd killed her mum. It was nonsense, of course. And then her dad leaving her, that didn't help. She grew up like an orphan, and I think she resented it. When bad things happen to a child, she always thinks it's her fault." Dalgliesh said, "But she must have been happy here with you. She loved the woodlands, didn't she?" "Maybe, but I think she was lonely. She had to go to school by bus and couldn't stay for after-school activities. And there weren't other girls of her age anywhere near. She used to love walking in the woods. But we didn't encourage that, not on her own. These days you never know. Nobody's safe anymore. We hoped that she'd make friends when she started nursing." "And did she?" "She never brought them home. But then there wasn't much here for young people. Not really." "And you found nothing among her papers, among things she left, to give you any idea who the father of her child could have been?" "She didn't leave anything, not even her nursing books. She was living in a hostel near Oxford Street after she left Camden Hill Square, and she cleared the whole room, threw everything out. All we had from the police was the letter, her watch, the clothes she was wearing. We threw the letter away. No point in keeping it. You can see her room if you like, sir. It's the one she had since she was a little girl. There's nothing there, just an empty room. We gave everything here, her clothes and her books, to Oxfam. We thought that was what she would have wanted." It was, he thought, what they had wanted. She led him up the narrow staircase, showed him the room, and then left. It was at the back of the cottage, small, narrow, north-facing, with one latticed window. Outside, the pine trees and silver birch were so close that the leaves almost trembled against the panes. The room held a green luminosity, as if it were under water. A branch of climbing rose with drooping leaves and one tight, cankered bud tapped at the window. It was, as she had said, only an empty room. The air was very still, and held a faint smell of disinfectant, as if the walls and floor had been scrubbed. It reminded him of a hospital room from which a dead body had been removed, impersonal, functional, a calculated space between four walls, waiting for the next patient to bring his apprehension, his pain, his hope, to give it meaning. They had even stripped the bed. A white coverlet was spread over the bare mattress and the single pillow. The shelves of the wall-hung bookcase were empty. Surely they were too fragile ever to have held many books. Nothing else remained except for a crucifix over the bed. Having nothing to remember but grief, they had divested the room even of her personality, and had closed the door. Looking down at the stripped and narrow bed, he recalled the words of the girl's suicide note. He had read it only twice when studying the report of the inquest, but he had no difficulty in remembering it word for word. "Please forgive me. I can't go on in so much pain. I killed my baby, and I know that I shall never see her or you again. I suppose I'm damned, but I can't believe in hell any more. I can't believe in anything. You were good to me, but I was no use to you, ever. I thought when I became a nurse that everything would be different, but the world was never friendly. Now I know that I don't have to live in it. I hope that it won't be children who find my body. Forgive me." It was not, he thought, a spontaneous letter. He had read so many suicide notes since he was a young DC. Sometimes they were written out of a pain and anger which produced its own unself-conscious poetry of despair. But this, despite its pathos and seeming simplicity, was more contrived, the tone of self-regard subdued but unmistakable. She may, he thought, have been one of those dangerously innocent young women, often more dangerous and less innocent than they seem, who are the catalysts of tragedy. She stood on the periphery of his investigation like a pale wraith in her nurse's uniform, unknown and now unknowable, and yet, he was convinced, central to the mystery of Berowne's death. He had no hope now of learning anything useful at Weaver's cottage, but his instinct to search made him pull open the drawer of the bedside cabinet, and he saw that something of her remained, her missal. He picked it up and leafed casually through it. A small square of paper torn from a notebook fell out. He picked it up and found himself looking at 3 columns of figures and letters. RD3S, BD2S, PD1S, S2N, S2D. Downstairs the Nolans were still sitting at the table. He showed them the paper. Mrs. Nolan thought that the figures and letters were in Theresa's handwriting, but said she couldn't be sure. Neither of them had any explanation to offer. Neither showed any interest. But they made no difficulty when he said he would like to take the paper away. Mrs. Nolan went with him to the front door, and somewhat to his surprise, walked with him down the path to the gate. When they reached it, she looked across at the dark shadows of the wood, and said, with barely suppressed passion, "This cottage is tied to Albert's job. We ought to have been out 3 years ago when he got really bad, but they've been very kind to us. But we'll be leaving as soon as the local authority finds us a flat. And I won't be sorry. I hate these woods. Hate them. Hate them. Nothing but the wind, forever whistling. Sodden earth, darkness pressing in on you. Small animals screaming in the night." And then as she closed the gate behind him, she looked up into his face. "Why didn't she tell me about the baby? I'd have understood. I'd have looked after her. I could have made Dad understand. That's what hurts. Why didn't she tell me?" Dalgliesh said, "I expect she wanted to save you pain. That's what we all try to do. Save those we love from pain. Dad's so bitter. He thinks she's damned, but I've forgiven her. God can't be less merciful than I am. I can't believe that." "No," he said. "I don't think we need believe that." She stood at the gate watching him. But when he had got into the car and fastened his seatbelt, he looked back at her and found that almost mysteriously she had gone. The cottage had returned to its secret reticence. He thought, "There's too much pain in this job. To think I used to congratulate myself. To think it useful, God help me, that people found it easy to confide in me. And what has today's brush with reality brought me? A scrap of paper torn from a notebook with a few jottings, letters and digits which she may not even have written." He felt himself contaminated by the Nolans' bitterness and pain. He thought, "If I tell myself that enough is enough, 20 years of using people's weakness against them, 20 years of careful non-involvement, if I resign, what then? Whatever Berowne found in that dingy vestry, it isn't open to me even to look for it." As the Jaguar bumped gently back onto the road, he felt a spurt of irrational envy and anger against Berowne, who had found so easy a way out. Chapter 8. It was 6:15 on Sunday evening, and Carol Washburn stood gripping the rail of the balcony and looking down over the panorama of North London. She had never needed to draw the curtains when Paul had been with her, even late at night. They could gaze out together over the city and know themselves unwatched, inviolate. Then it had been good to step outside, feeling the warmth of his arm through his sleeve, and stand there together, secure, private, gazing down at the busy preoccupations of a world patterned in light. Then she had been a privileged spectator, but now she felt like an outcast, yearning for this distant, unattainable paradise from which she was forever excluded. Each night since his death she had stood watching as the lights had come on, block by block, house by house, squares of light, oblongs of light, light glimmering through curtains of rooms where people were living their shared or secret lives. And now what seemed the longest Sunday she had ever endured was drawing to its close. In the afternoon, desperate to get out of the cage of the flat, she had driven to the nearest open supermarket. There was nothing she needed, but she had taken a trolley and pushed it aimlessly between the shelves, automatically reaching out for tins, packages, rolls of toilet paper, piling the trolley high, oblivious of the glances of her fellow shoppers. But then the tears had started to flow again, splashing over her hand, dropping in an unstoppable stream, splodging the packets of cereal, wrinkling the toilet rolls. She had abandoned her trolley, laden with unwanted, unsuitable goods, and had walked out to the car park and driven home again, slowly and carefully like a novice driver, seeing the world blurred and disorientated, the people jerking like puppets, as if reality were dissolving in perpetual rain. By evening she had been seized by a desperate need for human companionship. It wasn't the need to begin some sort of life for herself, to plan some sort of future, to cast out her unpracticed net into the void she had made around her secret life and begin to draw other people close. Perhaps that would come in time, impossible as it now seemed. It had been a simple, uncontrollable longing to be with another human being, to hear human voice making ordinary, unremarkable human sounds. She had telephoned Emma, who had come into the civil service with her from Reading, and was now a principal in the Department of Health and Social Security. Before she became Paul's mistress, she had spent a fair proportion of her spare time with Emma. Quick lunches at a pub or cafe convenient for both their offices, films, the occasional theatre, even a weekend together in Amsterdam to visit the Reich Museum. It had been an undemanding, unconfiding friendship. She had known that Emma would never give up the chance of a date with a man to spend an evening with her, and Emma had been the first victim of her obsessional need for privacy, the reluctance to commit even an hour of time which could be given to Paul. She looked at her watch. It was 6:42. Unless Emma was spending the weekend out of town, she would probably be at home. She had to look up the number. The familiar digits sprang from the page at her like the key to an earlier, half-forgotten existence. She hadn't spoken to a human being since the police had left, and she wondered if her voice sounded as gruff and false to Emma as it did to her own ears. "Hello, Emma. You won't believe it. This is Carol. Carol Washburn." There was the sound of music, joyous, contrapuntal. It could have been Mozart or Vivaldi. Emma called, "Turn it down, darling." And then to Carol, "Good God, how are you?" "Fine. It's ages since we met. I wondered if you'd like to see a film or something. Tonight, perhaps." There was a small silence, and then Emma's voice, carefully uncommitted, surprise and perhaps a small note of resentment carefully controlled. "Sorry, we've got people coming in for dinner." Emma had always said dinner rather than supper, even when they were proposing to eat a takeaway Chinese meal at the kitchen table. It had been one of those minor snobberies which Carol had found irritating. She said, "Next weekend, perhaps." "Not possible, I'm afraid. Alistair and I are driving down to Wiltshire. Visiting his parents, actually. Another time, perhaps. Lovely to hear from you. Must fly, the guests are due at 7:30. I'll give you a ring sometime." It was all she could do not to cry out, include me, please, I need to come." The receiver was replaced. Voice, music, communication cut off. Alistair. But of course she had forgotten that Emma was engaged, a principal at the Treasury. So he had moved into the flat. She could imagine what they were saying now. 3 years without a word, and she suddenly rings and wants to see a film, and on Sunday evening, for God's sake. And Emma wouldn't ring back. She had Alistair, a shared life, shared friends. You couldn't cut people out of your life and expect to find them complaisant, readily available, just because you needed to feel human again. There were 2 more days of her leave to get through before she was due back in the office. She could go home, of course, except that this flat was home, and it was hardly worth the drive to Clacton, to the square, high-roofed bungalow outside the town, where her widowed mother had lived since her father's death 12 years earlier. She hadn't been home for 14 months. Friday night was sacrosanct. She could hope for a couple of hours with Paul on his way to his constituency. Sunday she had always kept free for him. Her mother, used to her neglect, seemed no longer to be particularly worried by it. Her mother's sister had the bungalow next door, and the two widows, early acrimonies forgotten, had settled into a cosy routine of mutual support, their brick-boxed lives measured out by small treats, shopping, morning coffee at their favourite cafe, returning their library books, the evening television programmes, supper on a trolley. Carol had almost given up wondering about their lives, why they had chosen to live by the sea when they never went near it, what they talked about. She could telephone now, and her mother would begrudgingly acquiescent, resenting the chore of making up the spare bed, the interruption to the weekend programme, the problem of stretching the food. She told herself that she had trained her mother over the past 3 years to expect neglect, had been grateful that her time with Paul hadn't been threatened by demands from Clacton. It seemed to her ignoble to telephone now, to rush home in search of a comfort for which she couldn't ask, and which her mother, even if she had known the truth, wouldn't be able to give. 6:45. If this were a Friday, he would have arrived by now, timing his entrance to ensure that there was no one in the hall to see him. There would be the one long ring, the 2 short peals on the bell, which were his signal. And then the bell rang, one long, insistent peal. She thought she heard a second and then a third, but that might have been her imagination. For one miraculous second, no more, she thought that he had come, that it had all been an idiotic mistake. She called, "Paul! Paul, my darling!" and almost flung herself against the door. And then her mind took hold of reality, and she knew the truth. The receiver slid through her moist hands and almost fell, and her lips were so dry that she could hear them cracking. She whispered, "Who is it?" The answering voice was high, a female voice. It said, "Could I come up? I'm Barbara Berowne." She pressed the button almost without thinking, and heard the burr of the released lock, the click of the door as it closed. It was too late now to change her mind, but she knew that there had been no choice. In her present desperate loneliness, she would have sent no one away, and this encounter had been inevitable. Ever since her affair with Paul had started, she had wanted to see his wife, and now she was going to see her. She opened the door and stood waiting, listening for the whine of the lift, the muted footfalls on the carpet, as she had once waited for his. She came down the corridor, light-footed, casually elegant, golden, her scent subtle and elusive, seeming to precede her and then waste itself on the air. She was wearing a coat of cream broadcloth, its wide arms and shoulders pleated, the sleeves fashioned in some finer and differently textured cloth. Her black leather boots looked as soft as her black gloves, and she carried a shoulder bag on a slim strap. She was hatless, the corn-coloured hair with its streaks of paler gold twisted at the back into a long roll. It surprised Carol that she could notice the details, could actually wonder about the material of the coat sleeves, speculate where it had been bought, how much it had cost. As she came in, it seemed to Carol that the blue eyes looked round the room with a frank, faintly contemptuous appraisal. She said in a voice which you knew must sound forced and ungracious, "Please sit down. Would you like something to drink? Coffee, sherry, some wine?" She herself moved over to Paul's chair. It seemed to her impossible that his wife should sit where she had been used to seeing him. They faced each other, a few yards apart. Barbara Berowne looked down at the carpet, as if satisfying herself that it was clean before placing her bag at her feet. She said, "No, thank you. I can't stay long. I have to get back. We've got some people coming, some of Paul's colleagues. They want to talk about the memorial service. We shan't have it until the police discover who killed him, but these things have to be settled weeks in advance if one wants St. Margaret's. Apparently they don't think he really qualifies for the Abbey, poor darling. You'll come, of course. To the memorial service, I mean. There will be so many people there, you won't be noticed. I mean, you needn't feel embarrassed about me." "No, I've never felt embarrassed about you." "I think it's all rather gruesome, actually. I don't think Paul would have wanted all that fuss. But the constituency seemed to feel that we ought to have a memorial service. After all, he was a minister. The cremation will be private. I don't think you ought to go to that anyway, do you? It will be just the family and really intimate friends. Intimate friends. Suddenly she wanted to laugh out loud. She said, "Is that why you're here? To tell me about the funeral arrangements? I thought Paul would want you to know. After all, we both loved him in our different ways. We're both concerned to safeguard his reputation." She said, "There's nothing you can teach me about safeguarding his reputation. How did you know where to find me?" "Oh, I've known where to find you for months. A cousin of mine employed a private detective. It wasn't very difficult. Just a matter of following Paul's car on a Friday evening. And then he eliminated all the couples in this block, all the old women and all the single men. That left you." She had drawn off her black gloves and laid them on her knee. Now she was smoothing them out, finger by finger, with pink-tipped hands. She said, without looking up, "I'm not here to make trouble for you. After all, we're in this together. I'm here to help." "We aren't in anything together. We never have been. And what do you mean by help? Are you offering me money?" The eyes looked up, and Carol thought she detected a flicker of anxiety, as if the question needed to be taken seriously. "Not really. I mean, I didn't think you were actually in need. Did Paul buy this flat for you? It's rather cramped, isn't it? Still, it's quite pleasant if you don't mind living in a suburb. I'm afraid he hasn't mentioned you in his will. That's another thing I thought you ought to know, in case you were wondering." Carol said, her voice over loud and harsh, even to her own ears, "This flat is mine. The deposit was paid by me. The mortgage is paid with my money. Not that it's any of your business. But if you have a conscience about me, forget it. There's nothing I want from you or from anyone else connected with Paul. Women who prefer to be kept by men all their lives can never get it into their heads that some of us like to pay our own way. Did you have any choice?" Speechless, she heard the high, childish voice continuing, "After all, you've always been discreet. I admire you for that. It can't have been easy only seeing him when he hadn't anything better to do." The amazing thing was that the insult wasn't deliberate. She was capable of being intentionally offensive, of course, but this had been a casual remark, born of an egotism so insensitive that she spoke what she thought, not wanting particularly to wound, but incapable of caring whether she wounded or not. Carol thought, "Paul, how could you have married her? How could you have been taken in? She's stupid, third-rate, spiteful, insensitive, mean-minded. Is beauty really so important?" She said, "If that's all you've come to say, perhaps you'll go. You've seen me. You know what I look like. You've seen the flat. This is the chair he used to sit in. That's the table he used for his drink. If you want, I can show you the bed we made love on. I know what he came for." She wanted to cry out, "Oh, no, you don't. You know nothing about him. I was as happy lying with him on that bed as I've ever been, or ever shall be. But that wasn't what he came for." She had believed, still believed, that only with her had he been wholly at peace. He had lived his overbusy life neatly compartmentalized, the Camden Hill Square house, the House of Commons, his ministerial suite at the department, his constituency headquarters. Only in this high, ordinary suburban flat did the disparate elements fuse together, and he could be the whole person, uniquely himself. When he had come in and sat opposite her, had dropped his briefcase at his feet and smiled at her, she had watched with joy, time and time again, the taut face soften and relax, become already smooth, as if they had just made love. There were things about his private life which she knew he had held back from her, not consciously or out of lack of trust, but because when they were together they had no longer seemed important. But he had never held back himself. Barbara Berowne was admiring her engagement ring, holding out her hand and moving it slowly in front of her face. The huge diamond in its setting of sapphires twinkled and flashed. She gave a secretive, reminiscent smile, then looked across at Carol and said, "There's one other thing which you might as well know. I'm having a baby." Carol cried, "It isn't true. You're lying. You can't be." The blue eyes widened. "Of course it's true. It isn't something you can lie about. Not for long, anyway. I mean, the truth will be obvious to the whole world in a couple of months." It isn't his child. She thought, I'm shouting, screaming at her. I must keep calm. Oh, God, help me not to believe. And now Barbara Berowne actually laughed. Of course it's his child. He always wanted an heir. Didn't you know that? Look, you may as well accept it. The only other man I've slept with since my marriage is sterile. He's had a vasectomy. I'm going to have Paul's son. He wouldn't have done it. You couldn't have made him do it. But he did. There is one thing you can always make a man do. That is, if he likes women at all. Haven't you found that out? You're not pregnant too, are you? Carol buried her face in her hands. She whispered, No. I thought I ought to be sure. She giggled. That would have been a complication, wouldn't it? Suddenly all control was gone. There was nothing left but naked anger, naked shame. She heard herself bawling like a shrew. Get out! Get out of my flat! Even in the middle of her anguish and fury, she didn't miss the sudden flicker of fear in the blue eyes. She saw it with a spurt of pleasure and triumph. So she wasn't inviolate after all. She could be frightened. But the knowledge was vaguely unwelcome. It made Barbara Berowne vulnerable, more human. Now she got up almost gracelessly, bent to pick up her shoulder bag by the strap, then scampered to the door, ungainly as a child. Only when Carol had opened it and stood aside to let her out did she turn and speak. I'm sorry you've taken it like this. I think you're being rather silly. After all, I was his wife. I'm the injured party. And then she was hurrying down the corridor. Carol called after her, The injured party? My God, that's good. The injured party? She closed the door and leaned against it. Sickness heaved at her stomach. She rushed to the bathroom, spewed into the basin, grasping the taps for support. And then came anger, cleansing, almost exhilarating. Between fury and grief, she wanted to fling her head back and howl like an animal. She groped her way back into the sitting room and felt for her own chair like a blind woman, then sat gazing at his empty seat, willing herself to calm. When she had herself under control, she fetched her handbag and took out the card with the Scotland Yard extension she had been asked to telephone. It was Sunday, but someone would be on duty. Even if she couldn't speak to Inspector Miskin now, she could leave a message, ask that she be rung back. It couldn't wait until tomorrow. She had to commit herself irrevocably. And now. A male voice answered, one she didn't recognize. She gave her name and asked for Inspector Miskin. She said, It's urgent. It's about the Berowne murder. There was a delay of only seconds before the inspector answered. Although she had only heard the voice once before, it came to her with a shock of recognition. She said, This is Carol Washburn. I want to see you. There's something I've decided to tell you. Well, come round now. Not here. I don't want you to come here. Not ever again. I'll meet you tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock. The formal garden in Holland Park, the one near the orangery. Do you know it? Yes, I know it. We'll be there. I don't want Commander Dalgliesh. I don't want any male officer. Just you. I won't talk to anyone else. There was a pause, then the voice spoke again, unsurprised, accepting. 9 o'clock tomorrow, the garden, Holland Park. I'll be on my own. Can you give me any idea what it's about? It's about the death of Theresa Nolan. Goodbye. Then she replaced the receiver and leaned her forehead against the cold stickiness of the metal. She felt empty, light-headed, shaken by her heartbeats. She wondered what she would feel, how she could go on living when she was capable of knowing what she had done. She wanted to cry aloud, My darling, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. But she had made her decision. There was no going back now. And it seemed to her that there still hung in the room the fugitive scent of Barbara Berowne's perfume, like the taint of betrayal, and that the air of her flat would never be free of it. Book 5. Rhesus Positive. Chapter 1. Miles Gilmartin of Special Branch was protected from the importunities of casual visitors and the attention of the ill-intentioned by a series of checks and counter-checks which, to Dalgliesh, waiting in thwarted anger and impatience while each was negotiated, seemed more childishly ingenious than necessary or effective. It wasn't a game he was in the mood to play. By the time he was finally ushered into Gilmartin's office by a PA who irritatingly combined exceptional beauty with an obvious consciousness of her unique privilege in serving the great man, Dalgliesh was beyond considerations of prudence or discretion. Bill Duxbury was with Gilmartin, and they hardly got beyond the few preliminary courtesies before anger found its relief in words. "We're supposed to be on the same side if you people acknowledge any side but your own. Paul Berowne was murdered. If I can't get cooperation from you, where can I expect to get it?" Gilmartin said, "I can understand a certain resentment that we didn't tell you earlier that Travers was one of our operatives." "Operatives? You make it sound as if you were on a production line. And you didn't tell me. I had to discover it for myself." "Oh, I can see the fascination of your world. It reminds me of my prep school. We had our little secrets, our code words, initiation ceremonies. But when the hell are you people going to grow up?" "All right, I know it's necessary. Some of it anyway, and for some of the time. But you make it into an obsession. Secrecy for its own sake. The whole vast paper-ridden bureaucracy of spying. No wonder your kind of organization breeds its own traitors. In the meantime, I'm investigating an actual murder, and it would help if you stopped playing games and joined the real world." Gilmartin said mildly, "I'm not sure that speech wouldn't have been more appropriately made to MI5. There's something in what you say. One ought to guard more against over-enthusiasm, and we're certainly over-bureaucratized. But then, what organization isn't? We deal in information, after all, and information is valueless if it isn't properly documented and easily available. Still, pound for pound, I think we give the taxpayers value for money." Dalgliesh looked at him. "You really haven't understood a word I've been saying." "Oh, yes, I have, Adam. But it's all so unlike you. Such vehemence. You've been reading too many of those espionage novels." 3 years ago, thought Dalgliesh bitterly, Gilmartin might have thought, even if he hadn't dared to speak it, "It's all that poetry you write." But he couldn't say that now. Gilmartin went on. "Are you sure this Berowne murder isn't getting under your skin? You knew him, didn't you?" "For God's sake, if another person suggests I can't handle the case because I knew the victim, I'll resign." For the first time, a look of concern, like a brief spasm of pain, passed over Gilmartin's bland, almost colourless face. "Oh, I shouldn't do that. Not over a small sin of omission on our part. I suppose that Berowne was murdered, by the way. There's a rumour that it could have been suicide. After all, he was hardly normal at the time. This habit he developed of sleeping in church vestries. And isn't he supposed to have had some kind of divine revelation? Listening to his voices when he should have been listening to the Prime Minister? And such a very curious church to choose. I can understand an enthusiasm for English Perpendicular, but a Romanesque basilica in Paddington is surely an improbable choice for a good night's sleep, let alone one's personal road to Damascus." Dalgliesh was tempted to ask him whether he would have found St. Margaret's, Westminster, a more acceptable choice. Gilmartin, having neatly demonstrated at least a superficial knowledge of church architecture and scripture to his own evident satisfaction, got up from his desk and began to pace between the windows, as if suddenly aware that he was the only one sitting down at a desk, and that this lower status might put him at a disadvantage. He could afford a good tailor, and dressed with a careful formality, which in a less confident man might suggest that he was aware of the slightly ambiguous reputation of the security service, and was anxious not to reinforce it by any slovenliness in manner or appearance. But Gilmartin dressed to please himself, as he did everything. Today he was elegant in grey. Above the formal suit with its almost invisible darker stripe, the square, almost bloodless face and the sleek hair, prematurely white and brushed straight back from the high forehead, reinforced both image and colour scheme, a carefully composed arrangement in grey and silver, against which his old-school tie, despite its comparative sobriety, hung like a garish flag of defiance. In contrast, Bill Duxbury, stocky, ruddy-faced, and loud-voiced, looked like a gentleman farmer, whose farming is more successful than his gentility. He stood half looking out of the window, like a child ordered to distance himself from the adults and their concerns. Dalgliesh saw that he had recently got rid of his moustache. Without it, his face looked incomplete and naked, as if he had been forcibly shaved. He was wearing a tweed-checked suit, rather too heavy for the comparatively mild autumn, the jacket cut with a back flap, which strained over his large, rather feminine buttocks. When Gilmartin looked at him, which was infrequently, it was with a pained, slightly surprised expression, as though deploring both his subordinate's figure and his tailor. It had early been apparent that Gilmartin was to do the talking. Duxbury would have briefed him, but Duxbury would remain silent unless invited to speak. Dalgliesh was suddenly reminded of a dinner-party conversation some years previously. He had found himself sitting with a woman on one of those three-person sofas, which can only comfortably hold two. It had been a Georgian drawing-room in a North Islington square, but he couldn't now remember the name of his hostess, and God knew what he thought he had been doing there. His companion had been slightly drunk, not offensively so, but enough to make her flirtatious, merry, and then confiding. Memory refused to come up with her name, and it didn't matter. They had sat together for half an hour before their hostess, with practised tact, had separated them. He could remember only part of their conversation. She and her husband had a penthouse overlooking a street which was commonly used for student demonstrations, and the police, she was sure there was special branch, had asked if they could use their front sitting room to take photographs from the window. We said they could, of course, and they were really very sweet about it. But part of me wasn't really happy. I wanted to say, they're British subjects. They've got the right to march if they want to. If you want to photograph them, can't you do it openly in the street? But I didn't. After all, it was rather fun in a way, the sense of conspiracy, being in the know, and it wasn't up to us to make a stand. They know what they're doing, and it never does to antagonize these people. It had seemed to him then, and it did now, to sum up the attitude of decent liberals all over the world. They know what they're doing. It isn't up to us to make a stand. It never does to antagonize these people. He said bitterly, I'm surprised that you and MI5 don't encourage regular secondments to the KGB. You've more in common with them than you have with any outsider. It might be instructive to see how they deal with their paperwork. Gilmartin lifted an eyelid at Duxbury, as if inviting solidarity in the face of unreason. He said mildly, As far as paperwork is concerned, Adam, it would help us if your people were a little more conscientious. Massingham, when requesting information about Ivor Garrod, should have put in an IR-49. In quadruplicate, of course. Well, registry need a copy, and so presumably do you. We're supposed to keep MI5 in the picture. We could look at the procedure again, of course, but I would say that 4 copies were the minimum. Dalgliesh said, This girl, Diana Travers, was she the most suitable person you could find to spy on a Minister of State? Even for Special Branch, it seems an odd choice. But we weren't spying on a Minister of State. She wasn't assigned to Berowne. As we told you when you inquired about his mistress, Berowne never was a risk. No IR-49 submitted there, incidentally. I see. You infiltrated Travers into Garrod's group, or cell, whatever he calls it, and conveniently forgot to mention the fact when we inquired about him. You must have known that he was a suspect. He still is. It hardly seemed relevant. We all operate, after all, on the need-to-know principle. And we didn't infiltrate her into Camden Hill Square. Garrod did. Travers' little job for us had nothing to do with Berowne's death. But Travers' death might have. There was nothing suspicious about her death. You must have studied the autopsy report. Which wasn't, I noticed, carried out by the usual Home Office pathologist for Thames Valley. We like to use our own people. He's perfectly competent, I assure you. She died from natural causes, more or less. Could have happened to anyone. She had eaten too much, drunk too much, and she plunged into cold water, got tangled in the reeds, gasped and drowned. There were no suspicious marks on the body. She had had, as you no doubt remember from the PM report, a sexual connection just before death. He hesitated a little before the phrase. It was the only time Dalgliesh had seen him even slightly discomposed. It was as if he had felt the words making love were inappropriate, and couldn't bring himself to use a coarser sobriquet. Dalgliesh was silent. Anger had led him into a protest that now seemed to him humiliatingly childish as well as ineffectual. He had achieved nothing except possibly to exacerbate the simmering professional rivalry between C Division, the Special Branch, and MI5, whose uneasy relationship could so easily spill over into high politics. Next time Gilmartin might say, "And for God's sake, put AD in the picture. He's apt to get his knickers in a twist if he doesn't get his share of the lollipops." But what depressed him most and left him with a sour taste of self-disgust was how close he had come to losing his control. He realized how important it had become to him, his reputation for coolness, detachment, uninvolvement. Well, he was involved now. Perhaps they were right. You shouldn't take on a case if you knew the victim. But how could he claim to have known Berowne? What time had they spent together, except for a 3-hour train journey, a brief 10-minute spell in his office, an interrupted walk in St. James's Park? And yet he knew that he had never felt so great an empathy with any other victim. That impulse to connect his fist with Gilmartin's jaw, to see blood spurting over that immaculate shirt front, that old-school tie, well, 15 years ago he might have done it, and it would have cost him his job. For a moment he almost yearned for the lost, uncomplicated spontaneity of youth. He said, "I'm surprised that you thought Garrod worth the trouble. He was a left-wing activist at university. It hardly needs an undercover agent to discover that Garrod doesn't vote Tory. He's never made any secret of his beliefs. And not of his beliefs, but he has of his activities. His group are rather more than the usual middle-class malcontents, looking for an ethically acceptable outlet for aggression and some kind of cause, preferably one that gives them the illusion of commitment. Oh, yes, he's worth it." Gilmartin signalled a glance at Duxbury, who said, "It's only a small group. Cell, he calls it. At present, 4 are women, 13 of them altogether. He never recruits more nor less. A nice touch of counter-superstition, and of course it adds to the mystique of conspiracy. The magic number, the closed circle." Dalgliesh thought that the number also had a certain operational logic. Garrod could organise 3 groups of 4, or 2 of 6 for field work, and still free himself as coordinator, director, recognised leader. Duxbury went on. "They're all from the privileged middle class, which makes for cohesion and obviates class tensions. The comrades, after all, aren't notable for brotherly love. This lot speak the same language, including, of course, the usual Marxist jargon, and they're all intelligent. Silly, maybe, but intelligent. A potentially dangerous bunch. None is a member of the Labour Party, incidentally. Not that the party would have them. 6 of them, including Garrod, are paid-up members of the Workers' Revolutionary Campaign, but they don't hold office. My guess is that the WRC is little more than a front. Garrod prefers to run his own show. A natural fascination with conspiracy, I suppose." Dalgliesh said, "He should have joined Special Branch." "And Sarah Berowne is a member?" "For the last 2 years. A member and Garrod's mistress, which gives her a peculiar prestige in the group. In some ways the comrades are remarkably old-fashioned." "And what did you get from Travers?" "All right, let me guess. Garrod introduced her into the Camden Hill Square house. That wouldn't be difficult, given the shortage of reliable domestic help. Sarah Berowne would have tipped them off about the advertisement, if she didn't actually suggest it. Anyone willing to do housework and turning up with good references, and you'd have seen to that, would be pretty sure of a job. That was his cell's function, presumably, to discredit selected MPs. It was Gilmartin who answered. "One of their functions. They mostly went for the moderate socialists. Dig up the muck, an illicit love affair, preferably homosexual, an ill-advised friendship, a half-forgotten sponsored trip to South Africa, a suggestion of sticky fingers in the party funds. Then, when the poor devil goes up for re-selection, spread the manure around judiciously and draw delicate attention to the smell. Discrediting members of the present administration is probably more a matter of occasional duty than enjoyment. I imagine Garrett chose Paul Berowne for personal rather than political reasons. Sarah Berowne dislikes more than her papa's party. So it had been Garrett who had sent the poison pen message to Ackroyd and the gossip writers of the Nationals. Well, he had always been Dalglish's most likely suspect for that particular mischief. As if hearing his thoughts, Gilmartin said, "I doubt whether you'll be able to prove he sent that message to the press. They do it very cleverly. A member of the group visits one of those shops where they sell new and second-hand typewriters and let you try out the machines. You know the scene, rows of chained typewriters for the customers to bang away on. The chance of a single prospective customer being recognized is almost nil. We can't keep perpetual watch on all the cell members. They don't warrant that intensity of effort, and I'm not sure, anyway, what particular section or subsection of the criminal law they'd be infringing. The information they use is accurate. It's no use to them if it isn't. How did you get on to Travers, by the way?" "Through the woman she lodged with before she moved into her flat. Women have a profound contempt for masculine secret societies and a knack of seeing through them." Gilmartin said, "The whole sex is one secret society. We wanted Travers to live alone. We should have insisted. But I'm surprised that she talked. She didn't. Her landlady didn't altogether believe in an unemployed actress who could yet afford to buy a flat. But it was your men turning up to search her room that confirmed her suspicions. Incidentally, what was your real interest in Garrett, apart from getting some additional names in your activist files?" Gilmartin pursed his lips. There could have been an IRA connection. And was there? For a moment, Dalgliesh thought he would refuse to answer. Then he glanced at Duxbury and said, "Not as far as we've been able to discover. You think Garrett is your man?" "He could be." "Well, good hunting." He seemed suddenly ill at ease, as if uncertain how to bring the interview to an end. Then he said, "It has been useful talking to you, Adam. We've taken notes of the points you raised. And you'll watch the procedures, won't you? The IR-49. A modest little form, but it has its uses." As the lift bore him down to his own floor, it seemed to Dalgliesh that he had been closeted with Special Branch for days, rather than less than an hour. He felt contaminated by a kind of sick hopelessness. He knew that he would shake off its symptoms soon enough. He always did. But the infection would still be there in his bloodstream, part of that sickness of the spirit which he was beginning to think he must learn to endure. But the interview, humiliatingly fractious as it had been, had served its purpose, clearing away a tangle of extraneous brushwood from the main path of his inquiry. He knew now the identity and motive of the poison pen writer. He knew what Diana Travers had been doing at Camden Hill Square, who had put her there, and why, after the drowning, her room had been searched. 2 young women were dead, one by her own hand, one by accident. There was no mystery about why and how they had died, and little now about how they had lived. Why then was he still obstinately convinced that these 2 deaths were not only linked, but central to the mystery of Paul Berowne's murder? Chapter 2. When he got back from that secretive and self-sufficient world on the 18th and 19th floors, Dalgliesh found that his own corridor was unusually silent. He put his head in his secretary's office, but Susie's typewriter was shrouded, her desk cleared, and he remembered that she had a dental appointment that morning. Kate was meeting Carol Washburn in Holland Park. Irked by his own bad temper, he had hardly given a thought to the possibilities of that encounter. Massingham was, he knew, visiting the Wayfarers' Refuge in Causeway Street to talk to the warden there about Harry Mack, before going on to interview 2 of the girls who had been in the punt on the Thames when Diana Travers had drowned. According to their evidence at the inquest, neither of them had seen the girl dive into the river. They and the rest of the party had left her with Dominic Swain on the bank when they pushed out the punt, and had seen and heard nothing of her until that awful moment when the punt pole had struck her body. Both had admitted at the inquest that they had been half drunk at the time. Dalgliesh doubted whether they would have anything more useful to say now that they were sober, but if they had, Massingham was the one best suited to get it out of them. But Massingham had left a message. As he entered his room, Dalgliesh saw a single sheet of white paper pinned to his blotter, with Massingham's paper knife, a long and remarkably sharp dagger, which he claimed to have won at a fairground when a child. The dramatic gesture and the few lines of letters and figures in stark black upright hand said it all. The Forensic Science Laboratory had telephoned the result of the blood analyses. Without pulling out the dagger, Dalgliesh stood silently and looked down at the evidence which, more than any other, was vital to his theory that Berowne had been murdered. Berowne, rhesus positive. Mac, positive. Smears on carpet and jacket pocket, positive. Berowne, AB, O, A. Mac, A. Smears on carpet and jacket pocket, A. Berowne, AK enzymes, 2 minus, 1, 7.6%. Mac, 1, 92.3%. Smears on carpet and jacket pocket, 2 minus, 1. Berowne, PGM enzymes, 1 plus, 40%. Mac, 2 plus, 1 minus, 4.8%. Smears on carpet and jacket pocket, 1 plus. Berowne, razor blade, AK 2 minus, 1. PGM 2 plus, 1 minus, 1 plus. The PGM system was, he knew, a strong one. There would have been no need to set up a control reaction with the dirty carpet. But the lab must have worked over the weekend, despite their heavy load and the fact that as yet there was no suspect in custody, and he was grateful. There was blood of 2 different types on the razor, but that was hardly surprising. The analysis, a mere formality. But more important, the smear on the carpet under Harry's coat wasn't his blood. Dalgliesh had another interview booked for late in the afternoon, which promised, in its different way, to be as irritating as the session with Gilmartin. It was helpful that this important piece of scientific evidence had arrived in time. Chapter 3. Holland Park was only a few minutes' walk from Charles Shannon House. Kate had woken early shortly after 6, and by 7 had breakfasted and was impatient to get away. After prowling restlessly round an already immaculate flat, trying to find jobs to occupy the time, she stuffed a paper bag of crumbs for the birds in her jacket pocket and left 3/4 of an hour early, telling herself that it would be less frustrating to walk in the park than to stay cooped up, wondering whether Carol Washburn would actually turn up, whether she might already be regretting her promise. Dalgliesh had accepted that the agreement with the girl must be kept. She would meet Carol Washburn alone. He had given her no instructions and offered no advice. Other senior officers would have been tempted to remind her of the importance of the meeting, but this wasn't his way. She respected him for it, but it increased her burden of responsibility. Everything might depend on how she handled their encounter. Just before 9, she made her way to the terrace above the formal gardens. When she had last visited the park, the beds had been richly patterned with a summer display of geraniums, fuchsias, heliotropes and begonias. But now the time had come for the autumn stripping. Half the beds were already bare, expanses of soft loam littered with broken stems, petals like blobs of blood, and a scatter of dying leaves. A council cart, like the dread tumbril of winter, stood ready for the new strippings. And now, as the minute finger of her watch clicked to the hour, the squeals and shouts from the grounds of Holland Park School were suddenly hushed, and the park lay in its early morning calm. An old woman, bent as a witch, with a team of 6 small discouraged dogs on a lead, shuffled along the side path, then paused to pull and sniff at the last flowers of the lavender. A solitary jogger loped down the steps and disappeared through the arches leading to the orangery. And suddenly Carol Washburn was there. Almost precisely on the hour, a solitary female figure appeared at the far end of the garden. She was wearing a short grey jacket over a matching skirt, her head covered by a voluminous blue and white scarf which almost obscured her face. But Kate knew immediately, and with a lift of the heart, who it was. They stood for a moment regarding each other, then advanced between the denuded flower beds in measured, almost ceremonial paces. Kate was reminded of spy thrillers, the exchange of defectors at some border crossing, a sense of unseen watchers, ears pricked for the crack of a rifle. When they met, the girl nodded, but did not speak. Kate said simply, "Thank you for coming." Then she turned, and together they passed up the steps out of the garden, across the spongy turf of the wide lawn, and into the path between the rose gardens. Here the freshness of the morning air was tinged with the remembered scent of summer. Roses, thought Kate, were never finished. There was something irritating about a flower which couldn't recognize that its season was over. Even in December there would be tight and browning buds destined to wither before they opened, a few anemic heavy heads drooping towards the petal-strewn earth. Pacing slowly between the spiked bushes, aware of Carol's shoulder almost brushing hers, she thought, "I must have patience. I must wait for her to speak first. She has to be the one to choose the time and place." They came up to the statue of Lord Holland, seated on his pedestal, gazing benignly towards his house. Still without speaking, they walked on down the mushy path between the woodlands. Then her companion paused. She looked into the wilderness and said, "That's where he found her, over there, under that slanting silver birch, the one by the holly bush. We came here together a week later. I think he needed to show me." Kate waited. It was extraordinary that this wilderness of trees could be close to the centre of a great city. Once over the low palisade, it would be possible to believe oneself deep in the countryside. No wonder that Theresa Nolan, reared among the Surrey woodlands, should have chosen this quiet, leafy place in which to die. It must have been like a return to early childhood, the smell of leaf loam, the rough bark of the tree against her back, the scurry of small birds and squirrels in the undergrowth, the softness of the earth making death as natural and friendly as falling asleep. For one extraordinary moment it seemed to her that she entered into that death, was mysteriously one with that lonely dying girl under the far tree. She shivered. The moment of empathy was quickly over, but its power astonished and a little disturbed her. She had seen enough suicides in her first 5 years of policing to have learnt detachment, and for her it had never been a difficult lesson. She had always been able to distance emotion, to think, "This is a dead body," not "this was a living woman." So why should an imagined death be more distressing than a body actually seen? Perhaps she thought, "I can afford a little involvement, a little pity." But it was strange that it should begin now. What was it, she wondered, about the Berowne case which seemed to be changing even her perception of her job? She turned her eyes again to the path and heard Carol Washburn's voice. When Paul learned that she was missing, when the nursing home rang to ask if anyone at Camden Hill Square had seen her or knew where she was, he guessed that she might be here. Before he became a minister and security became a nuisance, he often walked through the park to work. He could cross Kensington Church Street, get into Hyde Park, and then into Green Park at Hyde Park Corner, walking nearly all the way to the house on grass and under trees. So it was natural to come and look. I mean, he didn't have to go much out of his way. He wasn't putting himself to any great trouble. The sudden bitterness in her voice was shocking. Still, Kate didn't speak. She dug in her jacket pocket for the small bag of crumbs and held them out on her palm. A sparrow, tame as only London sparrows are, hopped on her fingers with a delicate scrape of claws. His head jerked, and she felt the beak like a pinprick, and then he was gone. She said, "He must have known Theresa Nolan very well." Perhaps. She used to talk to him in the night hours when Lady Ursula was asleep, tell him about herself, her family. He was easy for women to talk to. Some women. Both of them were for a moment silent. But there was one question which she had to ask. She said, "The child Theresa Nolan was carrying, could it have been his?" To her relief, the question was taken calmly, almost as if it were expected. The girl said, "Once I would have said no and been absolutely certain. I'm not certain of anything anymore. There were things he didn't tell me. I always knew that. I know it even better now. But I think he would have told me that. It wasn't his child. But he did blame himself for what happened to her. He felt responsible. Why? She tried to see him the day before she killed herself. She went to his office, to the department. It was tactless, the kind of thing only an innocent would do, and she couldn't have chosen a worse time. He was just due to go into an important meeting. He could have made 5 minutes to see her, but it wouldn't have been convenient, and it wouldn't have been prudent. When the young HEO in his private office brought in the news that a Miss Theresa Nolan was in the front hall asking to see him urgently, he said that she was probably one of his constituents, and sent down a message asking her to leave her address and he'd get in touch. She went away without saying a word. He never heard from her again. I think he would have got in touch, given time. But he wasn't given time. The next day, she was dead. It was interesting, thought Kate, that this piece of news hadn't come out when Dalgliesh was interviewing Sir Paul's civil servants. Those careful men, by training and instinct, protected their minister. Were they extending this protection beyond death? They had spoken of Paul Berowne's speed and skill in mastering a complicated submission, but there had been no mention of the inconvenient arrival of an importunate young woman. But perhaps it wasn't surprising. The officer who had taken the message had been comparatively junior. It was another example of the man who had the interesting information not even being questioned. But even if he had been, he might not have thought it important, unless he had read the inquest report and recognized the girl, and perhaps not even then. Carol Washburn still stood gazing into the woodlands, hands deep in her jacket pockets. Her shoulders hunched, as if there blew from the tangled wilderness the first chill wind of winter. She said, "She was slumped against the trunk. That trunk. You can barely see it now, and in high summer it's invisible. She could have been there for days." Not for long, thought Kate. The smell would soon have alerted the park keepers. Holland Park might be a small paradise in the middle of the city, but it was no different from any other Eden. There were still predators on 4 legs prowling in the undergrowth, and predators on 2 walking the paths. Death was still death. Bodies still stank when they rotted. She glanced at her companion. Carol Washburn was still staring into the woodland with a painful intensity, as if conjuring up that slumped figure at the foot of the silver birch. Then she said, "Paul told the truth about what happened, but not the whole truth. There were 2 letters in her jacket pocket. One addressed to her grandparents asking forgiveness, the one read out at the inquest. But there was another, marked confidential and addressed to Paul. That's what I've come to tell you." "Did you see it? Did he show it to you?" Kate tried to keep the eagerness out of her voice. Could this, she thought, be physical evidence at last? "No. He brought it to the flat, but he didn't give it to me to read. He told me what was in it. Apparently while Theresa was nursing at Pembroke Lodge, she was transferred to night duty. One of the patients had been brought some bottles of champagne by her husband, and they'd had a party. It's that kind of place. Anyway, she was a little tipsy. She was gloating over the baby, a son after 3 girls, and said, 'Thanks to darling Stephen.' Then she let out that if patients wanted a child of a particular sex, Lampart would do an early amniocentesis and abort an unwanted fetus. Women who hated childbirth and weren't prepared to go through with it just to get a child of the wrong sex knew where to go. Kate said, "But he is, taking a terrible risk." "Not really. Not if there's never anything on paper, never anything specifically said. Paul wondered if some of the pathological reports were falsified to show an abnormality in the fetus. Most of his lab work is done on the premises. Afterwards, Theresa tried to get some evidence, but it wasn't easy. When she questioned the patient the next day, she laughed and said that she was joking, but she was obviously terrified. That afternoon, she discharged herself. So this was the explanation of those mysterious jottings which A.D. had found in Theresa's missal. She had been trying to collect evidence about the sex of the patient's previous children. Kate asked, "Did Theresa speak to anyone at Pembroke Lodge?" She didn't dare. She knew that someone had libelled Lampart once and had been made bankrupt as a result. He is, notoriously litigious. What could she hope to do? A young nurse, poor, without powerful friends, against a man like that? Who would believe her? And then she found that she was pregnant and had her own problems to think about. How could she speak against what she saw as his sin when she was about to commit mortal sin herself? But when she was preparing to die, she felt that she had to do something to put a stop to it. She thought about Paul. He wasn't weak. He had nothing to fear. He was a minister, a powerful man. He would see that it was stopped. And did he? How could he? She hadn't any idea what kind of burden she was putting on him. As I said, she was an innocent. They're always the ones who do the most harm. Lampert is his wife's lover. If he tackled him, it would look like blackmail, or worse, revenge. And his own guilt over her death, the lie about her being a constituent, his failure to help her, that must have seemed morally worse than anything Lampart was doing. What did he decide? He tore up the letter while he was with me and flushed it down the lavatory. But he was a lawyer. Wasn't his instinct to preserve evidence? Not that evidence. He said, if I haven't the courage to use it, then I must get rid of it. There's no compromise. Either I do what Theresa wanted, or I destroy the evidence. I suppose he thought that hoarding it might be degrading, might smack of potential blackmail, carefully preserving evidence against your enemy in case you needed it in future. Did he ask your advice? No, not advice. He needed to think it through, and I was there to listen. That's what he usually needed me for, to listen. I realize that now. And he knew what I would say, what I wanted. I would say, divorce Barbara, and use that letter to make sure that she and her lover make no trouble over it. Use it to get your freedom. I don't know whether I would have said it so brutally, but he knew that's what I wanted him to do. Before he destroyed it, he made me promise to say nothing. Kate said, he took absolutely no action. You're sure of that? I think he may have spoken to Lampart. He told me that he would, but we never discussed it again. He was going to tell Lampart what he knew and admit that he had no evidence. And he took his money out of Pembroke Lodge. There was quite a bit, I think, originally invested by his brother. They began walking slowly down the path. Kate thought, suppose Paul Berowne had spoken to Lampart. With the evidence destroyed, and pathetically inadequate evidence at that, the doctor would have little to fear. A scandal could hurt Paul Berowne as much as it harmed Lampart. But after Sir Paul's experience in that vestry, things might be very different. Perhaps the changed Berowne, his own career thrown away, would see it as his moral duty to expose and ruin Lampart, evidence or no evidence. And what of Barbara Berowne, faced on one hand with a husband who had chucked away both job and prospects, and was even proposing to sell their home, and on the other with a lover who might be facing ruin? Kate decided on a blunt question, which in other circumstances she might have felt unwise. Do you think Stephen Lampart killed him, with or without her connivance? No. He'd be a fool to involve her in anything like that, and she hasn't the courage or the wit to plan it alone. She's the kind of woman who gets a man to do her dirty work for her, and then persuades herself that she knows nothing about it. But I've given you a motive for both of them. It ought to be enough to make life uncomfortable for her. Is that what you want? The girl turned round on her and said with sudden passion, No, that's not what I want. I want her to be harried and grilled and frightened. I want her disgraced. I want her arrested, imprisoned for life. I want her dead. It won't happen. None of it will happen. And the awful thing is that I've hurt myself more than I can ever hurt her. Once I'd made that call to you. Once I said I'd be here, then I knew I had to come. But he told me in confidence. He trusted me. He always trusted me. Now there's nothing left. Nothing I can remember about our loving that will ever be free of pain and guilt. Kate looked at her and saw that she was crying. She was making no sound, not even a sob, but from eyes fixed and staring, as if in terror the tears ran in a steady stream over the drained face and the half-open, quivering mouth. There was something frightening about this steady, silent grief. Kate thought, there isn't a man, any man in the world, who is worth this agony. She felt a mixture of sympathy, helplessness, and irritation, which she recognized was tinged with slight contempt. But the pity won. There was nothing she could find to say which might comfort, but at least she could make some practical response. Ask Carol back to the flat for coffee before they parted. She was opening her mouth to speak, then checked herself. The girl wasn't a suspect. Even if it were reasonable to think of her in those terms, she had an alibi, a late meeting out of London for the time of death. But suppose Carol were required to give evidence in court, then any suggestion of friendship, of an understanding between them, could be prejudicial to the prosecution. And more than to the prosecution, it could be prejudicial to her own career. It was the kind of sentimental error of judgment which wouldn't exactly displease Massingham if he came to hear of it. And then she heard herself saying, "My flat is very close, just across the avenue. Come and have coffee before you go." In the flat, Carol Washburn moved over to the window like an automaton and gazed out without speaking. Then she moved over to the sofa and stood regarding the oil painting on the wall above, 3 triangles partly superimposed in a browny red, clear green and white. She asked, but not as if she greatly cared, "Do you like modern art?" "I like experimenting with shapes and different colours, laid against each other. I don't like reproductions, and I can't afford originals, so I paint my own. I don't suppose they're art, but I enjoy them." "Where did you learn to paint?" "I just bought the canvas and oils and taught myself. The small bedroom is a kind of studio. I haven't had time to do much lately." "It's clever. I like the texture of the background. Done by pressing a tissue over the paint just before it dried. Texture's the easy part. It's applying the oil smoothly that I find tricky." She went into the kitchen to grind coffee beans. Carol followed and stood listlessly watching from the doorway. She waited until the grinder had been switched off, then suddenly asked, "What made you choose the police?" Kate was tempted to reply, "For much the same reasons that you chose the civil service. I thought I could do the job. I was ambitious. I prefer order and hierarchy to muddle." Then she wondered whether Carol needed to ask, not answer, questions, to reach out, however tentatively, to another's life. She said, "I didn't want an office job. I wanted a career where I could earn well from the start, hope for promotion. I suppose I liked pitting myself against men. And they were rather against the idea at the school I went to. That was an added inducement." Carol Washburn made no response, but watched her for a moment, then drifted back into the sitting room. Kate, hands busy with percolator, mug and saucers, tray and biscuits, found herself recalling that last interview with Miss Shepherd, the careers advisor. "We had rather hoped that you would set your sights higher. University, for example. You're safe, I'd say, for 2 A's and a B at A-level." "I want to start earning." "That's understandable, Kate, but you'll get a full grant, remember. You can manage." "I don't want to have to manage. I want a job, a place of my own. University would be 3 wasted years." "Education is never wasted, Kate." "I'm not giving up education. I can go on educating myself." "But a policewoman. We had rather hoped that you would choose something more, well, socially significant." "You mean more useful?" "More concerned, perhaps, with basic human problems." "I can't think of anything more basic than helping to make sure that people can walk safely in their own city. I'm afraid, Kate, that recent research shows that walking in safety has little to do with the level of policing. Why not read that pamphlet in the library, Policing the Inner City, a Socialist Solution? But if this is your choice, naturally we shall do what we can to help. How do you see yourself? In the Juvenile Bureau?" "No. I see myself as a senior detective." She had been tempted to add mischievously, "and as the first woman chief constable." But that, she had known, was as unrealistic as a recruit to the rack, seeing herself as commanding the household cavalry. Ambition, if it were to be savoured, let alone achieved, had to be rooted in possibility. Even her childhood fantasies had been anchored to reality. The lost father would reappear, loving, prosperous, repentant. But she had never expected him to descend from a Rolls-Royce. And in the end he hadn't come, and she had known that she had never really expected him. There were no sounds from the sitting room, and when she carried in the tray of coffee, she saw that Carol was sitting on a chair, stiffly upright, gazing down at her clasped hands. Kate set down the tray, and at once Carol slopped milk into her mug, then clasped both hands round it and gulped avidly, hunched in her chair like an old, starved woman. It was strange, thought Kate, that the girl seemed more distraught, less under control than at their first meeting, when they had briefly chatted in her own kitchen. What, she wondered, had happened since then to prompt her betrayal of Berowne's confidence, to produce this bitterness and resentment? Had she somehow learned that there was no mention of her in his will? But that surely was what she must have expected. But perhaps it mattered more than she had ever thought possible, the public and final confirmation that she had always been on the periphery of his life, officially non-existent after death, as she had been in their years together. She thought that she had been indispensable to him, that he had found with her in that ordinary, seldom-visited flat a still centre of fulfilment and peace. Maybe he had, at least for a few snatched hours. But she hadn't been indispensable to him. No one had. He had compartmentalized people, as he had the rest of his over-organized life, filing them away in the recesses of his mind until he needed what they had to offer. But then, she asked herself, is that so very different from what I do with Alan? She knew that she wouldn't be able to bring herself to ask what had brought the girl to this meeting, and it wasn't really important to the inquiry. What was important was that Berowne's confidence had been broken, and Lampart's motive immensely strengthened. But how far did that really get them? One piece of hard physical evidence was worth a dozen motives. They were back to the old question. Could Lampart and Barbara Berowne really have had the time? Someone, Berowne or his killer, had been using the washroom at St. Matthew's at 8 o'clock. 3 people had seen the gush of water. None of them could be shaken. So either Berowne was alive at 8, or the murderer was still on the premises. Either way, it was difficult to see how Lampart could have driven to the Black Swan by 8:30. When she had finished her coffee, Carol managed a weak smile and said, "Thank you. I'd better go now. I suppose you want all this on paper? We'd like a statement. You could call in at the Harrow Road station. There's an incident room there. Or come to the yard." "I'll call in at Harrow Road. There won't be any more questions, will there?" "There could be, but I don't think we'll want you for long." At the door they stood for a moment facing each other. Suddenly Kate thought that Carol was going to step forward and fall into her arms, and knew that her unpractised arms might even know how to hold and comfort, that she might even be able to find the right words. But the moment passed, and she told herself that the thought had been embarrassing and ridiculous. As soon as she was alone, she rang Dalgliesh, careful to keep any note of triumph out of her voice. "She came, sir. There's no new physical evidence, but she has strengthened one of the suspect's motives. I think you'll want to go to Hampstead." He said, "Where are you ringing from? Your flat?" "Yes, sir." "I'll be there in about half an hour." But it was less than that when the bell of the entry phone rang. He said, "I'm parked further up Lansdowne Road. Could you come down now?" He didn't suggest that he should come up, and she hadn't expected it. No senior officer was more scrupulous in respecting the privacy of his subordinates. She told herself that in him it hardly counted for virtue. He was too scrupulously careful to protect his own. Going down in the lift, it occurred to her that the more she learned of Berowne, the more alike he seemed to Dalgliesh. She felt a spurt of irritation against both of them. Here, waiting for her, was a man who might also cause that extremity of grief for a woman unwise enough to love him. She told herself that she was glad that she had that temptation at least well under control. Chapter 4. Stephen Lampart said, "It isn't true." Theresa Nolan was psychologically disturbed. or, if you prefer bluntness, mad enough to kill herself. Nothing she wrote before that act counts as reliable evidence, even if you have this alleged letter, which I assume you haven't. I mean, if it were actually in your possession, you'd be flourishing it in my face, surely. What you're relying on is third-hand information. We both know what that's worth in a court of law, or anywhere else for that matter. Dalgliesh said, "Are you telling me that the girl's story is untrue?" Let's be charitable and say mistaken. She was lonely, guilt-ridden, particularly about sex, depressed, losing touch with reality. There's a psychiatrist's report on her medical file which, stripped of its jargon, says precisely that. Or you can argue that she was deliberately lying, she or Berowne. Neither was a particularly reliable witness. Both, as it happens, are dead. If this is meant to give me a motive, it's absurd. It's also close to slander, and I know how to deal with that. Dalgliesh said, "As you knew how to deal with libel. A police officer carrying out a murder investigation isn't so easily ruined. Not financially, perhaps. The courts are so ridiculously indulgent to the police." The nurse who had received them at Pembroke Lodge had said, "Mr. Lampert has just finished operating, if you would come this way." And they had been shown into a room adjacent to the theatre. Lampert had joined them almost at once, pulling off his green operating cap, peeling off his gloves. The room was small, clinical, seeming full of rushing water and the sound of feet passing in the room next door, of confident voices above the unconscious body of the patient. It was a temporary place, a room for quick clinical exchanges, not for confidences. Dalgliesh wondered if the ploy had been deliberate, a way of demonstrating the subtle power of his professional status, of reminding the police that there was more than one kind of authority. Dalgliesh didn't think that Lampert had dreaded the interview, even if he had thought it prudent to face it on his own territory. He hadn't shown the least sign of apprehension. After all, he had enjoyed power, one kind of power, long enough to have acquired the self-assertive hubris of success. A man who had developed the confidence of a successful obstetrician certainly had the confidence to confront an investigating officer of the Metropolitan Police. "Now," he said, "I didn't kill Berowne. Even if I were capable of particularly brutal and bloody murder, I certainly wouldn't take Berowne's wife with me and expect her to wait in the car while I slit her husband's throat. As for this other nonsense, even if it were true that I aborted healthy fetuses because they weren't the sex the mother wanted, how do you propose to prove it? The operations were done here. The pathological reports are on the medical records. There's nothing incriminating on any file in this building, and even if there were, you wouldn't have access to it, not without a great deal of trouble. I have strong feelings about the sanctity of medical records. So what can you do? Start interviewing a succession of patients in the hope of tricking or bullying one of them into an indiscretion? And how would you track them down without my cooperation? Your allegation is ridiculous, Commander." Dalgliesh said, "But Paul Berowne believed it. He got rid of his shares in Pembroke Lodge after Theresa Nolan's death. I think he spoke to you. I don't know what he said to you, but I can guess. You could trust him to keep silent at that time. But after his experience in that church, his conversion, whatever it was, could you trust his silence then?" He wondered whether he had been wise to show his hand so soon and so clearly. But the doubt was momentary. Lampert had to be confronted by the new evidence, tenuous as it might be. He had to be given the right to reply, and if it were irrelevant, the sooner it was cleared out of the way, the better. Lampert said, "It wasn't like that. We never spoke." And assuming that he did believe it, he would have been in a somewhat invidious position, rather more invidious than you realize. He wanted a son, but he certainly didn't want another daughter. Nor, incidentally, did Barbara. Barbara might be willing to bear him an heir, if only to consolidate her position. She saw that as part of the bargain. But 9 months' discomfort to produce another daughter for him, to resent, despise, and ignore, was asking rather too much of a woman, particularly one who dislikes and fears the thought of childbirth. Assuming the story is true, you could say that Berowne found himself in a curious position, morally anyway. He couldn't stomach the means, but I suspect he wasn't entirely displeased with the ends. That has never been a particularly dignified moral stance, not in my book. Barbara had one miscarriage, a female, 8 months after their marriage. Do you suppose he grieved over that? No wonder the poor devil was in a mess psychologically. No wonder he took a razor to his throat. What you've discovered, Commander, if true, is an added reason for suicide, not a motive for murder. Lampart took down his jacket from a peg, then opened the door for Dalgliesh and Kate with a smiling courtesy that was almost insulting. Then he led the way to his private drawing-room, shut the door, and motioned them towards the easy chairs before the fire. Sitting opposite, he leaned forward, legs apart, and almost thrust his face at Dalgliesh. Dalgliesh could see the handsome features magnified, the pores of the skin glistening with sweat as if he was still in the heat of the theatre, the taut muscles straining at the neck, the smudge of tiredness under the eyes, and the threads of scarlet around the irises, the flecks of dandruff at the roots of the undisciplined forelock. It was still a comparatively young face, but the signs of ageing were there, and he could suddenly see how Lampart would look in another 30 years, the skin speckled and bleached, the bones less firmly fleshed, the macho confidence soured into the cynicism of old age. But now his voice was strong and harsh, and the aggression came over to Dalgliesh, powerful as a force. "I'll be frank with you, Commander, more frank than I would probably think prudent if what you're saying were true. If I had aborted those unwanted fetuses, it wouldn't be giving me a single pang of what you would probably call conscience. 200 years ago, anesthesia in childbirth was regarded as immoral. Less than 100 years ago, birth control was virtually illegal. A woman has the right to choose whether she bears a child. I happen to think she also has a right to choose which sex. An unwanted child is usually a nuisance to itself, to society, to its parents. And a 2-month fetus isn't a human being. It's a complicated collection of tissue. You probably don't personally believe that the child has a soul before birth, at birth, or after birth. Poet or no poet, you're not the kind of man who sees visions and hears voices in church vestries. I'm not a religious man. I was born with my share of neuroses, but not that one. But what surprises me about those who claim to have faith is that they seem to think that we can find out scientific facts behind God's back. That first myth, the Garden of Eden, is remarkably persistent. We always feel we haven't a right to knowledge, or that when we get it we haven't the right to use it. In my book, we've the right to do anything we can to make human life more agreeable, safer, less full of pain. His voice grated, and there was a gleam in the grey eyes, uncomfortably close to fanaticism. He could, thought Dalgliesh, have been a 17th-century religious mercenary, reciting his credo with drawn sword. Dalgliesh said mildly, "Provided, presumably, we don't hurt other people, and the act isn't illegal." "Provided we don't hurt other people. Yes, I'd accept that. Getting rid of an unwanted fetus hurts no one. Either abortion is never justified, or it's justified on grounds which the mother happens to think important. The wrong sex is as good a reason as any. I've more respect for those Christians who oppose abortion on any grounds than for those ingenious compromisers who want life on their own terms and a good conscience at the same time. At least the former are consistent." Dalgliesh said, "The law is consistent. Indiscriminate abortion is unlawful." "Oh, but this would have been highly discriminatory." "All right, I know what you mean. But the law has no place when it comes to private morality, sexual or otherwise." Dalgliesh said, "Where else is it supposed to operate?" He got up, and Lampart saw them out, deferential, smiling, confident. Except for perfunctory courtesies, neither spoke another word. In the car, Kate said, "It was practically a confession, sir. He didn't even bother to deny it." "No, but it isn't one he'd ever make on paper, or which we could use in court. And it was a confession to medical malpractice, not murder. And he's right, of course. It will be the devil to prove. But it gives him a double motive. His affair with Lady Berowne, and the fact that Berowne might have felt he had a duty to expose him. Under all that bluff and arrogance, he must have known that he's as vulnerable to scandal as any other doctor. Even a rumour wouldn't have done him any good. And coming from someone of Berowne's standing, it would have been taken seriously. Dalgliesh said, "Oh, yes, Lampart has got it all. Means, motive, opportunity, knowledge, and the arrogance to think he can get away with it. But I accept one thing he told us. He wouldn't have taken Barbara Berowne with him into that vestry, and I can't see her agreeing to be left alone in a car, parked in a not particularly salubrious area of Paddington, whatever the excuse. And always, we get back to the timing. The night porter saw them leaving Pembroke Lodge together. Higgins saw them arriving at the Black Swan. Unless one or both are lying, Lampart has to be in the clear." And then he thought, unless we've been misled by that gush of water from the waste pipe, unless we've got the time of death totally wrong. If Berowne had died at the earliest time Dr. Kynaston had thought possible, say 7 o'clock, what happened to Lampart's alibi then? He had claimed to be at Pembroke Lodge with his mistress, but there had to be more ways than one of leaving the lodge and returning unseen. But someone had been in the church kitchen at 8 o'clock, unless, of course, the water had been left deliberately running. But by whom? Someone who had come earlier, at 7 o'clock. Someone who had arrived in a black rover. If Berowne had died at 7 o'clock, there were suspects other than Stephen Lampart. But what possible purpose would be served by leaving the tap running? There was, of course, always the possibility that it had been left on by accident. But if that were the case, then how and when had it been turned off? Chapter 5. Lady Ursula's friends had expressed their condolences with flowers, and her sitting-room was incongruously festive with long-stemmed thornless roses, carnations, and imported boughs of white lilac, which looked like plastic artifacts sprayed with scent. The flowers had been less arranged than stuck into a variety of vases, placed around the room for convenience rather than effect. By her side on the rosewood table was a small cut-glass bowl of freesias. Their scent, sweet and unmistakable, came up to Dalgliesh as he neared her chair. She made no attempt to rise, but held out her hand, and he took it. It felt cold and dry, and there was no responsive pressure. She was sitting, as always, bolt upright, wearing an ankle-length black wrap-over skirt, with above it a high-necked blouse in fine grey wool. Her only jewellery was a double chain in old gold and her rings. The long fingers resting on the arms of her chair were laden with great flashing stones, so that the blue corded hands with their parchment skin seemed almost too frail to hold the weight of gold. She motioned Dalgliesh to the opposite chair. When he had seated himself and Massingham had found a place on a small sofa set against the wall, she said, "Father Barnes called here this morning. Perhaps he thought he had a duty to bring me spiritual comfort. Or was he apologizing for the use made of his vestry? He could hardly suppose I thought it was his fault. If he intended to offer spiritual consolation, I'm afraid he found me a disappointing mourner. He's a curious man. I found him rather unintelligent, commonplace. What was your opinion?" Dalgliesh said, "I wouldn't describe him as commonplace, but it's difficult to see him influencing your son. He seemed to me a man who had long ago given up the expectation of influencing anyone. Perhaps he has lost his faith. Isn't that fashionable in the church today? But why should that distress him? The world is full of people who have lost faith. Politicians who have lost faith in politics. Social workers who have lost faith in social work. School teachers who have lost faith in teaching. And for all I know, policemen who have lost faith in policing. And poets who have lost faith in poetry. It's a condition of faith that it gets lost from time to time, or at least mislaid. And why doesn't he get his cassock cleaned? 'Tis a cassock, isn't it? There were what I assumed were egg stains on the right cuff, and the front looked as if he'd dribbled on it." Dalgliesh said, "It's a garment he practically lives in, Lady Ursula. He could buy a spare, surely? If he could afford one. And he had made an attempt to sponge off the stain. Had he? Not very effectively. Well, that's the sort of thing you're trained to notice, of course. It did not surprise him that they were discussing ecclesiastical garb, while what remained of her son lay headless and disembowelled in a mortuary icebox. Unlike herself and Father Barnes, they had been able to communicate from their first meeting. She shifted a little in her chair. Then she said, "But you are not, of course, here to discuss Father Barnes's spiritual problems. What are you here to say, Commander?" "I'm here to ask you again, Lady Ursula, whether or not you saw your son's diary in the desk drawer when General Knowledge rang this house at 6 o'clock last Tuesday." The remarkable eyes looked straight into his. "You have asked that question twice before. I am, of course, always happy to talk to the poet who wrote Rhesus Negative, but your visits are becoming rather frequent, and your conversation predictable. I've nothing to add to what I told you before. I find this reiteration rather offensive." "You do understand the implication of what you're saying?" "Naturally I understand it. Is there anything else you need to ask?" "I should like you to confirm that you did in fact speak to Halliwell twice on the evening your son died, and that, to your knowledge, the rover was not taken out that night before 10 o'clock. "I've already told you, Commander. I spoke to him at about 8 o'clock, and then at 9:15. That must have been about 45 minutes before he left for Suffolk. And I think you can safely assume that if anyone had taken the rover, Halliwell would have known. Anything else?" "Yes. I should like to see Miss Matlock again." "In that case I would prefer that you see her here, and that I remain. Perhaps you will ring the bell." He tugged at the bell cord. Miss Matlock didn't hurry, but 3 minutes later she stood in the doorway, wearing again the long grey skirt with its gaping pleat, the same ill-fitting blouse. Lady Ursula said, "Sit down, will you, Matty? The Commander has some questions for you." The woman took one of the chairs against the wall and brought it over, placing it beside Lady Ursula's chair. She looked stolidly at Dalgliesh. This time she seemed almost without anxiety. He thought, "She's beginning to get confidence. She knows how little we're able to do if she sticks to her story. She's beginning to think that it could be easy after all." He went through her account again. She answered his questions about the Tuesday evening in almost the same words she had previously used. At the end he said, "It wasn't, of course, unusual for Mr. Dominic Swain to call here for a bath, perhaps a meal." "I've told you. He did it from time to time. He's Lady Berowne's brother." "But Sir Paul wasn't necessarily aware of these visits." "Sometimes he was, sometimes not. It wasn't my place to tell him." "What about the time before last? Not Tuesday, but the time before. What did you do then?" "He had a bath as usual. Then I cooked him supper. He doesn't always have supper here when he comes for his bath, but that night he did. I cooked him a pork chop with mustard sauce, sauté potatoes and green beans. A more substantial meal, thought Dalgliesh, than the omelette she had cooked on the night of Berowne's death. But on that night he had arrived at shorter notice. Why? Because his sister had telephoned him after her quarrel with her husband? Because she had told him where Berowne would be that night? Because his plan of murder was beginning to take shape? He asked, "And after that?" "He had apple tart and cheese." "I mean, what did you do after the meal?" "After that we played Scrabble." "You and he seem extraordinarily fond of Scrabble." "I like it. I think he plays to please me. There's no one here to give me a game." "And who won that time, Miss Matlock?" "I think I did. I can't remember by how much, but I think I won." "You think you won? It was only 10 days ago, can't you be sure?" 2 pairs of eyes looked into his, hers and Lady Ursula's. They were not, he thought, natural allies, but now they sat side by side, rigidly upright, motionless as if held in a field of force which both sustained and linked them. Lady Ursula was, he sensed, almost at the end of her endurance, but he thought he saw in Evelyn Matlock's defiant gaze a glint of triumph. She said, "I can remember perfectly. I won." It was, he knew, the most effective way of fabricating an alibi. You described events which had in fact happened, but on a different occasion. It was the most difficult of all alibis to break, since, apart from the alteration in time, the parties concerned were speaking the truth. He thought she was lying, but he couldn't be sure. She was, he knew, a neurotic, and the fact that she was now beginning to enjoy pitting her wits against his might be no more than the self-dramatization of a woman whose life had afforded few such heady excitements. He heard Lady Ursula's voice. "Miss Matlock has answered all your inquiries, Commander. Should you propose to continue badgering her, then I think we shall have to arrange for my solicitor to be present." He said coldly, "That, of course, is her right, Lady Ursula, and we're not here to badger, either you or her. In that case, Matty, perhaps you will show the Commander and Chief Inspector Massingham out." They were driving down Victoria Street when the telephone rang. Massingham answered it, listened, then handed the receiver to Dalgliesh. "It's Kate, sir. I detect a note of girlish enthusiasm. Can't wait until we get back, apparently, but I think she'd like to tell you herself." Kate's voice, like her enthusiasm, was under control, but Dalgliesh, too, couldn't miss the note of heady optimism. She said, "Something interesting has turned up, sir. Hearn and Collingwood rang 10 minutes ago with Millicent Gentle's address. She's moved since they last published her, and hadn't told them where, so it took a little time to trace her. She's at Riverside Cottage, Coldham Lane, near Cookham. I've looked at the Ordnance Survey. Coldham Lane runs almost opposite the Black Swan. Sir, she must have handed Sir Paul her book on August the 7th. It seems likely. Have you a telephone number? Yes, sir. The firm wouldn't give me either the address or the number until they'd rung her and checked that she agreed. Ring her then, Kate. Ask if she'll see us as early as possible tomorrow morning." He replaced the receiver. Massingham said, "The clue of the romantic novelist. I can't wait to meet the author of A Rose by Twilight. Do you want me to go to Cookham, sir?" "No, John. I'll go." At the yard entrance he got out of the Rover, leaving Massingham to garage it, then hesitated and strode off vigorously to St. James's Park. The office was too claustrophobic to contain this sudden surge of irrational optimism. He needed to walk free and alone. It had been a hellish day, beginning in Gilmartin's office with peevish ill-temper, ending in Camden Hill Square with unprovable lies. But now the vexations and frustrations fell from his shoulders. He thought, "Tomorrow I shall know exactly what happened at the Black Swan on the night of the 7th of August. And when I know that, I shall know why Paul Berowne had to die. I may not yet be able to prove it, but I shall know." Chapter 6. Brian Nichols, recently promoted Assistant Commissioner, resented Dalgliesh, and found this dislike the more irritating because he wasn't sure that it was justified. After 25 years of policing, he regarded even his antipathies with a judicial eye. He liked to be confident that the case against the accused would stand up in court. With Dalgliesh, he wasn't sure. Nichols was the senior in rank, but this gave him small satisfaction when he knew that Dalgliesh could have outstripped him had he chosen. This lack of concern about promotion, which Dalgliesh never condescended to justify, he saw as a subtle criticism of his own more ambitious preoccupations. He deplored the poetry, not on principle, but because it conferred prestige, and therefore couldn't be regarded as a harmless hobby like fishing, gardening, or woodwork. A policeman, in his view, should be satisfied with policing. An added grievance was that Dalgliesh chose most of his friends from outside the force, and those fellow officers he consorted with weren't always of an appropriate rank. In a junior officer, that would have been regarded as a dangerous idiosyncrasy, and in a senior it had a taint of disloyalty. And to compound these delinquencies, he dressed too well. He was standing now with easy assurance, looking out of the window, wearing a suit in a subtle brown tweed, which Nichols had seen him wearing for the last 4 years, It bore the unmistakable stamp of an excellent tailor, probably, thought Nichols, the firm his grandfather had patronised. Nichols, who enjoyed buying clothes, sometimes with more enthusiasm than discrimination, felt that it was becoming in a man to own rather more suits, and those not so well tailored. Finally, whenever he was with Dalgliesh, he felt inexplicably that he ought perhaps to shave off his moustache, and would find his hand moving involuntarily to his upper lip, as if to reassure himself that the moustache was still a respectable appendage. This impulse, irrational, almost neurotic, irritated him profoundly. Both men knew that Dalgliesh needn't be here in Nichols' 10th floor office, that the casual suggestion that the AC should be put in the picture was no more than an invitation, not a command. The new squad was now formally set up, but Berowne's murder had happened 6 days too soon. In future, Dalgliesh would report directly to the Commissioner. But for now, Nichols could claim a legitimate interest. It was his department, after all, which had provided most of the men for Dalglish's supporting team. And with the Commissioner temporarily away at a conference, he could argue that he had a right at least to a brief progress report. But irrationally, part of him wished that Dalgliesh had objected, had given him the excuse for one of those departmental wrangles which he provoked when the job offered less excitement than his restless spirit craved, and which he was adept at winning. While Nichols looked through the file on the case, Dalgliesh gazed out eastward over the city. He had seen many capitals from a similar height, all different. When he looked down on Manhattan from his hotel bedroom, its spectacular soaring beauty always seemed to him precarious, even doomed. Images would rise from films seen in his boyhood. Prehistoric monsters towering above the skyscrapers to claw them down, a vast tidal wave from the Atlantic obliterating the skyline, the light-spangled city darkening into the final holocaust. But London, laid out beneath him under a low ceiling of silver-grey cloud, looked eternal, rooted, domestic. He saw the panorama of which he never tired in terms of painting. Sometimes it had the softness and immediacy of watercolour. Sometimes in high summer, when the park burgeoned with greenness, it had the rich texture of oil. This morning it was a steel engraving, hard-edged, grey, one-dimensional. He turned away from the window with reluctance. Nichols had closed the file, but was swivelling his chair and moving his body restlessly, as if to emphasize the comparative informality of the proceedings. Dalgliesh moved over and took a seat opposite him. He gave a concise summary of his investigation as far as it had gone, and Nichols listened with a show of disciplined patience, still swivelling, his eyes on the ceiling. Then he said, "All right, Adam, you've convinced me that Berowne was murdered, but then I'm not the one who has to be convinced. But what have you got by way of direct evidence? One small smudge of blood under a fold of Harry Mack's jacket, and a matching stain on the pocket, Berowne's blood. He died first. There's no room for doubt. We can prove that the smear is identical with his blood. But not how it got there. You know what defending counsel will argue if it ever gets to court. One of your chaps carried it there on his shoes, or the boy did, the one who found the body, or that spinster, and what's her name, Edith Wharton, Emily Wharton. We examined their shoes, and I'm confident neither went into the little vestry, and even if they had, it's difficult to see how they could have left a smudge of Berowne's blood under Harry's jacket. It's a very convenient smudge from your point of view. From the family's too, I suppose. But without it, there's nothing to suggest that this isn't exactly what it first appeared. Murder followed by suicide. A politician, prominent, successful, has some kind of religious conversion, quasi-mystical experience, call it what you will. He throws over his job, his career, possibly his family. Then, don't ask me how or why, he discovers that it's all a chimera. Nichols repeated the word, as if to reassure himself of the pronunciation. Dalgliesh wondered where he had come across it. Then he went on. Why did Berowne go back to that church, incidentally? Do you know? Possibly because of a new complication to do with his marriage. I think his wife told him that morning that she was pregnant. There you are, then. He was already having doubts. He goes back, faces the reality of what he's given up. There's nothing ahead but failure, humiliation, ridicule. He decides to end it then and there. He has the means to hand. While he's making his preparations, burning his diary, Harry comes in and tries to stop him. Result: 2 bodies instead of 1. That assumes he didn't know Harry Mack was there. I think he did. He let him in. That's hardly the action of a man contemplating suicide. You've no proof that he let him in. None that would satisfy a jury. Berowne gave Harry part of his supper: wholemeal bread, Roquefort cheese, an apple. It's on the file. You aren't suggesting that Harry Mack bought his own Roquefort? He couldn't have surprised Berowne. He'd been in the church for some time before Berowne died. He was bedded down in the larger vestry. There's physical evidence: hair, fibres from his coat, apart from the crumbs of food. And he wasn't in the vestry or in the church when Father Barnes locked up after evensong. Nicholl said, "He thinks he locked up." Would he swear in the witness box that he turned the key in the south door, that he'd searched every pew? And why should he search? He wasn't expecting a murder. There are plenty of places where Harry, or a murderer for that matter, could have concealed himself. The church was dark, presumably, a dim religious light. The AC had this habit of spattering his conversation with the odd half-quotation. Dalgliesh could never decide whether he knew that he was doing it, or whether the words swam into his consciousness from some half-forgotten pool of schoolroom lore. Now he heard him say, "How well did you know Berowne, personally?" "I saw him a couple of times across a committee-room table. We travelled together to the conference on sentencing. He asked to see me once in his office. We walked through St. James's Park to the house together. I liked him, but I'm not obsessed with him. I don't identify with him more than anyone does with any victim. This isn't a personal crusade. But I admit to a perfectly reasonable objection to seeing him branded as the brutal murderer of a man who died after he did." Nicholl said, "On the evidence of one small smudge of blood. What evidence do we need?" "To the fact of murder, none. As I said, you don't have to convince me. But I don't see how you're going to get any further unless you find one irrefutable piece of evidence linking one of your suspects to the scene of the crime." Nichols added, "Sooner rather than later. The Commissioner is getting complaints, I suppose." "The usual thing. 2 dead bodies, 2 throats severed, a murderer at large. Why aren't we arresting this dangerous lunatic instead of examining the cars, clothes and houses of respectable citizens?" "Did you find any trace on the suspect's clothes, by the way?" It was ironic, thought Dalgliesh, but not surprising. The new division set up to investigate serious crimes with sensitive undertones, already accused of crass insensitivity. And he knew where the criticisms would have come from. He said, "No, but I didn't expect any. This killer was naked, or nearly naked. He had the means of washing himself to hand. 3 passers-by heard the water gushing away shortly after 8. Berowne washing his own hands before supper? If so, he was doing it very thoroughly. But his hands were clean when you found him." "The left hand was. The right was heavily blooded." "There you are, then." Dalgliesh said, "Berowne's towel was hanging over a chair in the vestry. I think his murderer dried himself with a tea towel in the kitchen. It was still slightly damp, not in places but all over, when I touched it. And he was killed with one of his own razors. Berowne had 2, Bellingham's, in a case by the wash-basin. A casual intruder, or Harry Mack for that matter, wouldn't have known they were there. Probably wouldn't even have recognized the case for what it was. And what's a Bellingham, for God's sake? Why couldn't the man use a Gillette or an electric razor like the rest of us? OK, so it was someone who knew he shaved with a cutthroat, knew he'd be there at the church that night, had access to the Camden Hill Square house to collect the matches and the diary. You know who best fits that list of requirements? Berowne himself. And all you've got against the suicide theory is 1 smudge of blood." Dalgliesh was beginning to think that those 4 monosyllables would haunt him to the end of the case. He said, "You're not suggesting, I suppose, that Berowne half cut his throat, staggered over to Harry to murder him, dripping blood in the act, then staggered back again to the other end of the room to make the third and final cut in his own throat? No, but defence counsel might, and Doc Kynaston hasn't entirely ruled it out. You and I have known more ingenious defences succeed. Dalgliesh said, "He wrote something while he was in that vestry. The lab can't identify the words, although they think it possible that he signed his name. The ink on the blotter is the same as the ink in his pen." "So he wrote a suicide note?" "Possibly. But where is it now?" The AC said, "He burnt it with the diary." "All right, I know what you're going to say, Adam. Is it likely a suicide would burn a note once written? Well, it's not impossible. He could have been dissatisfied with what he'd said. Inadequate words, too trite, let it go. After all, the action speaks for itself. Not every suicide goes documented into that good night." A flicker of pleased surprise passed over his face, as if he were gratified at the aptness of the allusion, but would rather like to be able to remember where it came from. Dalgliesh said, "There's one thing he could have written, which it's unlikely he would have blotted immediately, and that is something that another person might well wish to destroy." Nichols was sometimes a little slow in grasping the point, but he was never afraid to take his time. He took it now. Then he said, "That would need 3 signatures, of course. It's an interesting theory, and it would certainly strengthen the motive for at least 2 of your suspects. But again, there's no proof. We get back to that all the time. It's an ingenious edifice you've built up, Adam. I'm half convinced by it. But what we need is solid physical evidence." He added, "You could say it's like the church. An ingenious edifice erected on an unproved supposition. Logical within its terms, but only valid if one can accept the basic premise, the existence of God." He seemed pleased with the analogy. Dalgliesh doubted if it were his own. He watched while the AC skimmed over the remaining pages of the file, almost dismissively. Closing the file, he said, "Pity that you haven't been able to trace Berowne's movements after he left 62 Camden Hill Square. He seems to have walked into thin air." "Not altogether. We know that he went to Westerton's, the estate agents in Kensington High Street, and saw one of their negotiators, Simon Follett Biggs. He asked someone from the firm to visit the next day to inspect and value the house. Again, hardly the action of a man contemplating suicide. Follett Biggs says that he was as unconcerned as if he were giving them instructions to sell a 40,000 one-bedroom basement flat. He did tactfully express his regrets that the family should be selling a house they'd lived in since it was first built. Berowne replied that they'd had it for 150 years. It was time someone else had a turn. He didn't want to discuss it, only to ensure that someone came next morning to carry out the valuation. It was a short interview. He was away by 11:30. After that, we haven't been able to trace him. But he could have walked in one of the parks, or by the river. His shoes were muddied, and subsequently washed and scraped clean. Cleaned where? Exactly. It suggests that he could have returned home, but no one admits to having seen him. He might escape notice if he slipped quickly in and out, but hardly if he stopped long enough to clean his shoes. And Father Barnes is certain that he arrived at the church by 6. We've 7 hours to account for. You saw this Follett Briggs? Extraordinary names these fellows have. He must be feeling pretty sick. That would have been quite a commission. He might get it yet, I suppose, if the widow decides to sell." Dalgliesh didn't reply. Did Follett Briggs say what he expected it to fetch? He could, thought Dalgliesh, have been speaking of a second-hand car. He wouldn't commit himself, of course. He hasn't inspected the house, and he took the view that Berowne's instructions no longer held. But under a little tactful pressure, he did murmur that he would expect to get in excess of $1 million. That's excluding the contents, of course. And it all goes to the widow. It goes to the widow. But the widow has an alibi. So has the widow's lover. So, as far as I can see, has every other suspect in the case. As he picked up his file and moved to the door, the AC's voice pursued him like a plea. Just one piece of physical evidence, Adam. That's what we need. And for God's sake, try to get it before we have to call the next press conference. Chapter 7. Sarah Berowne found the postcard on the hall table on Monday morning. It was a card from the British Museum of a bronze cat wearing earrings, with Ivor's message written in his cramped, upright hand. Have tried to ring you, but no luck. Hope you're feeling better. Any chance of dinner next Tuesday? So he was still using their code. He kept ready a small collection of postcards from the main London museums and galleries. Any mention of telephoning meant a proposal to meet, and this message, deciphered, asked her to be near the postcard gallery of the British Museum on Tuesday next. The time varied with the day. On Tuesdays, the assignation was always for 3 o'clock. Like similar messages, this assumed that she could make it. If not, she was expected to ring back to say that dinner was impossible. But he had always taken it for granted that she would cancel all other engagements when the cards arrived. A message sent in this way was always urgent. It was, she thought, hardly a code that would defeat the ingenuity of the police, let alone the security forces, if they became interested. But perhaps its very openness and simplicity was a safeguard. There was, after all, no law against friends spending an hour looking round museums together, and the rendezvous was a sensible one. They could pore over the same guidebook, talk in the almost obligatory whispers, move about at will to find the deserted galleries. In those first heady months after he had recruited her to the cell of 13, when she was beginning to fall in love with him, she had looked for these cards as she might for a love letter, lurking in the hall for the post to fall through the letterbox, seizing on the card and poring over its message, as if these cramped letters could say everything that she needed so desperately to be told, but which she knew he would never write, still less speak. But now, for the first time, she read the summons with a mixture of depression and irritation. The notice was ridiculously short. It wouldn't be easy to get to Bloomsbury by 3. And why on earth couldn't he telephone? Tearing up the card, she felt, as she never had before, that the code was a childish and unnecessary device, born of his obsessional need to manipulate and conspire. It made them both ridiculous. He was, as usual, there on time, selecting cards from the stand. She waited while he paid, and without speaking, they moved out of the gallery together. He was fascinated by the Egyptian antiquities, and almost instinctively they made their way first to the ground-floor galleries, and stood together while he contemplated the huge granite torso of Ramesses II. It had seemed to her once that these dead eyes, this finely chiselled, half-smiling mouth above the jutting beard, had been a powerfully erotic symbol of their love. So much had been whispered between them in sly, elliptical phrases, while they had stood regarding it as if seeing the Pharaoh for the first time, shoulders touching, and she had fought the need to stretch out her hand, to feel his fingers in hers. But now all its power had drained away. It was an interesting artifact, a huge slab of cracked granite, no more. He said, "Shelley is supposed to have used these features as a model when he wrote Ozymandias." "I know." A couple of Japanese tourists, their scrutiny completed, drifted away. With no change in the level or tone of his voice, he said, "The police seem more certain now that your father was murdered. I imagine they've got the PM and forensic report. They've been to see me." A sliver of fear slid down her spine like iced water. "Why?" "In the hope of breaking our alibi." "They didn't, of course. They can't. Not unless they break you." "Have they been back?" "Once. Not Commander Dalgliesh. The woman detective and a younger man, a Chief Inspector Massingham. They asked about Theresa Nolan and Diana Travers." "What did you tell them?" "That I'd seen Theresa Nolan twice. Once when I'd called to see Grandmamma when she was ill, and once at that dinner party, and that I'd never seen Diana." "Wasn't that what you expected me to say?" He answered, "Let's go and visit Ginger." Ginger, named from the colour of the remnants of his hair, was the body of a pre-dynastic man, mummified by the hot desert sands 3,000 years before Christ. Ivor had always been intrigued by him, and they never left the museum without this almost ritual visit. Now she gazed down at the emaciated body curled on its left side, the pathetic collection of pots to hold the food and drink, which would nourish his spirit on its long journey through the underworld, the spear with which he would defend himself against its ghostly terrors until he reached his Egyptian heaven. Perhaps, she thought, if that spirit could awake now and see the bright lights, the huge room, the moving forms of 20th century man, he would think that he had attained it. But she had never been able to share Ivor's pleasure in this memento mori. The body's emaciation, even its attitude, evoked too strongly a modern horror, the pictures and newsreels of the dead at Belsen. She thought, even when we're here, he never asks what I think, what I feel, what I'd like most to see. She said, let's go to the Devine Gallery. I want to look at the Parthenon screen. They moved slowly away. As they paced, their eyes on the open guidebook, she said, Diana Travers, you told me that she wasn't put into Camden Hill Square to spy on Daddy's private life. You said it was only his job you were interested in, finding out what was in the new Police Tactical Options Manual. I must have been naive. I can't think why I believed you, but that's what you told me. I don't need to have a cell member polishing the Berowne family silver to discover what's in the Tactical Options Manual. And she wasn't put there to spy on his private life, not primarily. I put her there to make her think she had a job to do, that she was trusted. It kept her occupied while I decided what to do about her. What do you mean, do about her? She was a member of the cell. She replaced Rose when Rose went back to Ireland. She thought she was a member, but she wasn't. There's no reason why you shouldn't know. After all, she's dead. Diana Travers was a special branch spy. He had trained her not to look at him when they were talking, but to keep her eyes on the exhibits, the guidebooks, or straight ahead. She gazed straight ahead now. She said, why didn't you tell us? 4 of you were told, not the whole cell. I don't tell the cell everything. She had, of course, known that his membership of the Workers' Revolutionary Campaign was a cover for the Cell of 13. But even the cell, apparently, had only been a cover for his private inner cabinet. Like a Russian doll, you unscrewed one deceit to find another nestling within it. There were only 4 people whom he trusted completely, confided in, consulted, and she hadn't been among them. Had he ever trusted her, she wondered, even from the beginning? She said, that first time, when you rang me nearly 4 years ago and asked me to take photographs of Brixton, was that all part of a plan to recruit me, to get the daughter of a Tory MP into the WRC? Partly. I knew where your political sympathies lay. I guessed you wouldn't exactly welcome your father's second marriage. It seemed a propitious time to make an approach. Afterwards, my interest became, well, more personal. But was there ever love? He frowned. She knew how much he hated any intrusion of the personal, the sentimental. He said, there still is great liking, respect, physical attraction. You can call that love if you want to use the word. What do you call it, Ivor? I call it liking, respect, physical attraction. They had moved into the Devine Gallery. Above them pranced the horses on the Parthenon frieze, the naked riders with their flying cloaks, the chariots, the musicians, the elders and maidens approaching the seated gods and goddesses. But she looked up at this marvel with unseeing eyes. She thought, I need to know everything. I have to face the truth. She said, and it was you who sent that poisoned pen note to Daddy and to the Paternoster Review. Doesn't it seem rather petty, even to you, the People's Revolutionary, the great campaigner against oppression, prophet of the New Jerusalem, reduced to gossip, slander, to childish spite? What did you think you were doing? He said, making a little mild mischief. Is that what you call it? Helping to discredit decent men? And not only my father. Most of them on your own side. Men who've given years to the labour movement. A cause you're supposed to support. Decency doesn't come into it. This is a war. Wars may be fought by decent men, but they're not won by them. A small group of visitors had drifted up. They moved away and walked slowly down the side of the gallery. He said, if you're in the job of organising a revolutionary group, even a small one, and they're going to have to wait for real action, real power, then you must keep them occupied, keen, Give them the illusion that they're achieving something. Talk isn't enough. There has to be action. It's partly a matter of training for the future, partly of keeping up morale. She said, "From now on, you're going to have to do it without me." I realized that. I knew that after Dalgliesh had seen you. But I expect you to stay on, at least nominally, until this murder inquiry is over. I don't want to say anything to the others while Dalgliesh is nosing around. Then you can join the Labour Party. You'll be happier there. Or the SDP, of course. Take your choice. There's no difference. By the time you're 40, you'll be a Tory anyway. She said, "And you still trust me? You've told me all this knowing that I want to get out." "Of course. I know you. You've inherited your father's pride. You wouldn't want people saying that your lover chucked you, so you took your revenge by betraying him. You wouldn't want your friends, your grandmother even, to know that you've conspired against your father. You can say I rely on your bourgeois decencies. But there isn't much of a risk. The cell will be dissolved, reformed, meet elsewhere. That's necessary now anyway." She thought, that's another aspect of the revolutionary struggle, getting to know people's decencies and using them against them. She said, "Daddy, there's something I've learned about him, something I didn't realize until he died. He tried to be good. I suppose those words don't mean anything to you." "They mean something. I'm not sure what exactly you expect them to mean. I suppose he tried to behave so that he wasn't made uncomfortable by too much guilt. We all do. Given his politics and lifestyle, that can't have been easy. Perhaps in the end he gave up trying." She said, "I wasn't talking about politics. It had nothing to do with politics. I know you think everything has, but there is another view. There is a world elsewhere. I hope you'll be happy in it." They were moving out of the gallery now, and she knew that this was the last time they would be there together. It surprised her how little she cared. She said, "But Diana Travers, you said you put her into Camden Hill Square until you decided what to do with her. What did you do? Drown her?" And now for the first time she saw that he was angry. "Don't be melodramatic." "But it was convenient for you, wasn't it?" "Oh, yes, and not only for me. There's someone else who had a much stronger motive for getting rid of her. Your father." Forgetting the need for secrecy, she almost cried, "Daddy? But he wasn't there. He was expected, but he never arrived." "Oh, but he was there. I followed him that night. You could call it an exercise in surveillance. I drove behind him all the way to the Black Swan and watched him turn into the drive. And if you should decide to talk to Dalgliesh, who seems for some reason to induce in you the need for sentimental girlish confidences, then that is one piece of information that I shall feel it necessary to pass on. But you can't, can you? Not without admitting that you were there too. If it's a question of motive, Dalgliesh might think there's not a lot to choose between you. And you're alive. He's dead. But unlike your father, I have an alibi. A genuine one this time. I drove straight back to London to a meeting of senior social workers at the town hall. I'm in the clear. But is he? His memory is unsavoury enough as it is. Do you want another scandal linked to his name? Isn't poor Harry Mack enough for you? Think about that if you're tempted to make an anonymous call to Special Branch." Chapter 8. Tuesday morning couldn't have heralded a better day for a drive out of London. The sunlight was fitful, but surprisingly strong, and the sky was a high, ethereal blue above the scudding clouds. Dalgliesh drove fast, but almost in silence. Kate had expected that they would drive straight to Riverside Cottage, but the road passed the Black Swan, and when they reached it, Dalgliesh stopped the car, appeared to think, then turned into the drive. He said, "We'll have a beer. I'd like to walk along the river. View the cottage from this bank. It's Higgins' property, most of it anyway. We'd better let him know we're here." They left the Rover in the car park, which was empty except for a Jaguar, a BMW, and a couple of Fords, and made their way to the entrance hall. Henry greeted them with impassive courtesy, as if unsure whether he was expected to recognise them, and in reply to Dalglish's question, told them that Monsieur was in London. The bar was empty except for a quartet of businessmen, conspiratorially bent over their whiskies. The barman, baby-faced above his white starched jacket and bow tie, served them with a notable brew of real ale, which the Black Swan took some pride in obtaining, then began industriously washing glasses and rearranging his bar, as if hoping that a show of busyness might inhibit Dalgliesh from asking any questions. Dalgliesh wondered by what extraordinary alchemy Henry had managed to signal their identities. They carried their beer to the chairs each side of the log fire, drank in companionable silence, then returned to the car park, and passed through the gate in the hedge to the river bank. It was one of those perfect English autumnal days which occur more frequently in memory than in life. The rich colours of grass and earth were intensified by the mellow light of a sun almost warm enough for spring, and the air was a sweet evocation of all Dalglish's boyhood autumns: wood smoke, ripe apples, the last sheaves of harvest, and the strong sea-smelling breeze of flowing water. The Thames was running strongly under a quickening breeze. It flattened the grasses fringing the river edge, and eddied the stream into the little gullies which fretted the bank. Under a surface iridescent in blues and greens, on which the light moved and changed as if on coloured glass, the blade-like weeds streamed and undulated. Beyond the clumps of willows on the far bank, a herd of Frisians were peacefully grazing. Opposite and about 20 yards downstream, he could see a bungalow, little more than a large white shack on stilts, which he guessed must be their destination. And he knew, too, as he had known walking under the trees of St. James's Park, that here he would find the clue he sought. But he was in no hurry. Like a child postponing the moment of assured satisfaction, he was glad that they were early, grateful for this small hiatus of calm. And suddenly he experienced a minute of tingling happiness, so unexpected and so keen that he almost held his breath as if he could halt time. They came to him so rarely now, these moments of intense physical joy, and he had never before experienced one in the middle of a murder investigation. The moment passed, and he heard his own sigh. Breaking the mood with a commonplace, he said, "I suppose that must be Riverside Cottage." "I think so, sir. Shall I get the map?" "No. We shall find out soon enough. We'd better get on." But he still lingered, feeling the wind lift his hair, and grateful for another minute of peace. He was grateful, too, that Kate Miskin could share it with him without the need to speak, and without making him feel that her silence was a conscious discipline. He had chosen her because he needed a woman in his team, and she was the best available. The choice had been partly rational, partly instinctive, and he was beginning to realize just how well his instinct had served him. It would have been dishonest to say that there was no hint of sexuality between them. In his experience, there nearly always was, however repudiated or unacknowledged, between any reasonably attractive heterosexual couple who worked closely together. He wouldn't have chosen her if he had found her disturbingly attractive, but the attraction was there, and he wasn't immune to it. But despite this pinprick of sexuality, perhaps because of it, he found her surprisingly restful to work with. She had an instinctive knowledge of what he wanted. She knew when to be silent. She wasn't over-deferential. He suspected that with part of her mind she saw his vulnerabilities more clearly, understood him better, and was more judgmental than were any of his male subordinates. She had none of Massingham's ruthlessness, but she wasn't in the least sentimental. But then, in his experience, women police officers seldom were. He took a final look at the bungalow. If he had walked along the river bank on that first visit to the Black Swan, as he had been tempted to do, he would have viewed its pathetic pretensions with an incurious and disparaging eye. But now, as its fragile walls seemed to shimmer in the slight haze from the river, it held for him an infinite and disturbing promise. It was built about 30 yards from the water's edge, with a wide veranda, a central stack, and to the left, upstream, a small landing stage. He thought he could see a patch of broken earth with clumps of mauve and white, perhaps a patch of Michaelmas daisies. Some attempt had been made at a garden. From a distance the bungalow looked well maintained, the white paintwork gleaming. But even so it had a summer look, temporary, a little ramshackle. Higgins, he thought, would hardly relish having it in full view of his lawns. As they looked, the dumpy figure of a woman came out of the side door and made her way to the landing stage, a large dog trotting at her heels. She lowered herself into a dinghy, leaned over to cast off, and began rowing purposefully across the river towards the Black Swan, hump-backed over the oars, the dog sitting bolt upright in the prow. As the dinghy crawled closer, they could see that he was a cross between a poodle and some kind of terrier, with a woolly body and an anxious, amiable face, almost entirely obscured by hair. They watched as the woman bent and rose over the dipping oars, making slow progress against a current that was bearing her downstream away from them. When the dinghy finally bumped the bank, Dalgliesh and Kate walked up to her. Bending down, he caught the bow of the dinghy and held it steady. He saw that her landing place had not been fortuitous. There was a steel stake driven deep into the grass at the water's edge. He slipped the painter over it and held out his hand. She grasped it and almost hopped ashore, one-footed, and he saw that she wore a surgical boot on her left foot. The dog leapt out after her, sniffed at Dalglish's trousers, then flopped, discouraged, on the grass, as if the physical effort of the journey had all been his. Dalgliesh said, "I think you must be Miss Millicent Gentle. If so, we're on our way to see you. We telephoned from Scotland Yard this morning. This is Inspector Kate Miskin, and my name is Adam Dalgliesh." He looked down at her face, round and crumpled like an over-stored apple. The striped russet cheeks were hard balls under small eyes, which, when she smiled up at him, creased into narrow slits, then opened, to reveal irises as brightly brown as polished pebbles. She was wearing a shapeless pair of brown terraline slacks and a padded sleeveless jerkin in faded red, over a jumper matted with age. Drawn well down over her head was a pixie cap in knitted green and red stripes, and with ear flaps each ending in a pigtail of plaited wool, decorated with a red bobble. She had an air of slightly battered puckishness, like an elderly garden gnome which has weathered too many winters. But when she spoke, her voice, deep and resonant, was one of the most beautiful female voices he had ever heard. "I am expecting you, of course, Commander, but not for another half-hour. How pleasant to meet you so unexpectedly. I would row you across, but with Makepeace it would mean one at a time, and that would be rather slow. I'm afraid it's 5 miles by road, but perhaps you have a car." "We have a car." "Of course you would have, being police officers. How silly of me. Then I'll be waiting for you. I've just rowed across with my letters. Mr. Higgins lets me put them on the hall table to be posted with his. My post-box is a 2-mile walk. It's very kind of him, considering that he doesn't really like my cottage. I'm afraid he considers it rather an eyesore. You can't miss the road. Take the first left marked Frolight, then over the humpbacked bridge, then left again at Mr. Rowland's farm. There's a sign with a Frisian cow on it. Then you'll see a track leading to the river and my cottage. As you can see, you can't really miss it. Oh, and you'll have some coffee, I hope." "Thank you. We should like that." "I thought you might. That's partly why I rowed over. Mr. Higgins is kind about selling me an extra pint of milk. It's about Sir Paul Berowne, isn't it?" "Yes, Miss Gentle, it's about Sir Paul." "I thought it might be when you telephoned and said you were police. That dear, good man. I shall see you both, then, in about 10 minutes. They watched her for a moment as she limped briskly towards the Black Swan, the dog lurching at her heels, then turned and made their way slowly back to the car park. They followed her instructions without difficulty, but Dalgliesh drove slowly, knowing them to be still ahead of their appointment, and wanting to give Miss Gentle time to row back and be waiting for them. Gentle was, apparently, her real name, not a pseudonym. It had seemed almost too appropriate for a romantic novelist. Driving with irritating slowness, he was aware of Kate's controlled impatience at his side. But 10 minutes later they left the side road and turned up the rough track to the cottage. It ran across an unhedged field, and would, thought Dalgliesh, be little more than an impassable quagmire in the worst of the winter. The bungalow looked more substantial than it had from a distance. A flower bed, now in its shaggy autumnal decrepitude, bordered the cinder path to the side steps, beneath which he could glimpse cans, presumably of paraffin, stacked under a tarpaulin. Behind the bungalow was a vegetable patch, stunted cabbages, and the scarred stems of Brussels sprouts, bulbous onions, broken-leaved, and the last of the runner beans, whose dying swathes hung from their poles like rags. The river smell was stronger here, and he could picture the scene in winter, the cold mist rising from the water, the soggy fields, the single mud track to a desolate country road. But when Miss Gentle opened the door to them and smilingly stepped aside, they walked into cheerfulness and light. From the wide sitting-room windows, it was possible to imagine oneself on a ship with nothing in view but the white veranda rail and the sheen of the river. Despite an ancient wrought-iron stove, the room was indeed more typical of a cottage than a riverside shack. One wall, incongruously papered with rosebuds and robins, was almost covered with pictures, dated watercolours of country scenes, twin engravings of Winchester and Wells cathedrals, 4 early Victorian fashion plates mounted in one frame, an embroidered picture in wool and silk of the angel greeting the apostles at the empty tomb, a couple of rather good miniature portraits in oval frames. The far wall was covered with books. Some of them, Dalgliesh noticed, were Miss Gentle's own, still pristine in their jackets. On each side of the stove was an easy chair, and between them a gate-legged table, on which a jug of milk and 3 flowered cups and saucers had already been placed. Miss Gentle, helped by Kate, drew up a small rocking chair for her second guest. Makepeace, having ambled with his mistress to greet them, slumped down in front of the empty stove and heaved a malodorous sigh. Miss Gentle brought in the coffee almost immediately. The kettle had been on the boil. She had only to pour the water over the grains. Taking his first sip, Dalgliesh had a moment's compunction. He had forgotten how inconvenient it was for the solitary to be faced with unexpected visitors. That row across to the Black Swan had, he suspected, been more for the milk than to get the letters posted. He said gently, "You know, of course, that Sir Paul Berowne is dead." "Yes, I know. He was murdered, and that's why you're here. How did you find me?" Dalgliesh explained about the finding of her book. He said, "Anything that happened to him during the last weeks of his life is important to us. That's why we'd like you to tell us exactly what happened on the night of August the 7th. You did see him?" "Oh, yes, I saw him." She put down her cup and gave a little shiver, as if she was suddenly cold. Then she settled down to tell her story, as if they were children around the nursery fire. "I really get on very well with Mr. Higgins. Of course, he would like to buy the cottage and pull it down, but I've said that he can have first refusal from my executors when I'm dead. We have our little joke about it. And the Black Swan is really very respectably run. A nice type of customer, very quiet. But on that night they weren't. I was trying to work, and it got very irritating. Young people shouting and screaming. So I went out to the bank, and I could see that there were 4 of them in a punt. They were rocking very dangerously, and 2 of them were standing up and trying to change places. Apart from the noise, they were behaving very foolishly. I tried to ring Mr. Higgins, but I couldn't get through. So Makepeace and I rowed across. I made for my usual spot. It would have been most imprudent to row up to them and remonstrate. I'm not as strong as I used to be. As I turned the boat to draw up to the bank, I saw the other 2 men. Did you know who they were? Not at the time. It was, of course, dark by then. There was only the reflected light coming over the hedge from the car park. Afterwards I knew one of them, Sir Paul Berowne. What were they doing? Fighting. Miss Gentle spoke the word without the least disapproval, almost, Dalgliesh thought, with a note of surprise that he should have needed to ask. Her tone implied that fighting on the river bank, and partly in the dark, was an activity to be expected of 2 gentlemen who had nothing better to do. She said, "They didn't notice me, of course. Only my head was above the level of the bank. I was afraid Makepeace would bark, but I told him not to. He was really very controlled, although I could see that he wanted to jump out and join in. I rather wondered if I ought to intervene myself, but I decided it would be undignified and really quite ineffective. And it was obviously a private fight. I mean, it didn't look like an unprovoked attack, which I feel one has a duty to try to put a stop to. The second man looked much shorter than Sir Paul, which made it rather unfair in a way. But then he was younger, so that rather redressed the balance. They were getting on very well without me or Makepeace." Dalgliesh couldn't resist a glance at Makepeace, steaming in somnolent calm. It seemed unlikely that he could have raised the energy for a bark, let alone a bite. He asked, "Who won?" "Oh, Sir Paul. He landed what I think is called a hook to the jaw. It looked very satisfying. The younger man fell, then Sir Paul picked him up by the collar of his coat and his trousers, very like a puppy, and threw him into the river. He made quite a splash. 'My goodness,' I said to Makepeace, What an extraordinary evening we're having." Dalgliesh thought that the scene was beginning to resemble a chapter from one of Miss Gentle's own genre. He said, "What happened next?" "Sir Paul waded into the river and fished him out. I expect he didn't actually want him to drown. Perhaps he didn't know whether he could swim. Then he threw him down on the grass, said something which I couldn't hear, and walked upstream towards me. As he drew alongside, I popped up my head. I said, 'Good evening. I don't suppose you remember me, but we met last June at the Hertfordshire Conservative fete. I was visiting a niece. I'm Millicent Gentle.' What did he do?" "He came over, squatted down by the dinghy, and shook hands. He was quite unflustered, not in the least disconcerted. He was dripping wet, of course, and his cheek was bleeding. It looked like a scratch. But he was as self-possessed as he had been when we'd met at the Conservative fete. I said, 'I saw the fight. You haven't killed him, have you?' He said, 'No, I haven't killed him. I only wanted to.' Then he apologized, and I said there was really no need. He was beginning to shiver. It really wasn't warm enough to be standing around in wet clothes, so I suggested he should come back to the cottage and dry off. He said, 'That's very kind of you, but I think I ought first to move the car.' I knew what he meant, of course. It would be better if he left the Black Swan before anyone saw him or knew that he was there. Politicians have to be so careful. I suggested that he park it somewhere at the side of the road, and I'd wait for him a little further upstream until he came back. He could have driven round, of course, but it would have been 5 miles or more, and he really was very cold. He disappeared, and I waited. It wasn't long. He was back in less than 5 minutes. And what happened to the other man? I didn't wait to see. I knew he'd be all right. He wasn't alone, you see. He had a girl with him." "A girl? Are you sure?" "Oh, yes, quite sure. She came out of the bushes and watched when Sir Paul threw him into the river. I couldn't have missed her. She was quite naked." "Could you recognize her?" Without being asked, Kate opened her shoulder bag and handed over the photograph. Miss Gentle said, "Isn't that the girl who was drowned?" "It's possible it was the same one, but I didn't see her face clearly. The light was very poor, as I've said, and they must have been 40 yards away." "What did she do?" "She laughed. It was most extraordinary. Peal on peal of laughter. When Sir Paul waded in to help him out, she sat on the bank, quite naked, and roared with laughter. One ought not to laugh at another's misfortune, but he really did look funny. The scene was quite bizarre. 2 men stumbling out of the river, and a naked girl sitting on the bank and laughing. She had rather an infectious laugh, full-throated, joyous, ringing across the water. It didn't sound malicious, but I suppose it must have been." "And what was happening to the party in the punt?" "They were paddling downstream towards the Black Swan. Perhaps they were beginning to feel a little frightened. The river is so black at night and so strange, almost sinister. I'm used to it now. I feel at home with it. But I think they wanted to get back to the lights and the warmth." "So the last you saw of the man and the girl, they were together on the bank, and you began rowing quietly upstream without being noticed?" "Yes. The river bends just slightly there, and the rushes are taller at the water edge. They were quickly out of sight. I sat quietly and waited until Sir Paul appeared." "From what direction?" "From further upstream, the same direction as I had been rowing. He'd come through the car park, you see." "Still out of earshot and sight of the boy and girl?" "Well, out of sight, but I could still hear her laughing as we rowed across. I had to go carefully. With Makepeace and a passenger, we were very low in the water." The picture of the 2 of them in that bucket of a dinghy with Makepeace rigid at the prow was ridiculous but endearing. Dalgliesh wanted to laugh. It wasn't an impulse he had expected to feel in the middle of any murder investigation, least of all this one, and he was grateful. He asked, "The girl, for how long was she laughing?" "Until we were almost on the opposite bank, and then suddenly the laughing stopped." "Did you hear anything at that moment? A cry? A splash?" "Nothing. But then if she had dived cleanly in, there wouldn't have been much of a splash. I don't think I would have heard it above the noise of the oars." What happened then, Miss Gentle? First, Sir Paul asked if he could use the telephone to make a local call. He didn't say to where, and naturally I didn't ask. I left him here and went into the kitchen so that he could feel quite private. Then I suggested that he ought to have a hot bath. I switched on the electric wall heater in the bathroom and lit all my paraffin stoves. It didn't seem a time for economy. And I gave him some disinfectant for his face. I don't think I mentioned that the boy had scratched him quite badly on his cheek. Not a very masculine way to fight, I thought. Then, while he was in the bathroom, I dried his clothes in the spin-dryer. I haven't got a washing machine. Well, I don't really need one, just being on my own. I can even manage the sheets now that we have drip dry. But I don't think I could manage without my spin-dryer. Oh, and I handed him my father's old dressing gown to wear while the clothes were drying. It's all wool and beautifully warm. They don't make that quality now. When he came out of the bathroom, I thought how handsome he looked in it. We settled down in front of the fire, and I made some hot cocoa. Being a gentleman, I thought he might prefer something stronger, and I offered my elderberry wine. He said he'd rather have the cocoa. Well, he didn't actually say he preferred the cocoa. He would have liked to taste the wine. He was sure it was excellent, but he thought a hot drink might be better. I quite agreed. There's really nothing quite as comforting as good, strong cocoa when one is famished with cold. I made it with all milk. I had ordered an extra pint because I planned to have cauliflower cheese for supper. Wasn't that lucky? Dalgliesh said, "Very lucky. Have you spoken of this to any other person?" "No one. I wouldn't have spoken to you if you hadn't telephoned, and he hadn't been dead." "Did he ask for your silence?" "Oh, no. He wouldn't have done that. He wasn't that kind of man, and he knew that I wouldn't tell. You know when you can trust a person about something like that, don't you find? If you can, why ask? If you can't, there's no point in asking." "Please continue to say nothing, Miss Gentle. It could be important." She nodded, but didn't speak. He asked, wondering why it should matter so, why he needed so urgently to know. "What did you talk about?" "Not about the fight. At least, not very much. I said, I expect it was about a woman, wasn't it? And he said it was." "The woman who laughed, the naked girl?" "I don't think so. I'm not sure why, but I don't think so. I've a feeling it was rather more complicated than that. And I don't think he would have fought in front of her, not if he'd known she was there. But then, I don't suppose he did know. She must have concealed herself in the bushes when she saw him coming." He thought he knew why Berowne had been on the river bank. He had arrived to join the dinner party, to greet his wife and his wife's lover, to take part in a civilized charade, the complaisant husband, stock figure of farce. And then he had heard the murmur of running water, had smelt, as had Dalgliesh, that strong, nostalgic river smell, with its promise of a few moments of solitude and peace. So he had hesitated, then walked through the gate in the hedge from the car park to the river bank. Such a small thing, such a simple impulse obeyed, and it had led him to that blood-bolted vestry. And it must have been then that Swain, perhaps pulling his shirt over his head, had stepped out of the bushes to confront him, like a personification of everything he despised in his own life, in himself. Had he challenged Swain about Theresa Nolan, or did he already know? Was that one other secret that the girl had confided to him in that final letter, the name of her lover? Dalgliesh asked again, gently insistent. "What did you talk about, Miss Gentle?" "Mainly about my work, my books. He was really very interested in how I started writing, where I got my ideas. Of course, I haven't published anything for 6 years now. My kind of fiction isn't very fashionable. Dear Mr. Hearn, always so kind, so helpful, explained it to me. Romantic fiction is more realistic now. I'm afraid I'm too old-fashioned, but I can't change. People are sometimes a little unkind about romantic novelists, I know, but we're just like other writers. You can only write what you need to write. And I'm very lucky. I have my health, my old-age pension, my home, and Makepeace for company. And I still keep writing. The next book may be the lucky one." Dalgliesh asked, "How long did Sir Paul stay?" "Oh, for hours, until nearly midnight. But I don't think that he was being polite. I think he was happy here. We sat and talked, and I made scrambled eggs when we got hungry. There was enough milk for that, but not, of course, for the cauliflower cheese. At one point he said, "No one in the world knows where I am at this moment. Not a single soul. No one can get at me." He said it as if I had given him something precious. He sat in that chair, the one you're in now, and he looked so comfortable in Father's old dressing gown, and so at home. You're very like him, Commander. I don't mean your features. He was fair, and you're so dark. But you are like him. The way you sit, your hands, the way you walk, even your voice a little. Dalgliesh put down his cup and got up. Kate looked at him, surprised, then rose too, and picked up her shoulder bag. Dalgliesh heard himself thanking Miss Gentle for the coffee, emphasizing the need for silence, explaining that they would like a written statement, and that a police car would call and take her to New Scotland Yard, if that were convenient. They had reached the door when Kate asked on impulse, "And when he left you that night, that was the last time you saw him?" "Oh, no. I saw him on the afternoon of his death. I thought you knew." Dalgliesh said gently, "But, Miss Gentle, how could we have known?" "I thought he would have told someone where he was going. Is it important?" "Very important, Miss Gentle. We've been trying to trace his movements that afternoon. Tell us what happened." "There isn't much to tell. He arrived quite unexpectedly, just before 3 o'clock. I remember that I was listening to Woman's Hour on Radio 4. He was on foot and he was carrying a bag. He must have walked the 4 miles from the station, but he seemed surprised when I pointed out how far it was. He said he had felt like a walk along the river. I asked him if he'd had any lunch, and he said he'd had some cheese in his bag, and that would do. He must have been famished. Luckily, I'd made myself a beef stew for lunch, and there was some over. So I made him come in, and he ate that, and then we had coffee together. He didn't talk very much. I don't think he'd come to talk. Then he left his bag with me and set off for his walk. He came back about 4:30, and I made tea. His shoes were very dirty. The river meadows have been so waterlogged this summer. So I gave him my shoe-cleaning box, and he sat outside on the steps and cleaned them. Then he took up his bag, said goodbye, and was on his way. It was as simple as that." As simple as that, thought Dalgliesh. The lost hours accounted for. The wedge of mud on his shoe explained. He had gone, not to his mistress, but to a woman whom he had seen only once before in his life, who asked no questions, made no demands, who had given him those remembered moments of peace. He had wanted to spend those few hours where no one in the world knew where to find him, and he must have gone straight from Paddington to St. Matthew's Church. They would have to check the times of the trains, how long the whole journey was likely to have taken. But whether or not Lady Ursula was lying, it seemed highly unlikely that Berowne could have called in at his house, collected his diary, and still arrived at the church by 6. Looking back at the closing door, Kate said, "I know an old lady who in her place would say, 'No one wants my books. I'm poor, I'm lame, and I live in a damp cottage with only a dog for company.' She says, 'I've got my health, my pension, my home, make peace for company, and I go on writing.'" Dalgliesh wondered who it was she had in mind. There was a bitterness in her voice which was new to him. Then he remembered that there was an elderly grandmother somewhere in the picture, and wondered. It was the first time that she had ever hinted at a private life. Before he could answer, she went on. "So that explains why Higgins said that Swain's clothes were dripping wet. It was a night in August, after all. If he'd been swimming naked and then pulled on his clothes after the drowning, why should they be dripping?" She added, "It's a new motive, sir, a double motive. Swain must have hated him. The thrashing, the humiliation, thrown into the river and dragged out like a dog, and in front of the girl." Dalgliesh said, "Oh, yes, Swain must have hated him. So he had it at last, the motive not only for murder, but for this particular murder, with its mixture of planning and impulse, its brutality, its over-ingenuity, the cleverness which hadn't quite been clever enough. It was there before him in its pettiness, its arrogance, its essential inadequacy, but in all its terrible strength. He recognized the mind behind it. He had met it before. The mind of a killer who isn't content merely to take a life, who avenges humiliation with humiliation, who cannot bear the searing knowledge that his enemy breathes the same air, who wants his victim not only dead but disgraced, the mind of a man who has felt despised and inferior all his life, but who will never feel inferior again. And if his instinct were right, and Dominic Swain were his man, then to get him, he would have to break a vulnerable, lonely and obstinate woman. He shivered and turned up the collar of his coat. The sunlight was fading over the meadows, but the wind was freshening, and there came from the river a smell, dank and ominous, like the first breath of winter. He heard Kate's voice. "Do you think we'll be able to break his alibi, sir? By any method we're allowed to use?" Dalgliesh roused himself and strode to the car. "We must try, Inspector. We must try." Book 6. Mortal Consequences. Chapter 1. When Father Barnes had first told Miss Wharton of Susan Kendrick's suggestion that she might like to spend a day or so with them in the Nottingham vicarage until the fuss had died down, she had accepted with gratitude and relief. It was agreed that she would travel to Nottingham immediately after the inquest, and that Father Barnes would himself go by tube with her to King's Cross to carry her one case and see her off. The whole plan had seemed like an answer to a prayer. The half-lubricous respect with which she was now treated by the McGraths, who seemed to regard her as a prize exhibit, bolstering their esteem in the road, she found more terrifying than their previous antagonism. It would be a relief to get away from their avid eyes and endless questions. The inquest had been less of an ordeal than she had feared. Only evidence of identity and of finding of the bodies had been briefly taken, before, at the request of the police, the proceedings were adjourned. The coroner had treated Miss Wharton with grave consideration, and her time in the witness box had been so brief that she was hardly aware of standing there before she was released. Her anxiously searching eyes had failed to see Darren. She had a confused recollection of being introduced to a number of strangers, including a fair-haired young man who said that he was Sir Paul's brother-in-law. No one else from the family was present, although there were a number of sombre-suited men who Father Barnes told her were lawyers. He himself, resplendent in a new cassock and biretta, had been extraordinarily at ease. He had shepherded her, with a proprietorial arm, past the photographers, had greeted members of the congregation with an assurance she had never before seen in him, and had seemed quite at ease with the police. Miss Wharton, for one appalled moment, found herself thinking that the murders seemed to have done him good. She had known, after the first day at St. Crispin's, that the visit wasn't going to be a success. Susan Kendrick was heavily pregnant with her first child, but her energy was undiminished, and every minute of her day seemed occupied either with parish or domestic concerns, or with her part-time physiotherapy clinic at the local hospital. The rambling inner-city vicarage was never empty, and except for Father Kendrick's study, never peaceful. Miss Wharton was constantly introduced to people whose names she couldn't quite catch, and whose functions in the parish she never divined. Where the murders were concerned, her hostess was dutifully sympathetic, but obviously took the view that it was unreasonable for anyone to be lastingly distressed by dead bodies, however unpleasant their ends, and that dwelling on the experience was at best self-indulgent and at worst morbid. But Miss Wharton had reached the stage when it would have been helpful to talk, and she was missing Darren with a need which was becoming desperate, wondering where he was, what was happening to him, whether he was happy. She had expressed her pleasure at the coming baby, but nervousness had made her sound coy, and her words had sounded gushingly sentimental, even to her own ears. Confronted with Susan's robust common sense about her pregnancy, she had been made to feel an absurd old maid. She had offered to help in the parish, but her hostess's inability to find a job suitable to her abilities had drained her confidence further. She had begun to creep about the vicarage, like the church mouse they probably thought she resembled. After a couple of days, she had nervously suggested that she ought to be thinking of home, and no one had made any attempt to dissuade her. But on the morning of departure, she had brought herself to confide in Susan her worries about Darren, and here her hostess had been helpful. Local bureaucracy held no terrors for her. She had known whom to ring, how to discover the number, and had spoken to the unknown voice at the end of the line in accents of conspiratorial, mutually acknowledged authority. She had made the call from her husband's study, with Miss Wharton seated in the chair conveniently placed for those seeking the vicar's counsel. During the telephone conversation, she had felt like the unworthy recipient of patient professional concern, vaguely conscious that she would have done better had she been an unmarried mother or a delinquent, preferably both, and had been black. Afterwards, Susan Kendrick had given her the verdict. She couldn't see Darren at present. His social worker felt that it wasn't at all desirable. He had been taken before the juvenile court and a supervision order made. They were hoping to arrange a programme of intermediate treatment for him, but until this was satisfactorily underway, they didn't think it wise for him to see Miss Wharton. It might only provoke unfortunate memories. He had been very reluctant to talk about the murders, and his social worker felt that when he was ready to do so, it should be with someone suitably qualified in social work skills, who could work through the trauma with him. He'll hate it all, thought Miss Wharton. He never did like interference. Lying in bed on her first night at home, wakeful as she so often was now, she came to a decision. She would go to Scotland Yard and ask the police to help. Surely they would have some authority, or at least some influence over Darren's social worker. They had always been kind and helpful to her. They would be able to reassure the local authority that she could be trusted with Darren. The decision brought a measure of peace to her troubled mind, and she fell asleep. The next morning found her less confident, but with her resolution unshaken. She would set out after 10 o'clock. There was no point in getting caught up in the rush hour. She dressed carefully for the excursion. First impressions were always important. Before setting out, she knelt to pray briefly, that the visit might be a success, that she would be met with understanding, that Scotland Yard wouldn't be the terrifying place of her imagination, that Commander Dalgliesh or Inspector Miskin would be willing to talk to the local authority, to explain that she wouldn't even mention the murders to Darren if his social worker thought it unwise. She walked to Paddington Underground Station and took the Circle line. At St. James's Park Station she came out of the wrong exit, was for a few minutes lost and had to inquire the way to the yard. And suddenly across the road she saw the revolving sign and the great glass oblong building so familiar from television news pictures. The entrance hall surprised her. She wasn't sure what she had imagined. A uniformed officer on duty, perhaps a steel grill, even a succession of manacled prisoners being escorted to the cells. Instead, she found herself facing an ordinary reception desk with a couple of young women on duty. The hall was very busy with an air of purposeful but relaxed activity. Men and women showed their passes, and passed happily gossiping through to the lifts. Except for the flame of remembrance burning on its plinth, it could, she thought, be almost any office. She asked for Inspector Miskin, having decided that this was a matter on which a woman might be more sympathetic than a man, and that she could hardly worry Commander Dalgliesh with something so unimportant, except to her. No, she admitted, she hadn't an appointment. She was asked to sit down on one of the chairs set against the left-hand wall, and watched while the girl telephoned. Her confidence grew, and the hands clutching her handbag gradually relaxed. She was able to take an interest in the busy comings and goings, to feel that she had a right to be there. And suddenly Inspector Miskin was standing beside her. She hadn't expected her to appear. Somehow, she had thought, she would be taken by messengers to the inspector's office. She thought, she's saving time. If she thinks it's important, then she'll take me up. And Inspector Miskin obviously didn't think it important. When Miss Wharton had explained her purpose, she sat down beside her and was for a moment silent. Miss Wharton thought, she's disappointed. She hoped I was bringing her some news about the murders, that I'd remembered something new and important. Then the inspector said, I'm sorry, but I don't see how we can help. The juvenile court has made a supervision order to the local authority. It's their concern now. I know. That's what Mrs. Kendrick told me, but I thought you might be able to use your influence. After all, the police... We have no influence. Not in this. The words sounded dreadfully final. Miss Wharton found herself pleading, I wouldn't talk to him about the murder, although I sometimes think that boys are tougher than we are in some ways. But I'd be very careful. I'd feel so much better if only I could see him again, even if briefly, just to know that he's all right. Why can't you? Did they say? They think he ought not to talk about the murders until he can work through the trauma with someone experienced in social work skills. Yes, that sounds like the jargon. Miss Wharton was surprised by the sudden bitterness in the inspector's voice. She sensed that she had an ally. She opened her mouth to make an appeal, and decided against it. If anything could be done, Inspector Miskin would do it. The inspector seemed to be thinking. Then she said, "I can't give you his address. Anyway, I can't remember it. I'd have to consult the file. I'm not even sure if they've left him at home with his mother, although I suppose they'd have gone for a care order if they'd wanted to remove him. But I can remember the name of his school, Bollington Road Junior. Do you know it?" Miss Wharton said eagerly, "Oh, yes, I know where Bollington Road is. I can get there." "They still come out about 3:30, don't they? You could try passing at the right time. If you met him accidentally, I don't see how they could object to that." "Thank you. Thank you." Miss Wharton, her perceptions sharpened by anxiety and now relief, guessed that Inspector Miskin was wondering whether to ask her again about the murders. But she said nothing. As they got up and the inspector walked with her to the door, she looked up at her and said, "You've been very kind. If I remember anything new about the murders, anything I haven't told you, I'll get in touch at once." Sitting in the tube on her way to St. James Park Station, she had planned that if all went well, she would treat herself afterwards to coffee in the Army and Navy stores. But her visit to the yard seemed to have taken more out of her than she had expected, and even the thought of negotiating the traffic of Victoria Street depressed and discouraged her. Perhaps it would be less exhausting to go without the coffee and make for home. While she was hesitating at the edge of the pavement, she felt a shoulder brush against hers. A male voice, young, pleasant, said, "Excuse me, but aren't you Miss Wharton? I met you at the Berowne inquest. I'm Dominic Swain, Sir Paul's brother-in-law." She blinked, confused for a second, and then recognized him. He said, "We're blocking the pavement," and she felt his hand on her arm, firmly guiding her across the street. Then, without releasing her, he said, "You must have been to the yard." "So have I. I feel in need of a drink. Please have one with me. I was thinking of the St. Ermine's Hotel." Miss Wharton said, "You're very kind, but I'm not sure. Please, I need someone to talk to. You'd be doing me a kindness." It really was impossible to refuse. His voice, smile, the press of his arm were persuasive. He was steering her gently but firmly forward through the station and into Caxton Street. And suddenly here was the hotel, looking so solidly welcoming, its wide courtyard flanked by heraldic beasts. It would be good to have a quiet sit before she started the journey home. He guided her through the left-hand door and into the foyer. It was, she thought, all very grand. The branching staircase leading to a curved balcony, the glittering chandeliers, the mirrored walls and elegantly carved pillars. Yet she felt strangely at home. There was something reassuring about this Edwardian elegance, this atmosphere of assured, respectable comfort. She followed her companion over the blue and fawn carpet to a couple of high-backed chairs before the fireplace. After they had seated themselves, he asked, "What would you like? There's coffee, but I think you should have something stronger. Sherry?" "Yes, that would be very nice, thank you." "Dry?" "Well, not too dry, perhaps." Mrs. Kendrick had brought out the sherry decanter before dinner every evening at St. Crispin's vicarage. It had invariably been dry, a pale, sour sharpness not really to her taste. But she had missed the evening ritual on her return home. There was no doubt one did get quickly used to these little luxuries. He lifted his finger and the waiter came, swiftly deferential. The sherry arrived, a rich amber, half-sweet, immediately reviving. There was a little bowl of nuts and one of small, dry biscuits. How elegant, how soothing it all was. The raucous life of Victoria Street could have been miles away. She sat back, glass at her lips, and looked with tremulous wonder at the ornately carved ceiling, the twin wall lights with their fringed shades, the huge urns of flowers at the foot of the stair. And suddenly she knew why she felt so at home. Sight, sound, sensation, even the young man's face bent smiling towards her, all fused into a long-forgotten picture. She was in a hotel lounge. Surely this same hotel, this very place, sitting with her brother on his first leave after he had gained his sergeant's stripes. And then she remembered. He had been stationed at Bassingbourne in East Anglia. They must have met at a hotel near Liverpool Street, not Victoria. but it had been so very similar. She remembered her pride in the smartness of his uniform, the one winged badge of an air gunner on his breast, the pristine brightness of his 3 stripes, her sense of importance at being escorted by him, how she revelled in the unaccustomed luxury, in the assured way in which he had summoned the waiter, ordered sherry for her, beer for himself. And her present companion reminded her a little of John. Like John, he was barely her own height. "They like us small, we tail-end Charlies," John had said. But he had John's fairness, something of John in the blue eyes and the high curve of the eyebrows, and all of John in his kindness and courtesy. Almost she could imagine that she saw the single-winged emblem of the air gunner on his chest. He said, "They've been questioning you again about the murders, I suppose. Did they give you a bad time?" "Oh, no, it wasn't at all like that." She explained the purpose of her visit, finding it easy to talk to him about Darren, their walks along the towpath, their visits to the church, her need to see him. She said, "Inspector Miskin couldn't do anything about the local authority, but she has told me where Darren goes to school. She was really very kind." "The police are never kind, only when it suits them. They weren't kind to me. You see, they think I know something. They've got a theory. They think my sister might have done it, she and her lover together." Miss Wharton cried, "Oh, no, but that's a terrible idea. Surely not a woman. And his own wife. A woman couldn't have done it. Not this murder. Surely they can't think that." "Perhaps not. Perhaps they're only pretending to think it. They're trying to make me say that she confided in me, confessed even. We're very close, you see. We always have been. We only have each other. They know she'd tell me if she were in any trouble." "But that's awful for you. I can't believe that Commander Dalgliesh really believes that." "He needs to make an arrest, and the wife or husband is always the obvious suspect. I've had a couple of bad hours." Miss Wharton had finished her sherry, and miraculously, it seemed, another was in its place. She took a sip and thought, "You poor dear, you poor young man." He too was drinking, a paler liquid in a tumbler mixed with water. Perhaps it was whiskey. Now he put down the glass and leaned across the table towards her. She could smell the spirit on his breath, masculine, sour, a little disquieting. He said, "Talk to me about the murders. Tell me what you saw, what it was like." She could feel his need, strong as a force, and her own need rose to meet it. She too needed to talk. She had spent too many sleepless nights fighting off horror, willing herself not to think about it, not to remember. It was better to open that vestry door again and confront reality. So she told him, whispering it across the table. She was back again in that slaughterhouse. She described it all, the wounds like flaccid mouths, Harry Mack with his rigid breastplate of dried blood, the stench, more insistent in imagination than it had been in reality, the pale, lifeless hands, drooping like flowers. He leaned over the table towards her, mouth to mouth. Then she said, "And that's all I can remember. Nothing that happened before. Nothing afterwards. Only the dead bodies. And afterwards, when I dream about them, they're always naked, quite naked. Isn't that extraordinary?" She gave a little giggle and lifted her glass carefully to her lips. She heard him sigh as if the dreadful recital had released something in him. He leaned back in his chair, breathing heavily, as if he'd been running. Then he said, "And you didn't go into the room, the vestry where they were found?" "That's what the commander kept asking us. He even looked at the soles of our shoes. That wasn't at first. He did that just before we left. And then next day a policeman came and took the shoes away. Wasn't that strange?" "They were looking for blood." "Oh, yes," she said sadly. "There was so much blood." Again he leaned across the table towards her, his face pale and intent. She could see a small blob of mucus at the corner of the left eye, a dewing of moisture along the upper lip. She took another gulp of the sherry. How warming, how comforting it was. He said, "Whoever did that, whoever it was, he can't be an ordinary, common intruder. This murder was carefully planned, brilliantly planned too. You're looking for someone with intelligence and nerve to come back into that room, naked, razor in hand, to confront him and then to kill. My God, it must have taken courage. He leaned towards her even closer. You must see that. You do see that, don't you? Courage, she thought. But courage was a virtue. Could a man be as evil as this, and yet show courage? She would have to ask Father Barnes, except that it wasn't so easy to talk to Father Barnes nowadays. But it was easy to talk to this young man, looking at her with John's eyes. She said, I had a feeling while Darren and I were sitting there in the church, waiting to be interviewed, that there was something he knew, something he was keeping back, something he was feeling, well, perhaps a little guilty about. You've told the police about this? Oh, no, I haven't told them. It would sound so stupid. There isn't anything he could be keeping back. Not really. We were together the whole time. But he might have noticed something. Something you didn't see. But then the police would have seen it too. It's just a feeling I had. You see, I really know Darren quite well. I know when he's feeling, well, a little ashamed. But this time I must be wrong. Perhaps I shall know more when I'm able to see him. What are you planning to do? Meet him outside the school? I thought so. The inspector said that they come out at 3:30. But he'll be with other boys. You know what they are, shouting and rushing home. He might not want to leave the gang. He might be embarrassed to see you waiting there. Miss Wharton thought, perhaps he'll be ashamed of me. Boys are so odd. It would be terrible if I see him and he won't stop, won't acknowledge me. Her companion said, why not write him a note and ask him to meet you at the usual place? He'll know that means the towpath. I could take it to him if you like. Oh, could you? But you won't know him. I'll give it to one of the other kids to deliver. Give him a tip and tell him it's secret. Or I'll ask one of them to point him out. Darren will get it, I promise. Look, let me write it for you. He can read, can't he? Oh, yes, I'm sure he can. He can read the notices in church. He's really an intelligent little boy. His social worker told Mrs. Kendrick that Darren hasn't been going to school. Apparently his mother moved with him to Newcastle, but she didn't find the same opportunities there for her job, so they moved back. But she never told the school, and I'm afraid it was all too easy for Darren to truant. It was naughty of him, but I'm sure he can read. He crooked his finger. The waiter came on silent feet. A few minutes later he was back with a sheet of headed paper and an envelope. Miss Wharton's glass was taken away and a filled one put in place of it. He said, I'll print the message and your name. That'll make it easier for him. And we'd better say to meet you after school. That will be simpler for him than slipping out in the early morning. I may not be able to contact him today, but I shall by tomorrow. Suppose we make it Friday at 4 o'clock on the towpath. Will that be all right for you? Oh, yes, yes, perfectly. But I won't let him be too late home. He wrote quickly, folded the paper, then, without showing it to her, put it in the envelope. What is his name? He asked. His surname. Wilkes. He's Darren Wilkes, and the school is Bollington Road Junior, near Lisson Grove. She watched while he printed it on the envelope and slipped it into his jacket pocket. He smiled across at her. Drink up your sherry, he said, and don't worry. It's going to be all right. He'll be there. You'll see him, I promise. As they left the hotel and stepped into the wan sunlight, it seemed to Miss Wharton that she was floating in an ecstasy of gratitude and relief. She was hardly aware of giving him her address, of being handed into a taxi, of the £5 note being slipped into the cabby's hand. His face, unnaturally large, blocked the cab window. Don't worry, he said again. I've paid the cabby. There'll be a little change. And don't forget, it's Friday at 4 o'clock. Tears of gratitude sprang to her eyes. She held out her hand, seeking for words, but none came. And then the cab moved forward, jerking her back in her seat, and he was gone. For the whole of the journey home she sat bolt upright, hugging her handbag to her chest, as if it symbolized this new-found intoxicating happiness. Friday, she said aloud. Friday at 4. After the taxi was out of sight, Swain took out and read the message again, his face expressionless. Then he licked the flap and sealed the envelope. The time and place were exactly as he had said, but the date was the following afternoon, Thursday, not Friday, and it was he, not Miss Wharton, who would be waiting on the towpath. Chapter 2. 10 minutes after Kate got back to her office, Massingham came in. He and Dalgliesh had been interviewing Swain. She had concealed her disappointment at being excluded from this first important encounter after the finding of the new evidence, telling herself that her time would come. Unless they broke Swain quickly, the interrogations, carefully structured, conducted within judges' rules and force regulations, but planned, varied, persistent, would continue inexorably day after day until that moment when they would either have to charge him or, for the time being at least, leave him in peace. From the look on Massingham's face, she would get her chance. He almost threw the file on the desk, then walked over to the window, as if the spectacular view of Westminster's towers and the curve of the river could help soothe his frustration. She said, "How did it go?" "It didn't." He sits there with his brief at his side, smiling, saying less and less, or rather saying the same thing over and over. "Yes, Berowne and I did meet on the river bank. Yes, we did have a scuffle. He accused me of seducing Theresa Nolan, and I resented him trying to father his bastard on me. He went for me as if he were crazy. He was crazy, but he didn't throw me in the river. Berowne had left before I swam out to the punt, and I didn't kill him. I was with Miss Matlock all that evening. I was seen arriving at Camden Hill Square. I took Mrs. Hurrell's telephone call at 8:40. I was there until I left for the pub. I was seen there from 10:45 to closing time. If you think otherwise, prove it." And his brief? Who has he got? Someone from Torrington, Farrell and Penge? No, no one from the Berowne connection. I have a feeling Barbara Berowne is distancing herself from her slightly disreputable brother. He's dredged up a bright young pinstripe from Morris and Sheldon, perfectly competent and already calculating his fees. There's nothing like a notorious case for getting your name before the public. His strength is that he really believes his client. That must be a rare pleasure for a brief from that firm. You could see how his mind was working. He doesn't think that Swain has the guts for this particular murder. He can't believe that the motive is strong enough. He can't see how Swain could have left Camden Hill Square for long enough to commit the murder, and returned without Matlock knowing. And he certainly can't see why she should lie. But mainly, of course, he makes it plain that he doesn't believe that Berowne was murdered. And in that, he's getting to be one of the majority. He and the AC should get together. And so, thought Kate, we try again to break Evelyn Matlock. And she will sit there, chaperoned by Lady Ursula and advised by the family lawyers, half obstinate, half triumphant, with that look of dedicated virtue, enjoying her self-imposed martyrdom. In what cause, she wondered? Hatred? Revenge? Self-glorification? Love? For the first time she faced the realization that the case, the first undertaken by the new squad, could end without an arrest in ignominious failure. Massingham turned from the window. There still isn't a single piece of physical evidence linking him to the scene. OK, so he had a motive. So did half a dozen others. But if he killed out of hate, surely he couldn't conceal it even now. Oh, yes, he could. Well enough, anyway. He's purged it, hasn't he? The worst of his hatred. He's rid himself of its power. He can sit there smiling, the arrogant bastard, because he's free of his enemy forever. He had himself well under control, but he was exulting like a man in love. She said, "He killed him, and we know he killed him. But we've got to break that alibi, and more than that, we've got to find some physical evidence." Oh, Swain knows that, none better. He's confident that the evidence doesn't exist. It's all circumstantial. If we'd got anything stronger, we'd have produced it by now. And he's actually saying what other people are thinking, that Berowne got Theresa Nolan pregnant, rejected her, and killed himself, partly out of remorse, and partly because the dirt in the Paternoster Review warned him that the scandal was going to break. My God, Kate, if the old man's got this wrong, it'll be one hell of a fuck-up. She glanced at him in surprise. It was rare to hear him use an obscenity. And she guessed that he wasn't only thinking of the success of the new squad, or of those colleagues in C1, and not the most junior, who wouldn't be unhappy to see the maverick Dalgliesh taken down a peg. He had planned his career as carefully as she had hers, and the last thing he wanted was a spectacular failure chalked up against him. But he should worry, she thought bitterly. He was hardly likely to find himself back in division. She said, "They'll hardly hold it against you. You'll be off to the senior command course in January anyway, the next step towards the chairmanship of ACPO." He spoke almost as if he had forgotten she was there. "It's not going to be so easy when my father dies." "He's not ill, is he?" "Not ill, but he's over 70, and a lot of life seems to have gone out of him since my mother died last April. I'd like to move out, buy a flat, but it's difficult just now." It was the first time he had ever spoken of his family. The confidence surprised her. The fact that he had made it must, she supposed, say something about their changing relationship. But she sensed that it would be imprudent to probe. She said, "I shouldn't lose any sleep over the title. You can always disclaim it. Anyway, the police will find it easier to accommodate Chief Constable the Lord Dungannon than they would Chief Constable Kate Miskin." He grinned. "Oh, well," he said easily, "you could have chosen to join the Wrens, but you'd hardly expect to end up First Sea Lord. It'll come in time. The first woman Chief Constable. About a decade after the first female Archbishop of Canterbury, I'd say. Not in my time, thank God." She didn't respond to the provocation. She was aware of his sudden glance. Then he said, "What's the matter? Something worrying you?" Is it so obvious, she thought, not altogether pleased at his unusual perception. There was little point in never inviting him to the flat if her mind had become so accessible. She said, "Miss Wharton turned up while you were with Swain. She wants to see Darren." "Well, what's to stop her?" "His social worker, apparently, in the interests of good social work practice. Miss Wharton's fond of the boy. She obviously understands him. They get on well together. He likes her. Do you wonder his social worker is determined to keep them apart?" He smiled, amused, a little indulgent. A man in whose privileged life the word welfare had meant its dictionary definition, nothing more. "You really hate them, don't you?" "Anyway, I told her the name of his school. I suggested she could loiter outside and meet him coming out." "And you're wondering whether the social services will like it?" "I know damn well they won't like it. I'm wondering if it was wise." She added, as if to reassure herself, "All right, so she'll hang around the school and with luck get the chance to walk home with him. I can't see what possible harm it can do." "None, I should think," he said easily. "No possible harm in the world. Come and have a drink." But before they could reach the door, his telephone rang. He went to answer it, then held out the receiver to Kate. "It's for you." Kate took it from him, listened in silence for a minute, then said briefly, "All right, I'll come now." Watching her face as she put down the receiver, Massingham asked, "What's the matter?" "It's my grandmother. She's been mugged. That was the hospital. They want me to collect her." He said with easy sympathy, "That's tough. Is it serious? Is she all right?" "Of course she's not all right. She's over 80 and the bastards have mugged her. She's not seriously hurt, if that's what you're asking. She's not fit to be alone. I'll have to take the rest of today off. Probably tomorrow, too, by the sound of it. Can't they get someone else to cope?" "If there was anyone else, they wouldn't be ringing me." Then she added more calmly, "She brought me up. There is no one else." "Then you'd better go. I'll tell AD. Sorry about the drink." He added, his eyes still on her face, "It's not going to be convenient." She said fiercely, "Of course it's not bloody convenient. You don't have to tell me. When would it ever be?" Walking beside him down the corridor to her room, she suddenly asked, "What would happen if your father fell ill?" "I hadn't thought. I suppose my sister would fly home from Rome." Of course, she thought. Who else? The resentment against him, which he had begun to think was fading, spurted into angry life. The case was at last beginning to break, and she wouldn't be there. She might only be away for a day and a half, but it couldn't be at a worse time. and it could be longer, much longer. Looking up at Massingham's carefully controlled face as they parted at her door, she thought, he and A.D. are on their own now. It'll be like the old days. He might be sorry about our missed drink, but that's all he's sorry about. Chapter 3. Thursday was one of the most frustrating days that Dalgliesh could remember. They had decided to give Swain a rest, and there was no further interrogation. But a press conference called for the early afternoon had been particularly difficult. The media were getting impatient, not so much with the lack of progress as with the lack of information. Either Sir Paul Berowne had been murdered, or he had killed himself. If the latter, then the family and the police should admit the fact. If the former, it was time for the new squad to be more forthcoming about their progress in bringing the murderer to book. Both within and outside the yard, there were snide comments about the squad being more noted for its sensitivity than for its effectiveness. As a super in C1 muttered to Massingham in the bar, "It'll be a nasty one to leave unsolved, the sort that breeds its own mythology. Lucky that Berowne was on the right, not the left, or someone would be writing a book by now to prove that MI5 slit his throat for him." Even the tidying of loose ends, although satisfying, hadn't lifted his depression. Massingham had reported on a visit to Mrs. Hurrell. He must have been persuasive. Mrs. Hurrell had admitted that her husband, in the hours before his death, had confided in her. There had been a small bill for posters overlooked when the final accounts were prepared after the last general election. It would have put the party's expenses over the statutory limit and invalidated Berowne's victory. Hurrell had himself covered the discrepancy and had decided to say nothing. But it had been on his conscience, and he had wanted to confess to Berowne before he died. What purpose he thought would be served by the confession was difficult to envisage. Mrs. Hurrell wasn't a good liar, and Massingham reported that she had been rather unconvincingly insistent that her husband hadn't at any time confided in Frank Musgrave. But it wasn't a path they needed to explore. They were investigating murder, not malpractice, and Dalgliesh was convinced that he knew his man. And Stephen Lampart had been cleared of any possible part in Diana Travers' death. His two guests on the night of the drowning, a fashionable plastic surgeon and his young wife, had been seen by Massingham. They apparently knew him slightly, and between pressing drink on him and the gratifying discovery of shared acquaintances, had confirmed that Stephen Lampart hadn't left the table during the meal, and had spent less than a couple of minutes fetching the Porsche, while they waited chatting with Barbara Berowne at the door of the Black Swan. But it was useful to clear this detail out of the way, as it was useful to know from Sergeant Robin's inquiries that Gordon Halliwell's wife and daughter had been drowned while on holiday in Cornwall. Dalgliesh had briefly wondered whether Halliwell could have been Theresa Nolan's father. It had never seemed very likely, but the possibility had had to be explored. These were all loose ends neatly tied up, but the main line of the inquiry was still blocked. The words of the AC rang in his brain as insistent and irritating as a television jingle. "Find me the physical evidence." Strangely, it was a relief, rather than an additional irritation, to hear that Father Barnes had telephoned while he was in the press conference and would like to see him. The message was somewhat confused, but hardly more so than Father Barnes himself. Apparently the priest wanted to know whether the little vestry could not be unsealed and brought into use, and when, if at all, the church was likely to get back the carpet. Would the police arrange for it to be cleaned, or was that a matter for him? Would they have to wait until it had been produced at the trial? Was there a chance that the Criminal Injuries Compensation Board might pay for a new carpet? It seemed odd that even someone as unworldly as Father Barnes should seriously expect the statutory powers of the CICB to include supplying carpets. But for a man beginning seriously to fear that a murder case might never be brought to trial, this innocent preoccupation with trivia was reassuring, almost touching. He decided on impulse that he might as well call on Father Barnes. There was no answer at the vicarage, and all the windows were dark. And then he remembered from his first visit to the church that the notice board had shown evensong at 4 on Thursdays. Father Barnes would presumably be in church, and so it proved. The great north door was unbolted, and when he turned the heavy iron handle and pushed it open, he was met by the expected waft of incense, and saw that the lights were on in the Lady Chapel, and that Father Barnes, robed only in his surplice and stole, was leading the responses. The congregation was larger than Dalgliesh had expected, and the mutter of voices came to him clearly in a gentle, disjointed murmur. He seated himself in the front row just inside the door, and sat to listen in patience to evensong, that most neglected and aesthetically satisfying portion of the Anglican liturgy. For the first time since he had known it, the church was being used for the purpose for which it had been built. But it seemed to him subtly changed. In the branched candle holder, where only last Wednesday his single light had burned, there was now a double row of candles, some newly lit, others flickering with their last tremulous flame. He felt no impulse to add to the glitter. In their light, the pre-Raphaelite face of the Madonna, with her flare of crimped and yellow hair under the high crown, shone glossily, as if newly painted, and the distant voices came to him like the ominous, premonitory mutterings of success. The service was short. There was no address and no singing, and within minutes Father Barnes' voice, as if from a far distance, but very clear, perhaps because the words were so familiar, was speaking the third collect for aid against all perils. Lighten our darkness, we beseech thee, O Lord, and by thy great mercy defend us from all perils and dangers of this night, for the love of thine only Son, our Saviour, Jesus Christ. The congregation murmured their amens, got to their feet, and began to disperse. Dalgliesh stood up and moved forward. Father Barnes came briskly up to him in a flutter of white linen. He had certainly gained in confidence, almost, Dalgliesh could believe, in physical stature since their first meeting. Now he looked cleaner, more tidily dressed, even plumper, as if a little and a not unwelcome notoriety had put flesh on his bones. He said, "How kind of you to come, Commander. I'll be with you in a moment. I just have to clear the offertory boxes. My churchwardens like me to keep to schedule. Not that we expect to find much." He took a key from his trouser pocket and unlocked the box attached to the votive candle stand in front of the statue of the Virgin, and began counting the coins into a small leather drawstring bag. He said, "Over £3 in small change and 6 £1 coins. We've never done as well as that before. And the ordinary collections are well up, too, since the murders." His face might make an attempt at solemnity, but his voice was as happy as a child's. Dalgliesh moved with him down the nave to the second candle stand in front of the grille. Miss Wharton, who had finished hanging up the kneelers and straightening the chairs in the Lady Chapel, bustled up beside him. As Father Barnes unlocked the box, she said, "I don't expect there will be more than 80 pence. I used to give Darren a 10-penny piece to light a candle, but really no one else uses this box. He loved stretching his hands out through the grille and striking the match. He could just reach. It's funny, but I'd forgotten about that until now. I suppose it was because he didn't have time to light the candle that dreadful morning. There it is, you see, still unlit." Father Barnes's hands were busy in the box. "Only 7 coins this time, and a button. Rather an unusual one. Looks like silver. I thought at first it was a foreign coin." Miss Wharton peered closer. She said, "That must have been Darren. How naughty of him. I remember now. He bent down by the path and I thought he was picking a flower. It really was very wrong of him to steal from the church. Poor child, it must have weighed on his conscience. No wonder I thought he was feeling guilty about something. I'm hoping to see him tomorrow. I'll have a little word about it. But perhaps we should light the candle now, Commander, and say a prayer for the success of your investigation. I think I have 10 pence. She began rummaging in her bag. Dalgliesh said quietly to Father Barnes, "May I see the button, Father?" And there at last it was, resting on his palm, the piece of physical evidence they had been seeking. He had seen such a button before, on Dominic Swain's Italian jacket, a single button, so small a thing, so commonplace, but so vital, and he had 2 witnesses to its finding. He stood looking at it, and there came over him a feeling not of excitement or of triumph, but of immense weariness, of completion. He said, "When was this box last cleared, Father?" "Last Tuesday. It must have been the 17th, after morning mass. As I said, I should have cleared it this Tuesday, but I'm afraid in all the excitement I forgot." So it had been cleared the morning of the day Berowne was murdered. Dalgliesh said, "And it wasn't in the box then. Could you have missed it?" "Oh, no. That really wouldn't have been possible. It certainly wasn't there then." And the whole west end of the church had been closed after the finding of the bodies until today. In theory, of course, someone in the church itself, a member of the congregation or a visitor, could have put the button in the box. But why should they? The obvious box to use, even for a practical joke, was the one in front of the statue of the Virgin. Why walk the length of the nave to the back of the church? And it couldn't have been put in the box by mistake for a coin. No candle had been lit in this stand. But all this was academic. He was countering arguments like a defense counsel. There was surely only one jacket from which this button could have come. It was too great a coincidence to suppose that someone connected with St. Matthew's Church, other than Swain, should have dropped it outside the south door. He said, "I'm going to place this in one of the envelopes from the little vestry, and I shall then seal it and ask both of you to sign across the flap. We can unseal the room now, Father." "You mean this button is important? It's a clue?" "Oh, yes," he said. "It's a clue." Miss Wharton said nervously, "But the owner, do you suppose he'll come looking for it?" "I don't think for one moment that he's missed it yet. But even if he has, no one will be in any danger once he knows that the police have it. But I'll send a man round to stay in the church, Father, until we pick him up." Neither of them asked whose button it was, and he saw no reason to tell them. He went outside to the car and rang Massingham. Massingham said, "We'd better pick up the boy now." "Yes, at once. That's the first priority. Then Swain. And we shall need the jacket. Check the lab report on it, will you, John? There were buttons missing when we saw Swain at Camden Hill Square. This is probably the spare. The lab will have noticed that there was a tag on the hem. And see if you can get proof of sale to Swain. We need the name of the importers and the retailers. That will probably have to wait now until tomorrow. I'll put it in hand, sir. But we need a duplicate button now. I'm going to get this one sealed and certified, and I haven't got a transparent envelope. You recognize the jacket. I suppose it's too much to hope you've got one. Much too much. 300-odd quid too much. My cousin has one. I can get hold of a button." He added, "Do you think there's any danger to Miss Wharton or Father Barnes?" "Well, obviously Swain either hasn't missed the button or has no idea when he lost it. But I'd like someone here in the church until we lay hands on him. But first get hold of Darren, and quickly. I'm going straight back, and then I'd like you to come with me to 62 Camden Hill Square." "Yes, sir. There's a lot to do. It's a pity we haven't Kate. This tends to happen with women officers, the inconvenient domestic emergency." Dalgliesh said coldly, "Not noticeably, John. Particularly not with that officer. In 20 minutes, then." Chapter 4. It was only the second time since her father's murder that Sarah had called at 62 Camden Hill Square. The first had been on the morning after the news broke. Then there had been a small group of photographers outside the railings, and she had turned instinctively as they had called her name. Next morning she had seen a newspaper picture of herself scurrying furtively up the steps, like a delinquent housemaid sneaking in at the wrong door, under the caption, "Miss Sarah Berowne was among the callers today at Camden Hill Square." But now the square was empty of people. The great elms waited in sodden acquiescence for winter, their boughs moving sluggishly in the rain-drenched air. Although the storm was over, the evening was so dark that lights shone palely from first-floor drawing-rooms, as if it were already night. She supposed that behind those windows people lived their secretive, separate, even desperate lives. Yet the light seemed to shine out with the promise of unattainable security. She had no key. Her father had offered her one when she had walked out, with, or so it had seemed to her at the time, the stiff formality of a Victorian father, reluctant to have her under his roof, but recognizing that, as an unmarried daughter, she was entitled to his protection, and to a room in his house, should she need it. Looking up at the famous facade, at the high, elegantly curved windows, she knew that it never had been, and that it never could be, her home. How much, she wondered, had it really mattered to her father? It had always seemed to her that he lodged in it, but had never made it his own any more than it was hers. But had he in boyhood envied his elder brother these dead, prestigious stones? Had he lusted after the house, as he had lusted after his brother's fiancée? What had he been thinking of when, her mother at his side, he had jammed down his foot at that dangerous corner? What was it out of his past which had finally confronted him in that dingy vestry at St. Matthew's Church? Waiting for Mattie to answer the door, she wondered how to greet her. It seemed natural to ask, "How are you, Mattie?" But the question was meaningless. When had she ever cared how Mattie felt? What possible answer, other than an equally meaningless courtesy, could she expect? The door opened. Gazing at her with a stranger's eyes, Mattie said her quiet, "Good evening." There was something different about her, but then, hadn't they all changed since that awful morning? She had the drained look which Sarah had seen on a friend's face who had recently given birth, bright-eyed, flushed, but bloated and somehow diminished, as if virtue had gone out of her. She said, "How are you, Mattie?" "I am well, thank you, Miss Sarah. Lady Ursula and Lady Berowne are in the dining-room." The oval dining table was spread with correspondence. Her grandmother sat stiffly upright, her back to the window. In front of her was a large blotter, and to her left boxes of writing paper and envelopes. She was folding a handwritten letter as Sarah came up to her. The girl was intrigued, as always, that her grandmother should be so meticulous over the niceties of social behaviour, having all her life flouted its sexual and religious conventions. Her stepmother apparently either had no letters of condolence to answer, or was leaving the chore to someone else. Now she sat at the end of the table, preparing to varnish her nails, her hands hesitating over the ranked bottles. Sarah thought, surely not blood red. But no, it was to be a soft pink, entirely innocuous, entirely suitable. She ignored Barbara Berowne and said to her grandmother, "I've come in answer to your letter. The memorial service, it isn't possible. I'm sorry, but I shan't be there." Lady Ursula gave her a long, speculative gaze. Rather, thought Sarah, as if she were a new lady's maid arriving with somewhat suspect references. She said, "It is not my wish particularly that there should be a memorial service, but his colleagues expect it, and his friends seem to want it. I shall be there, and I expect his widow and his daughter to be there with me." Sarah Berowne said, "I told you it's not possible. I'll come to the cremation, of course, but that will be private and for the family only. But I'm not going to display myself suitably clad in black in St. Margaret's, Westminster." Lady Ursula drew a stamp across the dampened pad and stuck it precisely in the right-hand corner of the envelope. "You remind me of a girl I knew in childhood, the daughter of a bishop. She caused something of a scandal in the diocese when she resolutely refused to be confirmed. What struck me as strange, even at 13, was that she hadn't the wit to see that her scruples had nothing to do with religion. She merely wanted to embarrass her father. That, of course, is perfectly understandable, particularly given the bishop in question. But why not be honest about it?" Sarah Berowne thought, "I shouldn't have come. It was stupid to believe that she would understand or even want to try." She said, "I suppose, Grandmamma, you would have wanted her to conform, even if the scruples had been genuine." "Oh, yes, I think so. I would put kindness above what you would call conviction. After all, if the whole ceremony were a charade, which, as you know, is my opinion, then it could do her no possible harm to let the episcopal hands rest momentarily upon her head." Sarah said quietly, "I'm not sure I'd want to live in a world that put kindness before conviction." "No, but it might be more agreeable than the one we have, and considerably safer. Well, this is one charade which I prefer not to have any part in. His politics weren't mine. They still aren't. I should be making a public statement. I shan't be there, and I hope that people will know why." Her grandmother said dryly, "Those who notice will, but I shouldn't expect too much propaganda value from it. The old will be watching their contemporaries and wondering how long it will be before their turn comes, hoping their bladders will hold out, and the young will be watching the old. But I dare say enough of them will notice your absence to get the message that you hated your father, and are pursuing your political vendetta beyond the grave." The girl almost cried, "I didn't hate him. Most of my life I loved him. I could have gone on loving him if he had let me. And he wouldn't want me to be there. He wouldn't expect it. He would have hated it himself. Oh, it will all be very tasteful, carefully chosen words and music, the right clothes, the right people. But you won't be celebrating him, not the person. You'll be celebrating a class, a political philosophy, a privileged club. You can't get it into your head, you and your kind, that the world you grew up in is dead. It's dead." Lady Ursula said, "I know that, my child. I was there in 1914 when it died." She took the next letter from the top of a pile, and without looking up, went on. "I've never been a political woman, and I can understand the poor and the stupid voting for Marxism, or one of its fashionable variants. If you've no hope of being other than a slave, you may as well opt for the most efficient form of slavery. But I must say that I have an objection to your lover, a man who has enjoyed privilege all his life, working to promote a political system which will ensure that no one else gets a chance of what he has so singularly enjoyed. It would be excusable if he were physically ugly. That misfortune tends to breed envy and aggression in a man. But he isn't. I can understand the sexual attraction, even if I am 50 years too old to feel it. But you could have gone to bed with him, surely, without taking on all the fashionable baggage." Sarah Berowne turned wearily away, walked over to the window, and looked out over the square. She thought, "My life with Ivor and the cell is over." But it was never honest. It never had any reality. I never belonged. But I don't belong here. I'm lonely and I'm afraid. But I have to find my own place. I can't run back to Grandmamma, to an old creed, a spurious safety. And she still dislikes and despises me, almost as much as I despise myself. That makes it easier. I'm not going to stand beside her in St. Margaret's like a prodigal daughter." Then she was aware of her grandmother's voice. Lady Ursula had stopped writing and was leaning both hands on the table. She said, "Now that you are both here, there is something that I need to ask. Hugo's gun and the bullets are missing from the safe. Does either of you know who has taken them?" Barbara Barone's head was buried over her tray of bottles. She glanced up, but didn't reply. Sarah, startled, turned quickly round. "Are you sure, Grandmamma?" Her surprise must have been obvious. Lady Ursula looked at her. "So you haven't taken it? And presumably you don't know who has?" "Of course I haven't taken it. When did you find it was missing?" "Last Wednesday morning, shortly before the police arrived. I thought then that it was possible that Paul had killed himself, and that there might be a letter to me with his papers. So I opened the safe. There was nothing new, but the gun had gone." Sarah asked, "When was it taken? Do you know?" "I haven't had occasion to look in the safe for some months. That is one reason why I've said nothing to the police. It could have been missing for weeks. It could have had nothing to do with Paul's death, and there was no point in concentrating their attention on this house. Later, I had another reason for silence." Sarah asked, "What possible other reason could you have had?" "I thought his murderer might have taken it to use on himself if the police got too close to the truth. That would seem an eminently sensible thing for him to do. I saw no reason to prevent it. Now I think it is time for me to tell the police." "Obviously you must tell them." Sarah frowned. Then she said, "I suppose Halliwell wouldn't have taken it as a sort of memento. You know how devoted he was to Uncle Hugo. He might not like the idea of it getting into someone else's hands." Lady Ursula said dryly, "Very probably. I share his concern. But whose hands?" Barbara Berowne looked up and said in her little girl voice, "Paul threw it away weeks ago. He told me that it wasn't safe to keep it." Sarah looked at her. "Nor particularly safe, I should have thought, to throw it away. He could have handed it to the police, I suppose. But why? He has a licence, and it was perfectly safe where it was. Barbara Berowne shrugged. Well, that is what he said. And it doesn't matter, does it? He wasn't shot. Before either of the other women could reply, they heard the ring of the front doorbell. Lady Ursula said, "That may well be the police. If so, they're back rather sooner than I expected. I have a feeling that they may be getting to the end of their inquiries." Sarah Berowne said roughly, "You know, don't you? You've always known." "I don't know, and I have no real evidence, but I am beginning to guess." They listened in silence for Mattie's footfalls on the marble hall, but she seemed not to have heard the bell. Sarah Berowne said impatiently, "I'll go, and I hope to God that it is the police. It's time that we face the truth, all of us." Chapter 5. He went first to the Shepherd's Bush flat to collect the gun. He wasn't sure why he needed it, any more than he was sure why he had stolen it from the safe. But it couldn't be left at Shepherd's Bush. It was time he found a new hiding place for it. And to have the gun with him reinforced his sense of power, of being inviolate. The fact that it had once been Paul Berowne's and was now his made it a talisman as well as a weapon. When he held it, pointed it, stroked the barrel, something of that first triumph returned. He needed to feel it again. It was strange how quickly it faded, so that he was sometimes tempted to tell Barbie what he had done for her, tell her now, long before it was safe or wise to confide, seeing in imagination the blue eyes widening with terror, with admiration, with gratitude, and, at last, with love. Bruno was in his workroom, busy with his latest model. Swain thought how disgusting he was with his huge half-naked chest, on which a lucky charm, a silver goat's head on a chain, moved repulsively among the hairs. His pudgy fingers, on which the delicate pieces of cardboard seemed to stick, while he edged them with infinite care into place. Without looking up, he said, "I thought you'd moved out for good." "I have. I'm just collecting the last of my gear." "I'd like the key, then." Without speaking, Swain placed it on the table. "What shall I say if the police turn up?" "They won't. They know I've moved out. Anyway, I'm off to Edinburgh for a week. You can tell them that if they come snooping around." In the small back room, its walls covered with shelves, which was both Bruno's spare bedroom and a repository for his old models, nothing was ever moved, nothing ever tidied. He stood on the bed to reach the topmost high cluttered shelf, felt under the stage of a model of Dunsinane Castle, and drew out the Smith & Wesson and the ammunition. He slipped them into a small canvas bag, together with the last of his socks and a couple of shirts. Then, without a final word to Bruno, he left. It had been a mistake to come in the first place. Bruno had never really wanted him. And the place was a hovel. He wondered how he had stuck it for so long. Paul's bedroom at Camden Hill Square was much more suitable. He ran lightly down the stairs to the front door, rejoicing that he need never enter it again. He was on the canal path too early, just after 3:30. But it wasn't because he was anxious. He knew that the boy would come. Since the meeting with Miss Wharton, he had had the sensation of being carried along by events, not a mere passenger of fate, but triumphantly borne forward on a crest of luck and euphoria. He had never felt stronger, more confident, more in control. He knew that the boy would come, just as he knew that the meeting would be important in ways that he couldn't at present begin to guess. Even getting the message to Darren had been easier than he had dared to hope. The school was a 2-story building of grimy Victorian brick set behind railings. He had loitered close, but not directly outside, anxious not to attract the attention of the little group of waiting mothers, and hadn't moved up to the gate until he heard the first squeals of the released children. He had chosen a boy as his messenger. A girl, he felt, might be more curious, more noticing, more likely to question Darren about the message. He picked on one of the younger boys and asked, "Do you know Darren Wilkes?" "Yeah, he's over there." "Give him this, will you? It's from his mum. It's important." He handed over the envelope with a 50-pence piece. The boy had taken it with hardly a glance at him, snatching the coin as if afraid that he would change his mind. He had run across the playground to where a boy was kicking a football against the wall. Swain had watched until he saw the envelope change hands, and then had turned and walked quickly away. He had chosen the meeting place with care, a tangled hawthorn growing close to the canal, in whose shelter he could stand and watch the long stretch of path to his right and the 40 yards which led to the mouth of the tunnel to his left. Behind him, a few yards to the right, was one of the iron gates to the canal path. His brief exploration had shown that it led to a narrow road bounded by lock-up garages, padlocked yards, the blank faces of anonymous industrial buildings. It wasn't a road to tempt the canal walker on a dark autumn afternoon, and it would give him an escape route from the towpath in case of need. But he wasn't seriously worried. He had been standing here for over 20 minutes and had seen no one. And the boy, too, was early. Just before 10 to 4, the small figure came into sight, loitering along the canal bank. He looked unnaturally tidy in his obviously new jeans, topped with a brown and white zip jacket. Swain stepped a little back against the bark of a tree and watched his approach through a shield of leaves. Suddenly he wasn't there, and Swain felt a wild apprehension until he saw that the boy had climbed down into the ditch and was now reappearing, his hands stretched round the rim of an old cycle wheel. He began bowling it along the towpath. The wheel lurched and bounded. Swain stepped out of his hiding place and caught it. The boy, no more than 12 yards away, stopped short, looked at him, wary as an animal, seemed about to turn and run. At once Swain smiled and bowled the wheel back. The boy caught it, still fixing on him his steady, unsmiling gaze. Then he swung it round, clumsily twirling, staggered and let it go. It rose out over the water, then fell with a splash, which seemed to Swain so loud that he half expected the canal path to be suddenly alive with people. But there was no one, no calling voices, no running feet. The ripples widened, then died. He strolled up to the boy and said easily, "It made a good splash. Do you find many of those in the ditch?" The boy shifted his glance. Looking out over the canal, he said, "1 or 2. Depends. You're Darren Wilkes, aren't you? Miss Wharton told me I'd found you here. I was looking for you. I'm an inspector of Special Branch. Do you know what that means?" He took out his wallet with its credit cards and his old university identity card. How lucky that he'd never given that in after his first and last disastrous semester. It bore his photograph, and he flashed it at the boy, not giving him a chance to see more. "Where is she, then, Miss Wharton?" The question was carefully casual. He didn't want to betray his need, if he had a need, but he had bothered to come. He was there. Swain said, "She can't come. She told me to say that she's sorry, but she isn't feeling very well. Did you bring the note she sent you?" "What's wrong with her, then?" "Only a cold. It's nothing to worry about. Did you bring the note, Darren?" "Yeah, I've got it." He thrust a small fist into his jeans pocket and brought it out. Swain took the crumpled page, glanced at it, then tore it deliberately into small pieces. The boy watched silently as he threw them into the water. They lay on the surface like frail spring petals, then moved sluggishly, darkened, and were lost. He said, "Better take no chances. You see, I had to be certain that you really are Darren Wilkes. That's why the note was so important. We have to have a talk." "What about?" "The murder." "I don't know nothing about the murder. I've talked to the cops." "The ordinary police, yes, I know, but they're a bit out of their depth. There's more to this than they understand, much more." They were moving together slowly upstream towards the entrance to the tunnel. The bushes were thicker here, in one place so thick that even with their summer greenness dropping away, they still provided a safe screen from the path. He drew the boy with him into the semi-darkness and said, "I'm going to trust you, Darren. That's because I need your help. You see, we in the Special Branch think that this wasn't an ordinary murder. Sir Paul was killed by a gang, a terrorist gang. You know what I mean by the Special Branch, don't you?" "Yeah. Something to do with spying." "That's right. It's our job to catch the enemies of the state. It's called special because that's what it is. Special and secret. Can you keep secrets?" "Yeah, I keep plenty." The small body seemed to swagger. He looked up at Swain, The face so like an intelligent monkey, suddenly sharp and knowing. "Is that why you was there, then? Watching him?" The shock was like a physical punch on the chest, painful, disabling. When he could speak, Swain was surprised how calm his voice sounded. "What makes you think I was there?" "Them fancy buttons on your jacket. I found one." His heart leapt, then for a second seemed to stop, a dead thing in his chest, dragging him down. But then he felt again its regular thudding, pulsing back warmth and life and confidence. He knew now why he was here, why both of them were here. He said, "Where, Darren? Where did you find it?" "On the path by the church. I picked it up. Miss Wharton thought I were picking a flower. She never seed me. She give me 10p for a candle, see, same as always. I always have 10p for the BVM. For a moment, Swain's mind seemed to whirl out of control. The boy's words no longer made sense. He saw the peaked face, a sickly green in the gloom of the bush, look up at him with something like contempt. "The BVM, the statue of the lady in blue. Miss Wharton always give me 10p for the box. Then I lit a candle, see, for the BVM. Only this time I kept the 10p, and I never had time to light the candle because she called me." "And what did you do with the button, Darren?" He had to clench his fist to keep his hands from the boy's neck. "Put it in the box, didn't I? Only she never knowed. I never tell her." "And you've told no one else?" "No one asked me." He looked up again, suddenly sly. "I don't reckon Miss Wharton would like it." "No, nor would the police. The ordinary police. They'd call it stealing, taking the money for your own use. You know what they do to boys who steal, don't you? They're trying to get you put away, Darren. They want an excuse to put you in a home. You know that too, don't you? You could be in real trouble. But you keep my secret and I'll keep yours. We'll both swear on my gun." "You got a gun, then?" For all the childish assumption of nonchalance, he couldn't keep the excitement out of his voice. "Of course. The special branch always go armed." He drew the Smith & Wesson out of his shoulder bag and held it out in his palm. The boy's eyes fastened on it, fascinated. Swain said, "Put your hand on it and swear to tell no one about the button, about me, about this meeting." The small hand was stretched out eagerly. Swain watched as it was laid on the barrel. The boy said, "I swear." Swain put his own hand over Darren's and pressed it down. It felt small and very soft, and curiously detached from the boy's body, as if it had a separate life, like a young animal. He said solemnly, "And I swear not to reveal anything that passes between us." He was aware of the boy's longing. He said, "Would you like to hold it?" "Is it loaded?" "No. I'm carrying the bullets, but it isn't loaded." The boy took it and began to point it, first at the canal, then with a grin at Swain, then again over the canal. He held it as he must have seen it held by cops on the television, straight out, grasping it with both hands. Swain said, "You've got the right idea. We could do with you in the branch when you're older." Suddenly they were aware of the swish of bicycle tires. Both drew back instinctively into the deeper shelter of the bushes. They had a brief glimpse of a middle-aged man in a cloth cap, slowly pedalling against the squelch of the mud, his eyes fixed on the towpath. They stood motionless, hardly breathing, until he had disappeared. But he had reminded Swain that there wasn't very much time. The canal path would become busier. There could be people taking a short cut home. He must do what he had to do, quickly and silently. He said, "You want to be careful, playing by the canal. Can you swim?" The boy shrugged. "Didn't they teach you how to swim at school?" "Nah. I ain't been to school that much." It was almost too easy. He fought back a sudden impulse to laugh aloud. He wanted to lie back there on the mushy earth and gaze upwards through the knotted boughs and shout his triumph. He was invincible, out of their reach, protected by luck and cleverness, and something which had nothing to do with either, but which was now part of him forever. The police couldn't have found the button. If they had, They would have confronted him with it, would have taken back the jacket with its telltale tag of knotted cotton on the hemline. They must have seen that tag, must have known that the spare button was missing when they examined the jacket. But a serious-faced young constable had returned it without comment, and he had worn it almost daily since, feeling superstitiously ill at ease without it. Getting the button wouldn't be difficult. He would first deal with the boy, then go at once to the church. No, not at once. He'd need a chisel to break open the offertory box. He could fetch one from Camden Hill Square, or better, buy one from the nearest Woolworths. One purchase among so many wouldn't be noticed. And he wouldn't buy the chisel only. It would be safer to collect a number of small items before queuing at the cash point. That way the cashier would be less likely to remember the chisel. And breaking open the offertory box would look like a simple burglary. It was always happening. He doubted whether anyone would bother to inform the police. And if they did, why should anyone connect it with the murder? And then it struck him that the box might have been emptied. The thought sobered his triumph, but for a moment only. If it had, the button would either have been given to the police or thrown away as useless. And it couldn't have been given to the police. They would have produced it. And even if by ill chance it was still in someone's possession, only the boy knew where it had been found. And the boy would be dead, accidentally drowned. One more child unwisely playing on the canal bank. He moved out of the shelter of the bushes, and the boy followed. On either side the path stretched in empty desolation, the canal sliding thick and brown as sludge between the fretted banks. He shivered. For a second he had been seized with the illusion that no one was coming because there was no one left to come, that he and Darren were the last survivors of a dead, deserted world. Even the silence was eerie, and it struck him that since arriving on the path, he hadn't heard the rustle of a single animal, nor the note of a bird. He was aware that Darren had moved from his side and was squatting beside the water. Pausing beside him, Swain saw that there was a dead rat caught in the crook of a broken twig. The sleek body, elongated, rippled the surface, its snout pointing like a prow. He squatted beside the boy, and they contemplated it in silence. The rat, he thought, looked curiously human in death, with its glazed eye, and the small paws raised as if in a last despairing supplication. He said, "Lucky rat." And then it struck him how senseless was that casual statement. The rat, no longer rat, was neither lucky nor unlucky. It didn't exist. No statement about it had any meaning. He watched while the boy grasped the end of the twig and began moving the body under the water. Then he lifted it. Small eddies broke over its head, and it rose glistening, hump-backed from the suck of the stinking water. He said sharply, "Don't do that, Darren." The boy let go of the twig, and the rat plopped back and began drifting sluggishly downstream. They walked on, and then suddenly his heart lurched. Darren darted from his side and with a high shout ran leaping into the tunnel mouth. For one appalled second, Swain thought that his victim must have divined his purpose and was dashing to escape. He rushed after him in the semi-darkness, and then he breathed easily again. Darren, whooping and hollering, was running his hands along the tunnel wall, then leaping, arms outflung, in a vain attempt to touch the roof. In his relief, Swain almost leapt with him. And this, of course, was the place. None better. He would need only a minute, perhaps only seconds. It would have to be swift and sure. Nothing must be left to chance. He would have to do more than merely throw him in. He would need to kneel and hold the head under the water. The boy might struggle, but it would only be brief. He looked too frail to put up much of a struggle. He slipped his arms out of his jacket and folded it over his shoulder. There was no sense in getting an expensive jacket splashed. But the edge of the towpath was concrete here, not earth. He would be able to kneel if necessary, without the risk of getting telltale mud on his trousers. He called quietly, "Darren." The boy, still leaping at the roof, took no notice. Swain had drawn breath to call again when suddenly the small figure in front of him swayed, crumpled, fell silently as a leaf, and lay still. His first thought was that Darren was playing games, but when he came up to him he saw that the boy had fainted. He lay sprawled, so close to the canal that one thin arm was flung out over it, the small half-clenched fist almost touching the water. He was so motionless that he could have been dead, but Swain knew that he would have recognized death when he saw it. He squatted and gazed intently into the still face. The boy's mouth was moistly open, and he thought he could hear the gentle sigh of the breath. In the half-light, the freckles stood out against the whiteness of the skin like splashes of gold paint, and he could just see the sparse lashes spiked against the cheek. He thought, must be something wrong with him. He's sick. Boys don't faint for no reason. And then he was visited by a sensation which was half pity, half anger. Poor little bastard. They drag him before the juvenile court, put him under supervision, and they can't even look after him. They can't even see he's sick. Sod them. Sod the whole fucking lot of them. But now that what he had to do was made easier than ever, no more than a gentle nudge away, it had suddenly become difficult. He put his foot under the boy and lifted him gently. The body rose on his shoe, seemingly weightless, so that he could hardly feel it. But Darren didn't stir. One tip, he thought. One small thrust. If he had believed in a god, he would have said to him, "You shouldn't have made it this easy. Nothing should be this easy." It was very quiet in the tunnel. He could hear the slow drip of moisture from the roof, the faint slap of the canal against the pavement edge, the clicking of his digital watch, loud as a time bomb. The smell of the water came up to him, strong and sour. The two half-moons gleaming at the tunnel ends seemed suddenly very far away. He could imagine them receding and shrinking into thin curves of light, and then fading completely, leaving him and the quietly breathing boy sealed up together in black, damp-smelling nothingness. And then he thought, do I need to do it? He hasn't done me any harm. Berowne deserved to die, but he doesn't. And he won't talk. The police have lost interest in him anyway. And once I have the button, it won't matter if he does talk. It will be his word against mine. And without the button, what can they prove? He plucked the jacket from his shoulder, and knew as he felt the slip of the lining against his arms that this was a decisive action. The boy would be allowed to live. He savoured for one extraordinary moment a new sensation of power, and it seemed to him sweeter, more exhilarating than even the moment when he had finally turned to gaze down on Berowne's body. This was what it felt like to be a god. He had the power to take life or to bestow it, and this time he had chosen to be merciful. He was giving the boy the greatest gift in his power, and the boy wouldn't even know that it was he who had given it. But he would tell Barbie. Some day, when it was safe, he would tell Barbie about the life he had taken, the life he had graciously spared. He pulled the body a little further from the water's edge and heard the boy moan. The eyelids flickered. As if afraid to meet the opening gaze, Swain sprang to his feet, then almost ran to the tunnel end, suddenly desperate to gain that half-moon of light before the darkness closed in on him forever. Chapter 6. It was Sarah Berowne who let them in. Without speaking, she led them across the hall to the library. Lady Ursula was seated at the dining-room table, on which were stacked letters and documents in 3 neat piles. Some of the writing paper was edged with black, as if the family had rummaged in their drawers for the mourning paper, which must have been fashionable in her youth. As Dalgliesh entered, she looked up and gave him a nod, then inserted her silver paper-knife in yet one more envelope, and he heard the faint rasp as the paper slit open. Sarah Berowne walked over to the window and stood looking out, her shoulders hunched. Beyond the rain-washed panes, the heavy swathes of the sycamores drooped dankly in the drenched air, the dead leaves torn by the storm hanging like brown dusters among the green. It was very quiet. Even the hiss of the traffic on the avenue was muted like a spent tide on a far-distant shore. But inside the room, some of the heaviness of the day seemed still to linger, and the diffused frontal headache which had plagued him since the morning intensified and focused behind his right eye, a stabbing needle of pain. He had never felt in this house an atmosphere of peace or ease, but now the tension quivered on the air. Barbara Berowne alone seemed impervious to it. She too was sitting at the table. She was painting her nails. Small, gleaming bottles and tufts of cotton wool were set out before her on a tray. As he entered, the brush was for a moment poised, its bright tip motionless in the air. Without looking round, Sarah Berowne said, "My grandmother is concerned, among other matters, with the arrangements for the memorial service. I suppose you have no views, Commander, on the relative appropriateness of 'Fight the good fight' and 'O Lord and Master of Mankind.'" Dalgliesh walked across to Lady Ursula and held out the button on the palm of his hand. He said, "Have you seen a button like this, Lady Ursula?" She beckoned him nearer, then bent her head close to his fingers, as if about to smell the button. Then she looked up at him, expressionlessly, and said, "Not to my knowledge. It looks as if it came from a man's jacket, probably an expensive one. I can offer no other help." "And you, Miss Berowne?" She came over from the window, looked at it briefly, and said, "No, it isn't mine. That wasn't my question. I asked if you'd seen it, or one like it. If I have, I can't remember. But then I'm not very interested in clothes, or in trivia. Why not ask my stepmother?" Barbara Berowne was holding up her left hand and blowing gently on her nails. Only the thumbnail remained unpainted. It looked like a dead deformity among the 4 pink tips. As Dalgliesh came up to her, she took up the brush and began to draw careful sweeps of pink along the thumbnail. This done, she glanced at the button, then turned quickly away and said, "It isn't off anything of mine. I don't think it belonged to Paul either. I haven't seen it before. Is it important?" She was, he knew, lying, but not, he thought, through fear or any sense of danger. For her, to lie when in doubt was the easiest, even the most natural response, a way of buying time, fending off unpleasantness, postponing trouble. He turned to Lady Ursula. "I should like to speak to Miss Matlock too, please." It was Sarah Berowne who went across to the fireplace and tugged at the bell. When Evelyn Matlock came in, all 3 Berowne women turned as one and gazed at her. She stood for a moment, her eyes fixed on Lady Ursula, then marched across to Dalgliesh, stiff as a soldier on a charge. He said, "Miss Matlock, I'm going to ask you a question. Don't answer it in a hurry. Think carefully before you speak, and then tell me the truth." She glared at him. It was the look of a recalcitrant child, obstinate, malicious. He couldn't remember when he had seen so much hate in her face. Again he took his hand from his pocket and held out on his palm the silver-crested button. He said, "Have you ever seen this button or one like it?" He knew that Massingham's eyes, as well as his own, would be fixed on her face. It was easy to speak a lie, one short syllable. To act a lie was more difficult. She could just about control the tone of her voice, could make herself look up and gaze resolutely into his eyes, but the damage was already done. He hadn't missed that instantaneous flicker of recognition, the small start, the quick flush across the forehead. That, most of all, was beyond her control. As she paused, he said, "Come closer. Look at it carefully. It's a distinctive button, probably from a man's jacket. Not the kind you find on ordinary jackets. When did you last see one like it?" But now her mind was working. He could almost hear the process of thought. "I can't remember." "Are you saying that you can't remember seeing a button like this, or that you can't remember when you saw it last?" "You're muddling me." She turned her face to Lady Ursula, who said, "If you want a lawyer before you answer, you're entitled to one. I can ring Mr. Farrell." She said, "I don't want a lawyer. Why should I want a lawyer? And if I did, I wouldn't choose Anthony Farrell. He looks at me as if I'm dirt." "Then I suggest you answer the Commander's question. It seems a plain enough one to me." "I've seen something like it. I can't remember where. There must be hundreds of similar buttons." Dalgliesh said, "Try to remember. You think you've seen something like it. Where? In this house?" Massingham, carefully avoiding Dalglish's eyes, must have been waiting his moment. His voice was a careful balance of brutality, contempt, and amusement. Are you his mistress, Miss Matlock? Is that why you're shielding him? Because you are shielding him, aren't you? Is that how he paid you? A quick half-hour on your bed between his bath and his supper. He was getting it cheap, wasn't he? His alibi for murder. No one did it better than Massingham. Every word was a calculated insult. Dalgliesh thought, "My God, why do I always let him do my dirty work for me?" The woman's face flared. Lady Ursula laughed, a tiny cackle of derision. She spoke to Dalgliesh. "Really, Commander, apart from being offensive, I find that suggestion ridiculous. It's grotesque." Evelyn Matlock turned on her, hands clenched, her body quivering with resentment. "Why is it ridiculous? Why is it grotesque? You can't bear to believe it, can you? You've had lovers enough in your time, everyone knows that. You're notorious. Well, you're old now, crippled and ugly, and no one wants you, man or woman, and you can't bear to think that someone might want me. Well, he did, and he does. He loves me. We love each other. He cares. He knows what my life is like in this house. I'm tired, I'm overworked, and I hate you all. You didn't know that, did you? You thought I was grateful. Grateful for the job of washing you like a baby. Grateful for waiting on a woman too idle to pick up her own underclothes from the floor. Grateful for the worst bedroom in the house. Grateful for a home, a bed, a roof, the next meal. This place isn't a home. It's a museum. It's dead. It's been dead for years. And you think of no one but yourselves. Do this, Matty. Fetch that, Matty. Run my bath, Matty. I do have a name. He calls me Evelyn. Evelyn. That's my name. I'm not a cat or a dog. I'm not a household pet." She turned on Barbara Berowne. "And what about you? There are things I could tell the police about that cousin of yours. You planned to get Sir Paul even before your fiancé was buried, before his own wife was dead. You didn't sleep with him. Oh, no, you were too cunning for that. And what about you, his daughter? How much do you care about him? Or that lover of yours? You only used him to hurt your father. Not one of you knows what caring is, what love is." She turned again on Lady Ursula. "And then there's Daddy. I'm supposed to be grateful for what your son did, but what did he do? He couldn't even keep Daddy out of prison. And prison was torture for him. He was claustrophobic. He couldn't take it. He was tortured to death. And how much do you care, any of you? Sir Paul thought that giving me a job, a home, what you call a home, was enough. He thought he was paying for his mistake. He never did pay. I did all the paying." Lady Ursula said, "I didn't know that you felt like this. I should have known. I blame myself." "Oh, no, you don't. Those are just words. You never have blamed yourself, not ever. Not for anything, not all your life. Yes, I did sleep with him, and I shall again. You can't stop me. It's no affair of yours. You don't own me body and soul. You only think you do. He loves me, and I love him." Lady Ursula said, "Don't be ridiculous. He was using you. He used you to get a free meal, a hot bath, his clothes washed and ironed. And in the end, he used you to get an alibi for murder." Barbara Berowne had finished her manicure. Now she surveyed her finished nails with the pleased complacency of a child. Then she looked up. "I know that Dicko made love to her. He told me. Of course he didn't murder Paul. That's silly. That's what he was doing when Paul died. He was making love to her on Paul's bed." Evelyn Matlock swung round on her. She cried, "It's a lie. He couldn't have told you. He wouldn't have told you." "Well, he did. He thought it would amuse me. He thought it was funny." She looked at Lady Ursula, a conspiratorial glance of mingled amusement and contempt, as if inviting her to share a private joke. Barbara Berowne's high, childish voice went on. "I asked him how he could bear to touch her, but he said he could make love to any woman if he shut his eyes and imagined it was someone else. He said he kept his mind on the hot bath water and free meal. Actually, he didn't mind the love-making. He said she hasn't a bad figure, and he could quite enjoy it as long as he kept the light off. It was all the sloppy talk, all that messing over him afterwards that he couldn't bear. Evelyn Matlock had sunk down on one of the chairs against the wall. She put her face in her hands, then looked up into Dalglish's face, and said in a voice so low that he had to bend his head to hear, "He did go out that night, but he told me he wanted to talk to Sir Paul. He wanted to find out what was going to happen to Lady Berowne. He told me they were dead when he arrived. The door was open, and they were dead. They were both dead. He loved me. He trusted me. Oh, God, I wish he'd killed me too." Suddenly she began crying, great retching sobs which seemed to tear her chest apart and rose to a whooping crescendo of agony. Sarah Berowne moved swiftly over to her and awkwardly cradled her head. Lady Ursula said, "This noise is appalling. Take her to her room." As if the half-heard words were a threat, Evelyn Matlock made some attempt to control herself. Sarah Berowne looked across to Dalgliesh and said, "But surely he couldn't have done it. There wouldn't have been time to commit the murders, clean up afterwards. Not unless he went by car or by bicycle. He'd never have risked a cab. And if he took the cycle, Halliwell must have seen or heard him." Lady Ursula said, "Halliwell wasn't there to hear him." She lifted the receiver and dialed a number. They heard her say, "Could you please come over, Halliwell?" No one spoke. The only sound in the room was Miss Matlock's muted sobbing. Lady Ursula looked at her with a calmly speculative gaze, without pity, almost, it seemed to Dalgliesh, without interest. And then they heard footsteps on the marble floor of the hall, and Halliwell's stocky figure stood in the doorway. He was wearing jeans and a short-sleeved, open-necked shirt, and stood there completely at ease. The dark eyes flicked briefly from the police to the three Berownes, then to the sobbing, huddled figure in Sarah Berowne's arms. Then he closed the door and looked calmly at Lady Ursula, undeferential, relaxed, wary, shorter than the other two men, but seeming in his calm self-confidence momentarily to dominate the room. Lady Ursula said, "Halliwell drove me to St. Matthew's Church on the night my son died. Describe to the commander what happened, Halliwell." "Everything, my lady." "Of course." He spoke directly to Dalgliesh. "Lady Ursula rang me at 6:10 and asked me to have the car ready. She said that she would come out to the garage, and we were to leave as quietly as possible by the back door. When she was seated in the car, she said that I was to drive to St. Matthew's Church, Paddington. It was necessary for me to consult the road map, and I did so." So they had left, thought Dalgliesh, nearly an hour before Dominic Swain arrived. The flat over the garage would have been empty. Swain would have assumed that Halliwell had already left for his next day's leave. The chauffeur went on. We arrived at the church, and Lady Ursula asked me to park outside the south door at the back. Her ladyship rang the bell, and Sir Paul answered it. She went inside. About half an hour later she returned and asked me to join them. That must have been about 7 o'clock. Sir Paul was there with another man, a tramp. There was a sheet of paper on the table, covered with about 8 lines of handwriting. Sir Paul said he was about to sign his name, and wanted me to witness his signature. Then he signed, and I wrote my name underneath. The tramp did the same. Lady Ursula said, "It was fortunate that Harry could write. But then he was an old man. He was at a state school when the young were taught these skills." Dalgliesh asked, "Was he sober?" It was Halliwell who answered. His breath smelt, but he was steady enough on his feet, and he could write his name. He wasn't so drunk that he didn't know what he was doing. "Did you read what was written on the paper?" "No, sir. It wasn't my business to read it, and I didn't." "How was it written?" "Apparently with Sir Paul's fountain pen. He used the pen to sign his name, and then handed it to me and to the tramp. When we had signed, he blotted the paper. Then the tramp went out through the door to the right of the fireplace, and Lady Ursula and I left. Sir Paul stayed in the vestry. He didn't see us to the door. Lady Ursula then said that she would like to be taken for a drive before returning home. We drove to Parliament Hill Fields, and then to Hampstead Heath. She sat in the car on the edge of the heath for about 20 minutes. Then I drove her home, and we arrived back about 9:30. Lady Ursula asked me to drop her at the front door, so that she could enter the house unobserved. She told me to park the car in Camden Hill Square, and I did so. So they had been able to leave and return unobserved. And she had asked for her supper to be brought up on a tray, the thermos of soup, the smoked salmon. No one would disturb her until Miss Matlock came to put her to bed. He said to Halliwell, "After you had signed that paper, did Sir Paul say anything?" Halliwell looked at Lady Ursula, but this time he got no help. Dalgliesh asked again, "Did he say anything to you? To Harry Mack? To his mother?" Harry wasn't there. Like I said, he signed and stumbled off. Not much of a man, I'd say, for company or conversation. Sir Paul did speak to her ladyship. Only the 3 words. He said, "Look after him." Dalgliesh looked across at Lady Ursula. She was sitting very still, her hands in her lap, looking out across the room beyond the green tapestry of the trees to some imagined future, and he thought he saw the trace of a smile on her lips. He turned again to Halliwell. "So you now admit that you lied when I asked you if a car or a bicycle could have been taken out that night. You lied about being in your flat the whole of that evening." Halliwell said calmly, "Yes, sir, I lied." Lady Ursula broke in, "I asked him to lie. What had happened between me and my son in that vestry wasn't relevant to his death, whether or not he killed himself. It seemed to me important that you should spend your time and effort finding his killer, not meddling in the private affairs of the family. My son was alive when I left him. I asked Halliwell to say nothing about our visit. He is a man accustomed to obeying orders." Halliwell said, "Some orders, my lady." He looked across at her and gave her a grim, fleeting smile. She answered his glance with a small, self-satisfied nod. It seemed to Dalgliesh that they were for a moment oblivious of anyone else in the room, united in their private conspiratorial world, which had its own compulsions. They stood together now as they had from the first, and he had no doubt what it was that bound them. Hugo Berowne had been his commanding officer. She was Sir Hugo's mother. He would have done a great deal more than lie for her. They had almost forgotten Barbara Berowne, but now she sprang up from the table and almost threw herself at Dalgliesh. The pink fingers scrabbled at his jacket. The spurious sophistication dropped away, and he was being clutched by a frightened child. She cried, "It isn't true. He didn't do it. Dicko didn't leave the house. Can't you see, Matty is jealous because he never really cared for her. How could he? Look at her. And the family have always hated him and me." She turned to Lady Ursula. "You never wanted him to marry me. You never thought I was good enough for your precious sons, either of them. Well, this house is mine now, and I think it would be better if you left." Lady Ursula said quietly, "I'm afraid it isn't." With difficulty she turned and lifted the strap of her handbag from the back of her chair. They watched as the distorted fingers fumbled at the clip. Then she took out a folded sheet of paper. She said, "What my son signed was his will. You are adequately, but not extravagantly, provided for. This house and the rest of his property is left to me in trust for his unborn child. If that child does not survive, then it comes to me." Barbara Berowne had tears brimming her eyes, a frustrated child. She cried, "Why did he do it? How did you make him?" But it was to Dalgliesh that Lady Ursula turned, as if it were he who was owed the answer. She said, "I had gone there to remonstrate with him, to make sure that he knew about the child, knew whether it was his, to ask what he intended. It was the presence of the tramp that gave me the idea. You see, I had the necessary 2 witnesses. I told him, If she's carrying your child, I want to ensure that he's born safely. I want to safeguard his future. If you should die tonight, she'll inherit everything, and your child will have Lampart as a stepfather. Is that what you want?" He didn't reply. He sat down at the table. I took a sheet of paper from the top drawer of the desk and placed it in front of him. Without speaking, he wrote out the will, just 8 lines. A reasonable annual income for his wife, and everything else in trust for the child. He may have wanted to get rid of me. I think he did. He may have been beyond caring. That is possible. He may have taken it for granted that he would be alive to make more formal arrangements next day. Most of us make that assumption. Or he may somehow have known that he wouldn't survive the night. But that, of course, is ridiculous. Dalgliesh said, "You lied about speaking to Halliwell later that evening. Once the bodies were discovered, you knew that he could be at risk. He would lie at your request. You felt you owed him at least an alibi. And you lied about your son's diary. You knew that it was in this house at 6 o'clock that evening. You went down to the study and took it from the desk drawer when the General telephoned." She said, "At my age, the memory is bound to be a little defective." She added, with what sounded like grim satisfaction, "I don't think I've ever lied to the police before. My class seldom has the need to, but if we do, then I can assure you that we're quite as ready to, and just as good at it, probably better than other people. But then I don't think you've ever doubted that." Dalgliesh said, "You were waiting, of course, to see how much we had discovered, to be sure that your grandchild's mother wasn't a murderess, or the accomplice of a murderer. You knew that you were concealing vital information, information which could have helped your son's butcher to go free. But that wouldn't have mattered, would it? Not if the family line continued. Not if your daughter-in-law produced an heir." She corrected him gently. "A legitimate heir. It may not seem very important to you, Commander, but I am over 80, and we have different priorities. She isn't an intelligent woman, not even an admirable one, but she'll be an adequate mother. I'll see to that. He'll do all right. He'll survive. But to grow up knowing that your mother was her lover's accomplice in the brutal murder of your father, that's not a heritage any child could cope with. I didn't intend that my grandson should have to cope with it. Paul asked me to look after his son. That is what I have been doing. There is a peculiar authority about the last wishes of the recently dead. In this case, they coincided with my own." "That is all you care about?" She said, "I'm 82, Commander. The men I have loved are all dead. What on earth else is left for me to care about?" Dalgliesh said, "We shall want new statements, of course, from all of you. Naturally, you people always want statements. Aren't you sometimes in danger of believing that everything important in life can be put down in words, signed and admitted in evidence? I suppose that's the attraction of the job. All the messy, incomprehensible muddle reduced to words on a sheet of paper, exhibits with tags and numbers. But you're a poet, or were once. You can't possibly believe that what you deal in is the truth." Dalgliesh said, "Dominic Swain is living here now, isn't he? Do any of you know where he is?" There was no reply. "Then we shall have to leave a police officer here until he returns." It was then that the telephone began ringing. Barbara Berowne gave a gasp and glanced from the instrument to Dalgliesh with something very like fear. Lady Ursula and Sarah Berowne ignored it, as if neither the room nor anything in it was any longer their concern. Massingham moved over to it and lifted the receiver. He gave his name, listened in silence for a couple of minutes, during which no one moved, then spoke so quietly that the words were unintelligible, and replaced the receiver. Dalgliesh moved over to him. Massingham said very quietly, "Darren has arrived home, sir. He won't say where he's been, and Robbins says it's obvious he's hiding something. His mother isn't back yet, and no one knows where she is. They're trying her usual pubs and clubs. 2 officers are staying with Darren until we pick up Swain. They've rung the social services to try to contact his supervisor. No luck there. It's after office hours. And Swain? No trace yet. That designer he shared a flat with says that he looked in at Shepherd's Bush earlier to collect his gear. Said he was off to Edinburgh. Edinburgh? He has friends there. Apparently people he met when he was doing a fringe show at this year's festival. Robbins is in touch with Edinburgh. They may be able to pull him off the train. If he took it. He walked over to Evelyn Matlock. She lifted to him a face devastated by grief, and he saw in her eyes something so like trust that it turned his heart over. He said, "He used your affection for him to make you lie for him. That was a betrayal. But what he felt for you and what you felt for him is your business and his, no one else's. And no one but you can know the truth about it." She said, looking up at him, willing him to understand, "He did need me. He never had anyone else. It was love. It was love." Dalgliesh didn't reply. Then she said in a voice so low that he could hardly catch the words, "He did take a box of matches with him when he left. I wouldn't have known, only the electric kettle in the kitchen was broken. Halliwell was mending it for me. I had to light the gas with a match, and I needed a new box. The one by the stove was missing." She began to cry again, but now almost soundlessly, a stream of silent tears washing down her face, as if she wept out of a weariness and hopelessness that had gone beyond pain. But there were still questions that he needed to ask, and to ask now, while she had passed beyond the extremity of misery and loss into an acceptance of defeat. He said, "When Mr. Swain arrived, did he go alone into any part of the house other than your sitting room and the kitchen?" "Only to take his toilet bag to the bathroom." "So he would have had the chance to enter the study." He asked, "And when he came back, was he carrying anything?" "Only his evening paper. He had it with him when he arrived." "But why not leave it in the back of the house? Why carry a newspaper with him to the bathroom, unless he proposed to use it to conceal something, a book, a file, private letters? Suicides commonly destroyed their papers. He would find something in the house to take with him and burn. It had probably been fortuitous that he had opened the drawer and found the diary ready to hand." He turned to Sarah Berowne and said, "Miss Matlock is obviously distressed. I think she would like a cup of tea. Perhaps one of you could go to the trouble of making it for her." She said, "You despise us, don't you? Every one of us." He said, "Miss Berowne, I'm in this house as an investigating officer. I have no other right here and no other function." He and Massingham had reached the door before Lady Ursula spoke, her voice high, unwavering. "Before you leave, Commander, I think you should know that a gun is missing from the study safe. It belonged to my elder son, a Smith & Wesson .08. My daughter-in-law tells me that Paul got rid of it, but I think it would be safer to assume that she—" She paused and then added with delicate irony, "that she is mistaken." Dalgliesh turned to Barbara Berowne. "Could your brother have got hold of it? Did he know the combination of the safe?" "Of course he didn't. Why should Dicko want it? Paul got rid of it. He told me. He thought it was dangerous. He threw it away. He threw it in the river." Lady Ursula spoke as if her daughter-in-law were not present. "I think you can assume that Dominic Swain knows the combination of the safe. My son changed it 3 days before he died. He had the habit of noting the new combination in pencil on the last page of his diary, until he was sure that he and I had memorized it. His practice was to circle the digits on next year's calendar. That was the page which I think you showed me, Commander, had been torn out." Chapter 7. It was nearly 5 o'clock by the time he had bought the chisel, the strongest the shop had on display. There hadn't in the end been time to get to a Woolworth's, but he had told himself that it didn't matter, and had bought the chisel in a hardware shop off the Harrow Road. The assistant might remember him, but then who was going to ask? The theft would be seen as an unimportant break-in, and afterwards he would throw the chisel in the canal. Without the chisel to match with the marks on the edge of the box, how could they possibly link him with the crime? It was too long for his jacket pocket, so he placed it with the gun in the canvas bag. It amused him to carry over his shoulder that innocuous, commonplace bag, to feel the weight of the gun and the chisel bumping against his side. He had no fear of being stopped. Who would want to stop him? A respectably dressed young man walking quietly home at the end of the day. But the assurance was more deeply rooted. He walked the drab streets head high, invincible, and could have laughed aloud at the grey, stupid faces staring ahead as they passed him, or bent to the ground as if instinctively searching the pavement in the hope of finding a dropped coin. They were corralled in their hopeless lives, endlessly trudging the same bare perimeters, slaves of routine and convention. He alone had had the courage to break free. He was a king among men, a free spirit. And in a few hours he would be on his way to Spain, to the sun. No one could stop him. The police had nothing to justify holding him, and now the only physical evidence linking him with the scene of the crime was within his reach. He had enough money to last for the next 2 months, and then he would write to Barbie. The time wasn't ripe to tell her yet, but one day he would tell her, and it had to be soon. The need to tell someone was becoming an obsession. He had nearly confided in that pathetic spinster over drinks at the St. Ermine's Hotel. Afterwards he had been almost frightened by that urge to confess, to have someone marvel at his brilliance, his courage. Most of all he needed to tell Barbie, who had a right to know. He would tell her that she owed her money, her freedom, her future, to him. She would know how to be grateful. The afternoon was so dark now that it could have been night, the sky thick and furred as a blanket, the air heavy to breathe, and with a sharp metallic taste of the coming storm. Just as he turned the corner of the road and saw the church, it broke. The air and sky glittered with the first flash of lightning. Then almost at once there came the crack of thunder. 2 large drops stained the pavement in front of him, and the rain sheeted down. He ran into the shelter of the church porch, laughing aloud. Even the weather was on his side. The main approach road to the church had been empty, and now he looked out from the porch into a wash of rain. Already the terraced houses seemed to shiver behind a curtain of water. From the glistening road, spurts rose like fountains, and the gutters ran and gurgled in torrents. Gently he turned the great iron handle of the door. It was unlocked, slightly ajar. But he had expected to find it open. With part of his mind he believed that churches, buildings of sanctuary and superstition, were always left open for their worshippers. But nothing could surprise him. Nothing could go wrong. The door squeaked as he closed it behind him and stepped into the sweet-smelling quietness. The church was larger than he had imagined, so cold that he shuddered, and so still that he thought for a second that he heard an animal panting, before he realized that it was his own breath. There was no artificial light, except for a single chandelier, and a lamp in a small side chapel where a crimson glow stained the air. 2 rows of candles burning before the statue of the Madonna gusted in the draught from the closing door. There was a locked box attached to the branching candle holder, but he knew that it wasn't this that he sought. He had questioned the boy carefully. The box containing the button was at the west end of the church, in front of the iron ornamental grille. But he didn't hurry. He moved into the middle of the nave, facing the altar, and spread his arms wide as if to take possession of the vast emptiness, the holiness, the sweet-smelling air. In front of him the mosaics of the apse gleamed richly gold. And turning to look up at the clerestory, he could see in the half-light the ranks of painted figures, one-dimensional, harmlessly sentimental as cutouts from a child's picture book. The rainwater ran down his hair to wash over his face, and he laughed as he tasted its sweetness on his tongue. A small pool gathered at his feet. Then slowly, almost ceremoniously, he paced down the nave to the candle holder in front of the grille. There was a padlock on the box, but it was only small, and the box itself more fragile than he had expected. He inserted the chisel under the lid and heaved. At first it resisted, and then he could hear the gentle splinter of the wood, and the gap widened. He gave one more heave, and suddenly the padlock sprang apart with a crack so loud that it echoed through the church like a pistol shot. Almost at once it was answered by a crack of thunder. The gods, he thought, are applauding me. And then he was aware of a dark shadow moving up to him, and heard a voice, quietly untroubled, gently authoritative. If you're looking for the button, my son, you've come too late. The police have found it. Chapter 8. Last night, Father Barnes had dreamed again the same dream which had visited him on the night of the murder. It had been terrible, terrible on first waking, and no less terrible when he thought about it later. And like all nightmares, it had left him feeling that it had been no aberration, but was firmly lodged in his subconscious, powered with its own terrible reality, crouched, ready to return. The dream had been a technicolor horror. He had been watching a procession, not part of it, but standing on the edge of the pavement, alone, disregarded. At its head was Father Donovan, in his richest chasuble, prancing in front of the processional cross, while the congregation streamed out of his church behind him, laughing faces, bodies leaping and steaming, the clash of the steel drums. David, he thought, leaping about before the ark of the Lord. And then came the sacrament, borne high under a canopy. But when he drew close, he saw that it wasn't a proper canopy, but the faded, grubby carpet from the little vestry of St. Matthew's, its fringe swaying as the poles lurched. And what they were carrying wasn't the sacrament, but Berowne's body, pink and naked like a stuck pig with its gaping throat. He had woken up, calling out, fumbling for the bedside lamp. Night after night the nightmare had returned, and then last Sunday, mysteriously, he had been free of it, and for several nights his sleep had been deep and undisturbed. As he turned to lock the dark and empty church after Dalgliesh and Miss Wharton had left, he found himself praying that it wouldn't revisit him tonight. He glanced at his wristwatch. It was only 5:15, but the evening was as dark as midnight. And when he reached the edge of the porch, the rain began falling. First came a flash of thunder, so loud that it seemed to shake the church. He thought how unmistakable and how eerie it was, that unearthly sound, something between a growl and an explosion. No wonder, he thought, men have always feared it, like the anger of God. And then immediately came the rain spilling from the porch roof in a solid wall of water. It would be ridiculous to set out for the vicarage through such a storm. He would be soaking wet in seconds. If he hadn't insisted on staying on for a few minutes after Dalgliesh had left to enter the candle money in his petty cash register, he could probably have had a lift home. The commander was dropping Miss Wharton at her flat on his way to the yard. But now there was nothing for it but to wait. And then he remembered Bert Poulson's umbrella. Bert, who sang tenor in the choir, had left it in the bell-room after Sunday's Mass. He could borrow it. He went back into the church, leaving the north door ajar, unlocked the door in the grille, and made his way into the bell-room. The umbrella was still there. Then it occurred to him that he ought, perhaps, to leave a note on the peg. Bert might turn up early on Sunday and begin agitating when he found it was missing. He was that sort of man. Father Barnes went into the little vestry and, taking a sheet of paper from the desk drawer, wrote, "Mr. Poulson's umbrella is at the vicarage." He had hardly finished writing and was putting his biro back in his pocket when he heard the sound. It was a loud crack, and it was very close. Instinctively he moved out of the little vestry and into the passage. Behind the grille was a young man, fair-haired, chisel in hand, and the collection box gaped open. And then Father Barnes knew. He knew both who it was and why he was here. He remembered Dalglish's words. No one will be at risk once he knows that we've found the button. But for 1 second, no more, he felt fear, an overwhelming, incapacitating terror which rendered him speechless. And then it passed, leaving him cold and faint, but perfectly clear-headed. What he felt now was an immense calm, a sense that there was nothing he could do, and nothing he need fear. Everything was taken care of. He walked forward as firmly as if he were greeting a new member of his congregation, and knew that his face showed the same conscious, sentimental concern. His voice was perfectly steady. He said, "If you're looking for the button, my son, you've come too late. The police have found it." The blue eyes blazed into his. Water was flowing like tears over the young face. It looked suddenly like the face of a desolate and terrified child. The mouth, half open, gaped at him, speechless. And then he heard a groan, and saw with disbelieving eyes the two hands stretched towards him, shaking, and in the hands was a gun. He heard himself say, "No, oh no, please." And he knew that he wasn't pleading for pity, because there was none. It was a last impotent cry against the inescapable. And even as he made it, he felt a thud, and his body leapt. It was only seconds later, as he hit the ground, that he heard the gunshot. Someone was bleeding over the tiles of the nave. He wondered where it was coming from, this steadily spreading stain. Extra cleaning, he thought. Difficult to get off. Miss Wharton and her ladies wouldn't be pleased. The red stream crept, viscous as oil, between the tiles. Like that TV advert, liquid engineering. Somewhere someone was groaning. It was a horrible noise, very loud. They really ought to stop. And then he thought, "This is my blood. This is me bleeding. I'm going to die." There was no fear, but only a moment of dreadful weakness, followed by a nausea more terrible than any physical sensation he had ever experienced. But then that too passed. He thought, "If this is dying, it is not so very difficult." He knew that there were words he ought to say, but he wasn't sure he could remember them, and it didn't matter. He thought, "I must let go. Just let go." After that thought, there was no other. He was unconscious when at last the blood stopped flowing. He was beyond hearing when almost an hour later the door was pushed slowly open, and the heavy footsteps of a police officer moved down the nave towards him. Chapter 9. From the moment she walked into the casualty department and saw her grandmother, Kate had known that there was no longer any choice. The old lady had been sitting on a chair against the wall, a red hospital blanket around her shoulders, and had a pad of gauze taped to her forehead. She had looked very small and frightened, her face greyer and more wizened than ever before, her anxious eyes fixed on the entrance door. Kate was reminded of a stray dog brought into the Notting Hill Nick in awaiting transfer to the Battersea Dogs' Home, which, tied by a string to a bench, had gazed, quivering at the door, with just such an intensity of longing. Walking up to her, it seemed that she was seeing her grandmother with shocked eyes, as if they had been parted for months. The telltale signs of deterioration, of the draining away of strength and self-respect that she had either ignored or pretended not to see, were suddenly all too plain. The hair, which her grandmother had always tried to dye back to its original red, now hanging in vertical stripes of white, grey, and a curious orange each side of the sunken cheeks. The blotched hands, thin as talons. The ridged nails on which the remnants of polish, months old, clung like dried blood. The eyes, still sharp, but glittering now with the first glint of paranoia, the sour smell of unwashed clothes, unwashed flesh. Without touching her, Kate sat beside her on the vacant chair. She thought, "I mustn't make her ask, not now, not when it has become so important. At least I can spare her that humiliation. Where did I get my own pride, if not from her?" She said, "It's all right, Gran. You're coming home with me." There had been no hesitation and no choice. She couldn't look into those eyes and see for the first time real fear, real despair, and still say no. She had left her side only for a few minutes to speak to the staff nurse and confirm that it was all right for her to leave. Then she had led her, docile as a child, to the car, driven her to the flat, and put her to bed. After all the scheming and agonizing, the self-justification, the determination that she and her grandmother would never again live under the same roof, it had been as simple and inevitable as that. The next day had been hectic for both of them. By the time Kate had seen the local CID, driven her grandmother back to her flat, and packed a case with Mrs. Miskin's clothes, and the odd collection of possessions from which she couldn't bear to be parted, left notes for the neighbours to explain what had happened, and spoken to the Social Service Department and the Housing Office, it was mid-afternoon. Then on their arrival back at Charles Shannon House, there had been tea to make, drawers and a cupboard to clear for her grandmother's things, her own painting gear to be stowed away in the corner. God knows, she thought, when I'll be able to use that again. It was after 6 before she was free to set off to the Notting Hill Gate supermarket to shop for enough food to leave ready for the next few days. She only hoped that she would be able to get back to work the next morning, that her grandmother would be well enough to leave. She had insisted on accompanying Kate, and had stood up well to the day's exertions. But now she was looking tired, and Kate was filled with a desperate worry that she might refuse to be left next morning. She had struck her head and bruised her right arm when the youths had jumped on her, but they had been content to grab her purse without kicking in her teeth, and the physical damage was superficial. Her head and arm had been x-rayed. The hospital was satisfied that she was fit to be at home, if there was someone to keep an eye on her. Well, there was someone to keep an eye on her. The only person in the world she had left. Pushing her trolley along the aisles at the supermarket, Kate marvelled at the amount of additional food which one other person made necessary. She needed no list. These were the familiar items demanded by her grandmother, which she had shopped for every week. As she placed them in the basket, she could still hear the echo of that old, confident, disgruntled voice in her ears. Ginger biscuits. Not those soft ones. I like them hard for dipping. Tinned salmon. Red, mind you. I can't be doing with that pink muck. Tinned pears. At least you can get your teeth into them. Custard powder. Packets of cut ham. Keeps fresher that way, and you can see what you're getting. The strongest tasting tea bags. I wouldn't bath a newt in that stuff you bought last week. But this afternoon had been different. Since coming to the flat, she had sat without complaint, a pitiable, tired, docile old woman. Even her expected criticism of Kate's latest painting. I don't know why you want to stick that thing on the wall. Looks like a kid's drawing. Had sounded more like a ritual objection, an attempt to revive her old bravado, than genuine outrage. She had let Kate set off for the shops with nothing but a sudden deepening of fear in the faded eyes, and an anxious, "You'll not be long, then?" "Not long, Gran. Just off to the supermarket at Notting Hill Gate." Then, as Kate reached the door, she called her back and raised her small, gallant pennant of pride. "I'm not asking to be kept. I've got me pension." "I know, Gran. There's no problem." Manoeuvring her trolley down the aisles stacked with tinned fruit, she thought, I don't seem to need a supernatural religion. Whatever happened to Paul Berowne in that church vestry, it's as close to me as painting is to the blind. Nothing is more important to me than my job. But I can't make the law the basis of my personal morality. There has to be something more if I'm to live at ease with myself. And it seemed to her that she had made a discovery about herself and about her job, which was of immense importance, and she smiled that it should have happened while she was hesitating between 2 brands of tinned pears in a Notting Hill Gate supermarket. Odd, too, that it should have happened during this particular case. If she was still with the squad at the end of the inquiry, she would like to say to AD, "Thank you for having me on the case, for choosing me. I've learnt something about the job and myself." But immediately she realized that it wouldn't be possible. The words would be too revealing, too confiding. The sort of girlish enthusiasm she wouldn't be able to recall afterwards without a flush of shame. And then she thought, for God's sake, why not? He's not going to demote me, and it's the truth. I shouldn't be saying it to embarrass him, or impress him, or for any other reason except that it's true, and I need to say it. She knew that she was over-defensive. Probably she always would be. Those early years couldn't be wiped out, and they couldn't be forgotten. But surely she could let down one small drawbridge without yielding the whole fortress. And would it matter so much if it were yielded? She was too clear-sighted to expect this mood of exultation to last long, but it depressed her how quickly it drained away. A wind was blustering around Notting Hill Gate, shaking out the sodden litter from the raised flower beds and swirling it damply against her ankles. On the parapet, an old man, corded in rags and surrounded by bulging plastic bags, lifted his querulous voice and ranted feebly against the world. She hadn't brought the car. It was hopeless to try to park near Notting Hill. But the 2 bags were heavier than she had expected, and their weight began to drag on her spirits as well as her shoulder muscles. It was all very well to indulge in self-congratulations, to muse on the imperatives of duty, but now the reality of the situation struck her like a physical blow, filling her with a misery close to despair. She and her grandmother would be locked together now until the old lady died. She was getting too old to cope with independence, and soon she would compensate for its loss by persuading herself that she didn't really want it. And who now would give her priority for a single-person flat, or a place in an old people's home, even if she would accept it, with so many more urgent cases on the waiting list? And when she was too old to be left during the day, what then? How could she, Kate, carry on her job, and at the same time nurse a geriatric patient? She knew what officialdom would say. Can't you ask for 3 months' compassionate leave, or find a part-time job? And the 3 months would become a year. The year might be 2 or 3. Her career would be finished. No hope now of a place on the Bramshill course, of planning for a senior command. What hope even of staying on in the special squad, with its long, unpredictable hours, its demand for total commitment? The storm was over now, but the great plane trees in Holland Park Avenue still shook down heavy drops of rain, which seeped, disagreeably cold, under the collar of her coat. The evening rush hour was in full spate, and her ears were battered by the grind and roar of traffic, a noise which normally she hardly noticed. As she waited to cross Ladbroke Grove, a van, hissing too fast through the running gutters, splashed her ankles with dirt. She shouted in protest, unheard above the thunder of the road. The storm had brought down the first autumn fall of leaves. They drifted sluggishly against the barks of the trees, and lay, delicately veined skeletons, on the tacky pavement. As she trudged past Camden Hill Square, she gazed up towards the Berowne house. It was hidden by the trees of the square garden, but she could picture its secret life, and had to resist the temptation to cross the road and walk up to it to see if the police rover was parked outside. She seemed to have been away from the squad for weeks rather than a single day. She was glad to turn from the roar of the avenue into the comparative quiet of her own road. Her grandmother didn't speak when she rang the bell, and called her own name into the entry phone. But there was a burr, and the door was released with surprising speed. The old lady must have been near the door. She humped her carrier bags into the lift, and was borne upwards past floor after floor of empty and silent corridors. She let herself into the flat, and, as she always did, turned her key in the security lock. Then she hauled the bags of groceries onto the kitchen table, and turned to walk the 3 yards across the hall to the sitting-room door. The flat was silent, unnaturally so. Surely her grandmother would have turned on the television. Small facts, unregarded in her self-obsessed mood of resentment and misery, suddenly came together. The sitting-room door, tight-closed when she had left it open. The swift but voiceless response to her ring at the street door. The unnatural silence. Even as her hand touched the knob and she pushed open the sitting-room door, she knew with absolute certainty that something was wrong. But by then it was too late. He had gagged her grandmother, and had tied her to one of the dining chairs with strips of white cloth, probably, she thought, a ripped sheet. He himself stood behind her, eyes blazing above the smiling mouth, like a bizarre tableau of triumphant youth and age. He was holding the gun with both hands, steadying the barrel, his arms stretched rigid. She wondered if he were used to firearms, or whether this was how he had seen a gun held in TV crime series. Her mind was curiously detached. She had often wondered how she would feel if faced with this kind of emergency, and it interested her that her reactions were so predictable. Disbelief, shock, fear, and then the surge of adrenaline, the gears of the mind taking hold. As their eyes met, he slowly lowered his arms, then placed the nozzle of the gun against her grandmother's head. Her eyes above the mouth gag were immense, great black pools of terror. It was extraordinary that those restless eyes could be filled with such an intensity of pleading. Kate was seized with such pity and such anger that for a moment she dared not speak. Then she said, "Take off that gag. Her mouth's bleeding. She's had one shock already. Do you want to kill her with pain and fright?" "Oh, she won't die. They don't, these old bitches. They live forever. She isn't strong, and a dead hostage isn't much use to you." "Ah, but I'll still have you. A policewoman, rather more valuable." "Will you? Do you think I care a damn except for her? Look, if you want any cooperation from me, take off that gag. And have her hollering like a stuck pig. Not that I know what a stuck pig sounds like, but I know the kind of noise she'd make. I'm in a particularly sensitive mood. I never could stand noise. If she does, then you can gag her again, can't you? But she won't. I'll see to that." "All right. Come and take it off yourself. But be careful. Remember, I've got this gun against her head." She moved across, knelt, and put her hand against her grandmother's cheek. "I'm going to take off the gag. Now you mustn't make a noise, not a sound. If you do, he'll put it on again. Promise?" There was no response, nothing but terror in the glazed eyes. But then her head jerked twice. Kate said, "Don't worry, Gran. I'm here. It's going to be all right." The stiff hands with their parched, swollen knuckles clasped the chair ends as if fastened to the wood. She put her own hands over them. They felt like dry crepe, cold and lifeless. She pressed down her warm palms and felt the physical transfer of life, of hope. Gently she put her right hand against her grandmother's cheek, and wondered how she could ever have found this crumpled flesh repulsive. She thought, "We haven't touched each other for 15 years. And now I am touching her, and with love." When the gag dropped off, he waved her back and said, "Stand over there against the wall. Now." She did as she was ordered. His eyes followed her. Bound in her chair, her grandmother was rhythmically opening and shutting her mouth like a fish gasping for air. A thin dribble of blood-stained mucus dripped over her chin. Kate waited until she could control her voice. Then she said coolly, "Why this panic? We've got no real evidence. You must know that." "Ah, but now you have." Without moving the gun, he turned up the corner of his jacket with his left hand. "My spare button. Your people at the lab won't have missed this broken twist of thread. Pity the buttons are so distinctive. This comes of having expensive taste in clothes. Papa always said it would be my undoing." His voice was high, brittle, the eyes large and bright as if he were on drugs. She thought, "He's not really as calm as he wants to sound, and he's been drinking. Probably got at my whiskey while he was waiting." But that made him more dangerous, not less. She said, "That's not enough, a single button. Look, don't be a fool. Stop play-acting. Hand over the gun. Go home and call your lawyer." "Ah, but I don't think I can do that. Not now. You see, there's this damned officious priest. Or rather, there was this damned officious priest. He had a taste for martyrdom. Poor sod. I hope he's enjoying it." "You've killed him?" "Father Barnes?" "Shot him. So you see, I haven't anything to lose. If I'm aiming for Broadmoor rather than a high-security jail, you could say the more the merrier." There was, she remembered, a mass murderer who had said just that. Who was it? Haig? She said, "How did you find me?" "The telephone directory, how else? Rather a coy and uncommunicative entry, but I guessed it was you. No difficulty in getting the old woman to open the door, incidentally. I just said I was Chief Inspector Massingham." "All right. So what's the plan?" "I'm getting out. Spain. There's a boat at Chichester Harbour, which I can handle. The Mayflower. I've sailed on her. She belongs to my sister's lover, in case you're interested. You're going to drive me there." "Not now, I'm not. Not till the roads are clear. Look, I'm as anxious to live as you are. I'm not Father Barnes. I'm no martyr. The police pay me well, but not that well. I'll get you to Chichester, but we have to wait until the A3 is clear if we're going to get through. For God's sake, it's the rush hour. You know what the traffic's like getting out of London. I don't fancy getting stuck in a traffic jam with a gun at my back and every other motorist peering into the car. Why should they? The police will be looking for a single man, not a man, wife, and his dear old grandma. She said, "They won't be looking for anyone yet, button or no button. Not unless they found the priest or know that you've got the gun. As far as the police know, there's no hurry. They don't even know that you found out about the button. If we're to get well away fast and unnoticed, we have to have a clear drive to Chichester. And there's no point in carting along my grandmother. She'd only be a hindrance." "Possibly. But she's coming. I need her." Of course he needed her. His plan was plain enough. She would be expected to drive, he would sit at the back, the gun against the old lady's head. And when they reached the harbour, she would be expected to help with the boat, at least until they got out to sea. And what then? 2 gunshots? 2 bodies bundled over the side? He seemed to be considering. Then he said, "All right, we'll wait. Just for an hour. How much food is there? Are you hungry?" "I shall be, and we'll need provisions. Everything portable that you've got." This she knew could be important. Hunger, shared need, shared food, a natural human want satisfied. It was one way of establishing that empathy on which their survival might depend. She remembered what she had been taught about sieges. The prisoners identified with their captors. It was those sinister watching eyes outside, those unseen intelligences, their guns, their listening devices leached to the walls, their false insinuating voices which became the enemy. She wouldn't identify with him or with his kind if they were together until they starved. But there were things she could do. Use we, not you. Try not to provoke him. Try to ease the tension, and if necessary, cook for him. She said, "I could go and see what we've got. I don't keep much fresh food, but there'll be eggs, tins, pasta, and I could cook what I had planned for tonight, spaghetti bolognese." He said, "No knives." "You can't do much cooking without a knife of some sort. I'll need to chop onions and the liver. My recipe uses chopped liver." "Then do without them." Spaghetti bolognese. Strong tasting. Was there anything that she could put into the sauce which would incapacitate him? Her thoughts ranged over the contents of her medicine chest. But she rejected the idea as nonsensical. There would be no opportunity. He wasn't a fool, he'd see to that. And he wouldn't eat anything which she didn't share. Her grandmother began muttering. Kate said, "I've got to speak to her." "All right, but keep your hands behind your back and be careful." She had to get hold of the gun, but now wasn't the time. It was pressed hard against her grandmother's skull. One suspicious move on her part and he would press the trigger. She went up again to the chair and bent her head. Her grandmother whispered. Kate said, "She wants to go to the lavatory." "That's too bad. She's staying where she is." Kate said angrily, "Look, do you want to stink in the room for the next hour? And in the car, come to that? I'm fastidious if you're not. Let me take her. What possible danger can she be?" Again there was a moment's silence while he thought. "All right. Untie her. But leave the door open. And remember, I'll be watching you." It took her a full minute to undo the clumsy knots, but at last the linen dropped away, and her grandmother fell forward into her arms. She drew her up, marvelling at the lightness of her body, brittle as a bird's. Holding her gently and murmuring encouragement as she might to a child, Kate half carried her into the lavatory. Supporting her with one arm, she pulled down her knickers and lowered her onto the seat. Aware of him standing braced against the passage wall less than 2 yards away, the gun pointed at her head. Her grandmother whispered, "He's going to kill us." "Nonsense, Gran. Of course he won't kill us." The old lady directed a look of venomous hatred across Kate's shoulder. She hissed, "He's been at your whiskey. Bloody cheek." "I know, Gran. It doesn't matter. Better not talk. Not now." "He's going to shoot us." "I know." Then she said, "Your dad was a copper." "A policeman." Kate could have laughed aloud. It was extraordinary to learn that now, in this place, at this moment. Astonishing to learn it at all. Still shielding her grandmother's body with her own, she said, "Why didn't you tell me?" "You never asked. No point in telling anyway. He was killed before you were born, in a car smash, chasing a villain. And he had a wife and 2 kids. Little enough for them on a police pension, without letting on about you." "So he never knew?" "That's right. And no point in telling his wife. Nothing she could do about it. More grief, more trouble." "So you were landed with me." "Poor Gran. I haven't been much use." "You've been all right. No worse than any other kid. I never felt right about you. I always felt guilty." "Guilty? You? Why on earth?" "When she died, your ma, I wished it had been you." So that had been at the root of all the estrangement. She felt a spring of joy. Here, crouching by a lavatory seat, a gun at her head, with death perhaps seconds away, she could have laughed. She put her arm round the old lady, helping her to her feet, then let her rest against her while she drew up her knickers. She said, "But of course you did. It was natural. It was right. She was your daughter. You loved her. Of course you wish it had been me who died, if one of us had to go." But she couldn't make herself say, "It would have been better if it had been me." Her grandmother muttered, "I felt bad about it all these years." Well, stop feeling bad about it. We've got a lot of years ahead. And then she heard his step as he moved into the doorway, felt his breath on the back of her neck. He said, "Get her out of here and start cooking that meal." But there was something she needed to ask. For over 20 years she hadn't asked, hadn't even cared. But now, amazingly, it had become important. Ignoring him, she said to her grandmother, "Was she glad about me, my mother?" "Seemingly. Before she died, she said, 'My sweet Kate.' So that's what I called you." So it had been as simple as that, as wonderful as that. His voice rasped with impatience. "I said get her out of here, take her into the kitchen. Tie her to one of the chairs against the wall by the door. I want my gun against her head while you're cooking." She did as she was told, fetching the strips of sheeting from the sitting room, drawing her grandmother's wrists gently behind her back, tying them as loosely as she dared, careful not to hurt her. Keeping her eyes on the knots, she said, "Look, there's something I must do. I've got to ring my boyfriend. He's coming to supper at 8. "It doesn't matter. Let him come. We'll be gone by then." "It does matter. If he finds the flat empty, he'll know something is wrong. He'll check the car. Then he'll ring the yard. We've got to put him off." "How do I know he's expected?" "You'll find his initials on that wall diary behind you on the clipboard." She was grateful now that, absorbed with the business of settling in her grandmother, she had telephoned Alan to cancel their date, but hadn't rubbed out those faint penciled initials and the time. She said, "Look, we've got to get to Chichester before anyone knows we've gone. He won't be altogether surprised to be chucked. We had one hell of a row last time he was here." He was silent, considering. Then he said, "All right. What's his name and the number?" "Alan Scully, and he works at the Hoskins Theological Library. He won't have left yet. He stays late on Thursday." He said, "I'll ring from the sitting room. You stand back against the wall. Don't come to the telephone till I tell you. What's the number?" She followed him into the sitting room. He motioned her back against the wall to the left of the door, then moved over to where the telephone stood on the shelf of the wall unit, the answering machine beside it, the directories neatly stacked beneath. She wondered if he would remember the risk of leaving his palm print. As if the thought had communicated itself to him, he took a handkerchief from his pocket and draped it over the receiver. He said, "Who will answer? This man Scully or a secretary? At this hour he will. He'll be alone in his office." "Let's hope he is. And don't try anything. If you do, I'll shoot you first, and then the old witch. And maybe she won't die quickly. You will, but not her. I might have a little fun with her first. Switch on the electric stove. Clamp down her hand on the hot plate. Think about that if you're tempted to be clever. She couldn't believe that even now he'd bring himself to do it. He was a killer, not a torturer. But the words, the horror of the picture they evoked, made her shudder, and the threat of death was real enough. He had already killed 3 men. What had he got to lose? He would prefer a live hostage, prefer to let her do the driving, to have an extra pair of hands on the boat. But if he needed to kill, he would, trusting that he could get well on his way before their bodies were found. He said, "Right, what's the number?" She gave it and watched, heart pounding while he dialed. The call must have been quickly answered. He didn't speak, but after less than 4 seconds he held out the receiver, and she moved across and took it from his hand. She began speaking loudly and very fast, desperate to drown any questions, any response. "Alan, it's Kate. Tonight's off. Look, I'm tired. I've had one hell of a day, and I'm fed up with cooking for you every bloody time we meet. And don't ring back. Just come tomorrow if you feel like it. Maybe you'll take me out for a change. And Alan, remember to bring me that book you promised, The Shakespeare Loves Labour's Lost, for Christ's sake. See you tomorrow. And remember the Shakespeare." She banged down the receiver. She found that she was holding her breath, and let it out gently and silently, afraid that he would notice the release of tension. Had her words sounded even remotely credible? The message seemed to her so obviously false. Could he possibly have been deceived? But after all, he didn't know Alan. He didn't know her. That might be typical of the way they spoke to each other. She said, "That's okay. He'll keep away." "He'd better." He motioned her back to the kitchen and took up his stance beside her grandmother, the gun again to her head. He said, "You've got wine, I suppose." "You should know. You've been at the drinks cupboard." "So I have. We'll have the Beaujolais, and we'll take the whiskey and 6 bottles of the claret with us. I've a feeling I'm going to need alcohol before I get across the channel." How experienced a sailor was he, she wondered, and what kind of boat was the Mayflower? Stephen Lampard had described it, but she couldn't now remember. And how could he be sure that the craft would be fueled and ready for sea, that the tides would be right? Or had he passed beyond the borders of reason, of precarious sanity, into a fantasy in which even the tides would run to his bidding? He asked, "Well, aren't you going to get on with it? We haven't much time." She knew that every action must be slow, deliberate, unfrightening, that any sudden movement might be fatal. She said, "I'm going to reach up and take a frying pan from that top cupboard. Then I'll need the minced beef and the liver from the refrigerator, and a tube of tomato paste and the herbs from this cupboard on my right. Okay? I don't need a cookery lesson. And remember, no knives." As she started her preparations, she thought of Alan. What was he doing? What was he thinking? Would he stand still for a moment, consider, come to the conclusion that she was drunk, hysterical, or mad, then go back to his books? But he couldn't. He must know that she was none of these things, that if she did go mad, it wouldn't be in that way. But it was impossible to picture him actually taking action, ringing the yard, asking for Commander Dalgliesh. It seemed to her that she was expecting him to act a part as out of character as it would be for her to take over his job, catalogue his library. But surely that reference to Love's Labour's Lost had been unmistakable. He must know that she was trying to convey an urgent message, that she was under duress. He couldn't have forgotten their talk about Berowne, the attendant lord. She thought, he reads the newspapers. He must know that these things happen. He can't not know what sort of world we live in. And she would never normally speak to him in those terms, in that tone of voice. He knew her well enough to be sure of that. Or did he? They had been happily making love for over 2 years. There wasn't anything about her body that wasn't familiar to him, as his was to her. Since when did that mean that 2 people knew each other? Standing back against the wall, the gun still pressed to her grandmother's head, Swain kept his eyes fixed on her while she took the package of minced steak and the one of liver out of the refrigerator for the frying pan, He said, "Ever been to California?" "No. It's the only place to live. Sun, ocean, brightness. People who aren't grey and frightened and half dead. You wouldn't like it. Not your kind of place." She asked, "Why don't you go back?" "I can't afford to." "The airfare or the expense of living there?" "Neither. My stepfather pays me to stay away. I'll lose my allowance if I go back." "Couldn't you get a job?" "Ah, but then I might lose something else. There is a little matter of step-papa's Sura." "That's a painting, isn't it?" "What did you do to it?" "Clever. How did you know that? The history of art isn't in the police curriculum, is it?" "What did you do to it?" "Stuck a knife through it several times. I wanted to spoil something he cared about. Actually, he didn't much care about it, but he cared about what it cost. Well, it wouldn't have been much good sticking a knife in Mamma, would it?" "What about your mother?" "Oh, she keeps in with my stepfather. She more or less has to. He's the one with the money. Anyway, she's never much cared for children. Not her own, anyway. Barbara's too beautiful for her. She doesn't really like her. That's because she's afraid my step-papa does too much." "And you?" "They don't want to know about me, either of them. They never have. Not this stepfather, nor the one before. But they will. They will." She tipped the mince from the paper into the frying pan and began moving it around with a spatula. Keeping her voice calm, as if this were an ordinary dinner and he an ordinary guest, she said above the hiss of singeing meat, "This really ought to have onions in it." "Forget about the onions." "What about your mother?" "My mother's dead, and I never knew my father. I'm a bastard." She thought, I might as well tell him. It could evoke some emotion, curiosity, pity, contempt. No, not pity. But even contempt would be something. Contempt was a human response. If they were to survive, she had to get some relationship established that was other than fear, hatred, conflict. But when he spoke, his voice held nothing but an amused tolerance. "One of those, are you? They've all got chips on their shoulders, bastards. I should know. I'll tell you something about my father. When I was 11, he made me have a blood test. A doctor came and stuck a needle in my arm. I could see my own blood flowing out into the syringe. I was terrified. He did it to try and prove that I wasn't his son." She said, and meant it. That was a terrible thing to do to a child. He was a terrible man. But I got my own back. Is that why you're a policewoman? Getting your own back on the rest of us? No. Just earning a living. There are other ways. You could have been a decent whore. There aren't enough of those around. Are those the women you fancy? Whores? No. What I fancy isn't so easily come by. Innocence. Like Theresa Nolan. So you know about that. I didn't kill her. She killed herself. Because you made her abort your child. Well, she could hardly expect to have it, could she? And how are you so sure that it was mine? You can never be sure, any of you. If Berowne didn't sleep with her, he wanted to. By God, he wanted to. Why else should he have thrown me into that river? I could have done a lot for him, helped him if he'd let me. He couldn't be bothered even to talk to me. Who did he think he was? He was going to leave my sister. My sister for his dreary whore, or for his God. Who the hell cares which? He was going to sell his house, make us poor and despised. He humiliated me in front of Diana. Well, he chose the wrong man. His voice was still low, but it seemed to her that it rang out, filling the room, charged with anger and triumph. She thought, I might as well ask him about it. He'll want to talk. They always do. She spoke almost casually, squeezing the tomato paste into the pan, reaching up for the jar of mixed herbs. You knew that he'd be in that vestry. He wouldn't have left home without saying where he could be found. Not when there was a risk that a dying man would send for him. You told Miss Matlock to lie to us, but she knew where he was, and she told you. He gave her a telephone number. I guessed it was the number of the church, but I rang directory inquiries. The number they gave me for St. Matthew's was the one he'd given Evelyn. How did you get from Camden Hill Square to the church? Cab? Car? By bicycle. His bicycle. I took the key to the garage from Evelyn's cupboard. Halliwell had left by then, whatever he told the police. His lights were out and the Rover had gone. I didn't take Barbie's Golf. Too conspicuous. A bicycle was just as quick, and I could wait in the shadows until the road was clear and pedal quickly away. And I didn't leave it outside the church where it might have been seen. I asked Paul if I could bring it in, leave it in the passage. It was a fine night, so I didn't have to worry about muddy tire marks on the floor. I thought of everything, you see. Not everything. You took away the matches. But I put them back. The matches proved nothing. She said, and he let you in, you and the bicycle. That's what I find odd, that he actually let you in. It's odder than you think, much odder. I didn't realize at the time, but I do now. He knew I was coming. He was expecting me. She felt a frisson of almost superstitious horror. She wanted to cry out, but he couldn't have known. It isn't possible. She said, and Harry Mack? Did you really have to kill Harry? Of course. It was his bad luck that he came blundering in. But he was better dead, poor sod. Don't worry about Harry. I did him a favour. Turning to face him, Kate asked, and Diana Travers? Did you kill her too? He gave a sly smile and seemed to gaze straight through her, as if reliving a secret pleasure. I didn't need to. The weeds did it for me. I trod water and watched as she dived in. There was a flash of whiteness cleaving the surface, and then it settled, and there was nothing, only that liquid darkness. So I waited, counting the seconds, and then quite close to me a hand rose out of the water. Just a hand, pale, disembodied. It was uncanny. Like this. See? Like this. He shot up his left hand, the fingers tautly splayed. She could see the stretched sinews under the milk-white flesh. She didn't speak. Gently he relaxed his fingers and let his arm fall. He said, and then that too disappeared, and I waited, still counting the seconds. But there was nothing, not even a ripple. And you swam on, leaving her to drown. His eyes focused on her, as if with an effort, and she heard again in his voice the charge of hatred and triumph. She laughed at me. No one does that. No one will ever again. What did you feel like afterwards, knowing what you'd done in that vestry, the butchery, the blood? You need a woman, and I had one handy. Not the one I would have chosen, but you have to take what you can get. It was clever, too. I knew she'd never break after that. Miss Matlock, you used her in more ways than one. No more than the Berownes did. They think she's devoted to them. Do you know why? Because they never bother to ask themselves what she really thinks. So efficient, so devoted, almost one of the family. Except, of course, that she isn't, is she? She never was. She hates them. She doesn't know it, not really, not yet, but she hates them. And one day she'll wake up to it, like me. That dreadful old bitch lady Ursula. I've seen her trying not to cringe when Evelyn touches her. Evelyn? Mattie. She does have a name of her own, you know. They found a pet name for her, as they might for a cat or a dog. If they've been overworking her for years, why didn't she leave? Too scared. She went off her head. Once you've had one spell in the funny farm and your dad's a murderer, people get wary. They're not sure you're safe looking after their precious kids or let loose in the kitchen. Oh, the Berownes had her where they wanted her, all right. Why should they think she got a kick out of it, fussing over that selfish old woman, washing under her droopy old tits? Christ, I hope I never get old. She said, You will. Where you're going, they take good care of you. Healthy diet, daily exercise, locked up safely at night. You'll grow old, all right. He laughed. But they won't kill me, will they? They can't. And I'll be out again. Cured. You'll be surprised how quickly they'll cure me. Not if you kill a police officer. Let's hope I don't have to, then. When is that stuff going to be ready? I want to get on. She said, soon. It won't be long now. Already the kitchen was beginning to fill with the savoury smell of the sauce. She reached up for her pasta jar and tipped out a handful of spaghetti, breaking it. The thin cracks sounded unnaturally loud. She thought, if Alan has telephoned the police, they could be outside already, boring through the wall, looking, watching, listening. How would they play it, she wondered? Telephone and begin the long process of negotiation? Crash in? Probably neither. As long as he was ignorant of their presence, they would watch and listen, knowing that sooner or later he would leave the flat with his hostages. That would give him their best chance to disable him, if they were there, if Alan had acted. Suddenly he said, "My God, this place is bloody pathetic. You can't see it, can you? You think it's all right. No, you think it's better than all right. You think it's really something. You're proud of it, aren't you? Dull, unorthodox, ghastly, conventional good taste. 6 bloody awful mugs hanging on their little hooks. You don't need any more, do you? 6 people are quite enough. No one else can drop in because there isn't a mug for him. And the same in the cupboard. I've had a look. I know. 6 of everything. Nothing broken, nothing chipped. Everything neatly arranged. 6 dinner plates, side plates, soup bowls. Christ, I've only got to open this cupboard behind me to know what you're like. Don't you ever want to stop counting the crockery and start living? If by living you mean mess and violence, no, I don't. I had enough of that when I was a kid." Without moving the gun, he reached up his left hand and slipped the catch on the cupboard. Then he took out the dinner plates one by one and placed them on the table. He said, "They don't look real, do they? They don't look as if they'd break." He took one of the plates and smashed it down against the side of the table. It cracked neatly into 2. Then he took the next. She went quietly on with her cooking and heard as plate after plate was carefully smashed, the 2 pieces neatly arranged on the table. The pyramid grew. Each crack was like the small report of a gun. She thought, if the police are actually here, if they've got their listening devices on, they'll pick that up, try to identify it. The thought must have occurred to him. He said, "Lucky for you the fuzz aren't outside. They'd wonder what I'm doing. It would be a shame for the old bitch if they broke in. Plates don't make a mess, but blood and brains, you can't stack those up neatly on the table." She said, "How did you do it? How did you manage to surprise him? I mean, you must have burst in on him half naked, razor in hand." She had asked the question to propitiate him, flatter him. What she hadn't expected was his reply. It almost burst out of him as if they were lovers and he had been longing to confide. He said, "But you don't understand. He wanted to die. God rot him, he wanted it. He practically asked for it. He could have tried to stop me, pleaded, argued, put up a fight. He could have begged for mercy. No, please don't do it, please. That's all I wanted from him. Please. Just that one word. The priest could say it, but not Paul Berowne. He looked at me with such contempt. And then he turned his back. I tell you, he turned his back on me. When I came in half naked, his razor in my hand, we stood and looked at each other. He knew then. Of course he knew. And I wouldn't have done it. Not if he'd spoken to me as if I were even half human. I spared the boy. I can be merciful. And that boy is sick. If you get out of here alive, do something about it for Christ's sake. Oh, don't you bloody care." His blue eyes were suddenly luminous. She thought, he's crying. He's actually crying. And he was crying soundlessly, without a twitch of the face. And now her blood ran cold. because she knew that anything was possible. She felt no pity, only a detached curiosity. She hardly dared breathe, terrified that his hand would shake, that the gun pressed again against her grandmother's head would go off. She could see the old lady's eyes, wide and glazed, as if she were already dead, her figure rigid with terror, not daring even to wince at the hurt of the metal hard against the defenceless skull. He took control of himself. With a sound between a sob and a laugh, he said, "Christ, I must have looked daft. Naked, or practically. Just my pants. And the razor. He must have seen the razor. I mean, I wasn't hiding it or anything. So why didn't he stop me? He didn't even look surprised. He was supposed to be terrified. He was supposed to prevent it happening. But he knew what I'd come for. He just looked at me as if he were saying, 'So it's you. How strange that it has to be you.' As if I had no choice. Just an instrument. Mindless. But I did have a choice. And so did he. Christ, he could have stopped me. Why didn't he stop me?" She said, "I don't know. I don't know why he didn't stop you." And then she asked, "You said you spared the boy. What boy? Have you spoken to Darren?" He didn't reply. He stood staring at her, but as if he wasn't seeing her, suddenly remote, as if he'd entered a private world. Then he said in a voice so cold, so full of menace that she could hardly recognize it, "That message about the Shakespeare, love's labour's lost, that was a code, wasn't it?" He smiled a grim, self-satisfied smile, and she thought, "Oh, God, he knows, and he's glad that he knows. Now he's got the excuse he wants, the excuse to kill us." Her heart began thumping, a leaping animal hurling itself against her chest. But she managed to keep her voice steady. "Of course not. How could it be? What on earth gave you that idea?" "Your bookcase. I had a look at it while I was exploring the flat before you came back. Quite a little self-improver, aren't you? All the usual boring stuff people think they ought to have when they're trying to make an impression. Or is the boyfriend trying to educate you? Some job. Anyway, you've got a Shakespeare." She said solidly through lips that seemed to have grown dry and huge, "It wasn't a code. What possible code could it be? I hope for your sake that it wasn't. I'm not going to get myself banged up in this hole, with the police outside waiting for an excuse to burst in and kill me. That would be tidy. No awkward questions. I know how they operate. No death penalty anymore, so they set up their own execution squads. Well, it isn't going to work with me, so you'd better pray that we get away from here safely before they arrive. Look, you can leave that stuff. We're going now." Oh, God, she thought, he means it. It would have been better to have done nothing, not to have telephoned Alan, to have got away from the flat as soon as possible, to trust to the hope of crashing the car. And then her heart seemed for a moment literally to stop, and she was seized with a dreadful coldness. There was a difference in the room, in the flat. Something had changed. And then she knew what it was. The ceaseless background roar of the traffic along the avenue, faint but continuous, had stopped, and nothing was moving down Ladbroke Road. The police were diverting the traffic. Both roads were closed. They weren't risking a shootout. The siege had begun. And any minute he too would realize it. She thought, "I can't bear it. He'll never be able to stand a siege. Neither of us will." He meant what he said. As soon as he realizes the police are outside, as soon as they ring, then he'll shoot us. I've got to get that gun. I've got to get it now. She said, "Look, this is ready now. I've cooked it. We may as well eat it. It'll only take a few minutes, and it's not as if we can stop on the road." There was a silence, and then he spoke again in a voice like ice. "I want to see the Shakespeare. Go and fetch it." She forked a strand of spaghetti from the saucepan and tested it with trembling fingers. Without looking round, she said, "It's about ready. Look, I'm busy. Can't you fetch it? You know where it is." "Go and fetch it, unless you want to rid yourself of this old bag." All right. It had to be now. She willed her hands into stillness. With her left fingers, she slipped undone the 2 buttons at the top of her shirt, as if the kitchen had suddenly become too hot. The slab of liver lay on the draining board in front of her, bleeding into its wrapping. She plunged her hands into it, tearing at it, squeezing it, smearing her hands until they were thick with blood. It was the work of seconds, no more. Then, with an instantaneous gesture, she drew her bloody hand fiercely across her throat and swung round, wide-eyed, head thrown back, and thrust out at him the blood-clotted hands. Without even waiting for the terror in his eyes, his gasp like a sob, she flung herself at him, and they crashed down together. She heard the clatter of the gun as it spun out of his hand, and then a thud as it ricocheted against the door. He had been trained. He was as good at combat as she was, and as desperate. And he was strong, far stronger than she had expected. With a sudden convulsive jerk, he was on top of her, mouth to mouth, fierce as a rapist, his harsh breath rasping down her throat. She ground her knee into his groin, heard his yelp of pain, prized his hands from her throat, and slid her bloody hands over the floor, feeling for the gun. Then she almost screamed with agony as he jammed his thumbs into her eyes. With their bodies locked, both were reaching desperately for the gun. But she couldn't see. Her eyes were dancing stars of coloured pain, and it was his right hand which found the weapon. The shot shattered the air like an explosion. There was a second explosion, and the door of the flat burst open. She had a bizarre sensation of male bodies leaping through the air, then standing, arms stretched, guns rigid, their bodies towering over her like a dark colossi. Someone was pulling her up. There were shouts, commands, a cry of pain. And then she saw Dalgliesh in the doorway, and he was moving towards her, deliberately, gently, like a film in slow motion, speaking her name, and, as it seemed, willing her to fix her eyes only on him. But she turned and looked at her grandmother. The sunken eyes were still fixed in that glazed extremity of fear. The hair still hung in its multicoloured strands. The pad of gauze was still taped to her forehead. But nothing else was there. Nothing. The bottom of her face had been shot away, and strapped to her execution chair by the linen bands which Kate herself had fixed, she couldn't even fall. In that second in which she could bear to look, it seemed to Kate that the rigid body fixed on her a glance of sad, reproachful astonishment. Then she was sobbing wildly, burying her head against Dalglish's jacket, smearing it with her bloody hands. She could hear him whispering, "It's all right, Kate. It's all right. It's all right." But it wasn't. It never had been. It never would be. He stood there, holding her in his strong clasp among the loud masculine voices, the commands, the sounds of scuffling. And then she pulled away from him, fighting for control, and saw over his shoulder Swain's blue eyes, blazing, triumphant. He was handcuffed. An officer she didn't know was dragging him out. But he looked back at her as if she were the only person in the room. Then he jerked his head at her grandmother's body and said, "Well, you're free of her now. Aren't you going to thank me?" Book 7. Aftermath. Chapter 1. Massingham had never been able to understand why it was traditional for police officers to attend the funeral of a murder victim. When the crime was still unsolved, there might be some justification for it, although he had never himself believed in the theory that a killer was likely to expose himself to the public gaze merely for the satisfaction of watching his victim's corpse go underground or into the fire. He had, too, an unreasonable aversion to cremation. His family had for generations preferred to know where the bones of their forebears lay, and disliked canned religious music, a liturgy denuded of grace and meaning, and the hypocrisy of attempting to dignify a simple act of hygienic disposal with a spurious significance. Mrs. Miskin's funeral enabled him to indulge all these prejudices. He was further disgusted when it came to the ritual of examining the wreaths, a pathetically small line of floral contrivances set out along the crematorium wall, to find that a particularly florid example was from the squad. He wondered who had been given the job of buying it, and whether the somewhat fulsome message of sympathy was directed at Mrs. Miskin, who wouldn't see it, or Kate, who wouldn't want it. But at least the affair had been brief, and by luck had coincided with the extravagant vulgarity of a pop star's funeral in the neighbouring chapel, so that public and press interest in their more subdued entertainment had been mercifully small. They were to go back to the Lansdowne Road flat. Waiting for Dalgliesh in the car, he only hoped that Kate had provided an adequate amount of refreshment. He badly needed a drink. The experience, too, seemed to have soured his chief's temper. On the drive south into London, he was more than usually uncommunicative. Massingham said, "Did you read that article by Father Barnes in one of the Sunday heavies, sir? Apparently he's claiming that some kind of miracle happened at St. Matthew's, that Paul Berowne had stigmata on his wrists after his first night in that vestry." Dalglish's eyes were fixed on the road ahead. "I read it." "Do you think it's true?" "Enough people will want it to be, to fill the church for the foreseeable future. They should be able to afford a new carpet for the little vestry." Massingham said, "I wonder why he did it. Father Barnes, I mean. It won't exactly please Lady Ursula, and Berowne would have hated it, I imagine." Dalgliesh said, "Yes, he'd have hated it. Or perhaps it would have amused him. How can I possibly know? As for why he did it, even a priest apparently isn't immune to the temptations of becoming a hero." They were driving down the Finchley Road before Massingham spoke again. "About Darren, sir. Apparently his mum has finally taken off. The council are applying to the juvenile court to convert the supervision order into a care order. Poor little sod. He's fallen into the clutches of the welfare state with a vengeance." Dalgliesh said, his eyes still on the road, "Yes, I heard. The social service director found time to ring me. And it's just as well. They think he has leukemia. That's tough. There's an excellent chance of a cure. They've got it early. They admitted him to Great Ormond Street yesterday." Massingham smiled. Dalgliesh glanced at him. "What's amusing you, John?" "Nothing, sir. I was thinking about Kate. She'll probably ask me if I seriously suppose that God would kill off Berowne and Harry to get young Darren cured of his leukemia. It was Swain, after all, who first pointed out that the kid was sick. It had been a mistake." His chief's voice was cold. "It would argue a certain extravagant use of human resources, wouldn't you say? Watch your speed, John. You're over the limit." "Sorry, sir." He eased his foot from the accelerator and drove on in silence. Chapter 2. An hour later, balancing a plate of cucumber sandwiches on his knee, Dalgliesh thought that all the funeral teas he had attended had been curiously alike in their mixture of relief, embarrassment, and unreality. But this one evoked a stronger and more personal memory. He had been 13 at the time, and had returned with his parents to a Norfolk farmhouse after his father had conducted the funeral service of a local tenant farmer. Then, watching the young widow in new black clothes which he couldn't afford, passing round the home-made sausage rolls and sandwiches, pressing on him the fruit cake which she knew was his favourite, he had felt for the first time an adult, an almost overwhelming sense of the sadness at the heart of life, and had marvelled at the grace with which the poor and the humble could meet it. He had never thought of humility in connection with Kate Miskin, and she had nothing in common with that country widow and her desolate and uncertain future. But when he saw the food brought in, the sandwiches made before she left for the crematorium, then covered with foil to keep them fresh, the fruit cake, he saw that it was almost exactly the same food, and it evoked the same surge of pity. It had, he guessed, been difficult for her to decide what should suitably be offered, alcohol or tea. She had decided on tea, and she was right. As far as he was concerned, it was tea they needed. It was a small and curiously assorted party. A Pakistani, who had been her grandmother's neighbour, and his very beautiful wife, both of them more at ease at this funeral than he had guessed they might have been at a festivity, sat together in gentle dignity. Alan Scully helped hand round the teacups with a vague self-effacement. Dalgliesh wondered whether he were anxious not to give the impression that he had a right to treat the flat as his own. then decided that this interpretation was over-subtle. Here, surely, was a man supremely unworried about what other people might think. Watching Scully handing round plates with the air of a man unsure what exactly he was holding, or what he was expected to do with it, Dalgliesh recalled that surprising telephone conversation, the persistence with which he had ensured that he spoke only to himself, the clarity of the message, the extraordinary calmness of his voice, and not least, those perceptive last words. And there's another thing. There was a pause after I lifted the receiver before she spoke, and then she spoke very fast. I think someone else actually dialed the number and then handed over the receiver. I've given it some thought, and there's only one interpretation which fits all the facts. She's under some kind of duress. Watching Scully's gangling 6'2" body, the mild eyes behind the horn-rimmed spectacles, the lean, rather handsome face, the long strands of fair, untidy hair, he thought how unlikely a lover for Kate he seemed, if lover he were. And then he caught Scully's glance at Kate as she was talking to Massingham, speculative, intense, for a moment vulnerable in its open longing, and he thought, he's in love with her. And he wondered whether Kate knew, and if she did, how much she cared. It was Alan Scully who was the first to leave, fading gently away rather than making a definite exit. When the two Khans had also said their goodbyes, Kate carried the tea-things into her kitchen. There was a sense of anticlimax, the usual uncomfortable hiatus at the end of a vaguely social occasion. Both men wondered if they should offer to help wash up, or whether Kate wanted them out of the way. And then suddenly she said that she would like to go back to the yard with them, and indeed there seemed no good reason why she should stay at home. But Dalgliesh was a little surprised when she followed him into his office, and stood in front of the desk, as rigid as if she had been summoned for a reprimand. He looked up and saw her face, flushed and almost bloated with embarrassment. Then she said gruffly, "Thank you for choosing me for the squad. I've learnt a lot." The words came out with a harsh ungraciousness, which made him realize what it had cost her to say them. He said gently, "One always does. That's what so often makes it painful." She nodded, as if it was she dismissing him, then turned and walked stiffly to the door. Suddenly she swung round and cried, "I shall never know whether I wanted it to happen like that. Her death, whether I caused it, whether I meant it. I shall never know. You heard what Swain called out to me. Aren't you going to thank me? He knew. You heard him. How shall I ever be sure?" He said what it was possible to say. "Of course you didn't want it to happen. When you think about it calmly and sensibly, you know that. You're bound to feel partly responsible. We all do when we lose someone we love. It's a natural guilt, but it isn't rational. You did what you thought was right at the time. We can't any of us do more. You didn't kill your grandmother. Swain did. His final victim. But with murder, there never was a final victim. No one touched by Berowne's death would remain unchanged. Himself, Massingham, Father Barnes, Darren, even that pathetic spinster, Miss Wharton. Kate knew that perfectly well. Why should she suppose that she was different? The well-worn, reassuring phrases sounded false and glib, even as he spoke them. And some things were beyond his reassurance. Berowne's foot, hard on the accelerator at that dangerous corner. Her blood-stained hands thrust out to the killer. There was action and there was consequence. But she was tough. She would cope. Unlike Berowne, she would learn to accept and carry her personal load of guilt, as he himself had learnt to carry his. Chapter 3. Miss Wharton's only experience of a children's hospital was 50 years ago, when she had been admitted to her local cottage hospital to have her tonsils out. Great Ormond Street could hardly have been more different from her traumatic memories of that ordeal. It was like walking into a children's party, the ward so full of light, of toys, of mothers and happy activity, that it was difficult to believe that this was a hospital, until she saw the pale faces and the thin limbs of the children. Then she told herself, But they're ill. They're all ill. And some of them will die. Nothing can prevent it. Darren was one of those in bed, but sitting up, lively, and occupied with a jigsaw on a tray. He said with happy self-importance, "You can die with what I've got. One of the kids told me." Miss Wharton almost cried out her protest. "Oh, Darren, oh, no, you aren't going to die." "I reckon I won't, but I could. I've gone to foster parents now. Did I tell you?" "Yes, Darren, that's lovely. I'm so glad for you. Are you happy with them?" "They're all right. Uncle's going to take me fishing when I get out of here. They're coming in later on. And I got a bicycle, a chopper." Already his eyes were on the door. He had hardly looked at her since she had arrived, and when she had walked up to the bed, she had glimpsed in his face a curiously adult embarrassment, and had suddenly seen herself as he saw her, as all the children must see her, a pathetic, rather silly old woman, carrying her gift of an African violet in a small pot. She said, "I miss you at St. Matthew's, Darren." "Yeah. Well, I reckon I won't have time for that now." "Of course not. You'll be with your foster family. I quite understand." She wanted to add, "But we did have happy times together, didn't we?" and stopped herself. It was too like a humiliating plea for something she knew he couldn't give. She had brought him the violet because it had seemed more manageable than a bunch of flowers, but he had seemed hardly to look at it, and now, gazing round the toy-filled ward, she wondered how she could possibly have imagined that it was a suitable gift. He didn't need it, and he didn't need her. She thought, "He's ashamed of me. He wants to get rid of me before this new uncle arrives." He hardly seemed to notice when she said goodbye and slipped away, handing the violet to one of the nurses on her way out. She took the bus to the Harrow Road and walked to the church. There was plenty for her to do. Father Barnes, refusing a period of convalescence, had only been back 2 days, but the number of services and the size of the congregations had increased since that article in the paper about a miracle, and there would be a long line of penitents waiting for confession after this afternoon's evensong. St. Matthew's would never be the same again. She wondered how long there would be a place in it for her. This was the first time she had gone alone to the church since the murder, but in her misery and loneliness she was hardly aware of apprehension until she tried to fit her key in the lock and found, as she had on that dreadful morning, that she couldn't get in. The door, as then, was unlocked. She pushed it open, her heart pounding, and called, "Father? Are you there? Father?" A young woman came out of the little vestry. She was an ordinary, respectable, unfrightening girl, wearing a jacket and a blue headscarf. Seeing Miss Wharton's white face, she said, "I'm sorry. Did I startle you?" Miss Wharton managed a faint smile. "It's all right. It's just that I wasn't expecting anyone. Was there anything you wanted? Father Barnes won't be here for another half-hour." The girl said, "No, there's nothing. I was a friend of Paul Berowne. It's just that I wanted to visit the little vestry, to be alone here. I wanted to see where it happened, where he died. I'm going now. Father Barnes said to return the key to the vicarage, but perhaps I could leave it with you as you're here." She held it out, and Miss Wharton took it. Then she watched as the girl went to the door. When she reached it, she turned and said, "He was right, Commander Dalgliesh. It's just a room, a perfectly ordinary room. There was nothing there, nothing to see." And then she was gone. Miss Wharton, still trembling, locked the outside door, went along the passage to the grille, and gazed up through the church to the red glow of the sanctuary lamp. She thought, "And that, too, is only an ordinary lamp, made of polished brass with a red glass. You can take it apart, clean it, fill it with ordinary oil. And the consecrated wafers behind the drawn curtain, what are they? Only thin, transparent discs of flour and water, which come neatly packed in little boxes, ready for Father Barnes to take them in his hands and say the words over them, which will change them into God. But they weren't really changed. God wasn't there in that small recess behind the brass lamp. He wasn't any longer in the church. Like Darren, he had gone away. Then she remembered what Father Collins had once said in a sermon when she first came to St. Matthew's. If you find that you can no longer believe, act as if you still do. If you feel that you can't pray, go on saying the words. She knelt down on the hard floor, supporting herself with her hands grasping the iron grill, and said the words with which she always began her private prayers. Lord, I am not worthy that thou shouldest come under my roof, but speak but the word, and my soul shall be healed.